Okay, that seemed to work.
Something happening on this end? Yeah. Okay.
The meeting is now streaming live on YouTube.
By God. So for better or worse, we may or may not be live at this moment. Yeah. Okay.
First
It looks
of the
like
day.
yeah. Looks like it's live. And now I'm gonna close that window. Beth, can you make sure it's going, right? Okay. And then are we that? Do you see us? All right. So I'm going to share this link.
So far, this isn't very exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean we gotta get we gotta get going. Okay. I think we're good to go, Beth. I just tweeted out a link, and I'd say that we should just start our conversation. So this is something of an experiment, as perhaps is clear, you know, and I think Jack probably at this point it's just me and you who are in here, but the idea is that we're just going to have conversations with everybody who I have gotten the opportunity and the privilege to meet over the course of the past year, and who I have learned a ton about the state of the renewables market here in New Hampshire from, and just try to get the word out about all the good work that's happening.
Right.
So first of all, why don't you just here? I'm gonna. This is something I said that we were gonna do, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna record, just in case this is incredibly scintillating and we want to post it after the fact.
Don't gild the lily too early.
Okay. Yeah. So, Jack, you're our first guest. Why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you? What is Barrington Power? And give us sort of your postcard history.
So I'm Jack Bingham. I live in Barrington. I own a company with another partner called Barrington Power. We essentially provide PPA services to mostly municipal and school organizations, where we essentially install solar, finance it, own it, and run it for 25 years and provide them with discount power.
And a PPA is a power purchase agreement.
Right.
And how does that work? How's a PPA work? Just like, well, you know.
PPAs essentially were built because municipalities can't take advantage of the what is now 26% tax credit, which obviously has a fairly large impact on the cost of the system. So PPAs allow companies like mine to take advantage of the tax credit and therefore lower the cost of the system to the end user. So it allows us to give a school district a substantial discount on their power. And we signed a 25-year contract. So that makes it very easy for banks to finance. It makes it very easy for schools to budget. And it makes it very easy for us to build a business that's, you know, a solid performer for 25 years.
And in terms of just like I've never quite understood the mechanisms of PPAs. So yeah. Do you pay their electric bill for them? Like, how do you take advantage of the net metering structure while also offering them this power deal?
No, most of the PPAs that we own are behind the meter. So essentially what we're doing is we're reducing their electric bill to the utility by delivering a certain amount of kilowatt hours. And for that, they're paying us a discounted rate for the kilowatt hours that we deliver.
So when you say it's behind the meter, does that mean that you size systems so that they're small enough that they're never exporting out to the grid?
No. Well, it depends on the customer. I can give you a couple examples. You know, for instance, the school district is not going to have much consumption during the summer, so you're going to generate all this excess. So what we try and do is figure out what percentage of the energy is going to be net metered and which percentage is going to be used internally, and we try and set a price based on an average. But let me give you a good example of where this gets funny. We have a couple of water plants for towns. Now, a water plant runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, you know, 75% of the energy is net metered, right? We generate during the winter 4 hours of power, but they're using power 24 hours a day. So the rate is often determined based on what the estimated percentage of the usage is. But the other really good thing about a PPA is in the first year, you're making a projection, right? And you're going to build them 1/12 of that projection per month. And at the end of the year, you're going to do what's called a true up, which is we actually look at what we actually delivered, and then somebody owes somebody some money. So at the end of the year, I may pay them because we overcharged, or they may pay us because we overdelivered. And it happens every year. And you know, the production is going to change drastically from year to year just because of weather.
So do you do that true up every year for all your all your projects?
Yeah. So it means that it's a good deal for everybody, right? Nobody ever gets taken. It's a square deal. At the end of every year, you just true it up. And the other thing is it makes it so much easier for budgeting purposes. The school district knows they're going to pay X number of dollars a month for the next 12 months on a regular basis. It's simple. It's easy to budget.
Which, if you compare that to your standard commercial electric rate, how often do the electric rates change for those types of customers?
Well, twice a year. Right. But it's not just that it changes, that their usage goes up and down every month. So it's all over the map. You can't budget it.
Right.
Right. This way you've got a budget. Actually, you've got a budget for 25 years.
So then, generally speaking, I mean, I'm sure this changes every year depending on the price of solar modules, the price of equipment, the price of labor. But I'm sure that right now it's changing more than ever. But can you give us a sense of how competitive your pricing is with the standard offer from the utilities?
Well, so when the price of electricity was 6.5 cents, it was really problematic. You know, it was very hard to do these things. Fortunately, interest rates were really low, so you had one good part and one bad part. And now that the electric rate, at least with Eversource, is 10.6 or whatever it is, it's gotten a lot easier. By the same token, interest rates are going through the roof. And the other thing that's happening is last fall panels were 35 cents a watt. Now we're looking at 50, 60, 70 cents a watt. So it's fair to say you're never really standing on stable ground, right? It's like every one of these things is negotiated based on a set of parameters that exist currently and may change 2 months from now.
Right. And of course, it's 25-year pricing, but that 25-year pricing is based on 100% capital costs, essentially, because the fuel is free.
Right. Exactly.
Right? So, so can you give me just a sense of like right now, are there what's sort of the range of prices that you're quoting now, or maybe 10 months ago, what kind of prices were you able to quote?
Well, so it depends on the project, but we've quoted projects as low as 7.5 cents and as high as 10 cents. And then go across the border to Vermont, and it's 15 cents.
Right, because the net metering tariff is so much more generous.
Right. Well, it was.
And are these how big are these projects, generally speaking, that you're talking about?
I think the smallest, we originally did some really small PPA projects. Like we've done a lot of Unitarian churches. I really liked it. You know, the Unitarians have a quest to be green, and we try and support that as best we can. But in general, we try and not do anything smaller than 75. Most of the projects are 100 to 500.
Right. So 75 kilowatts. So your standard residential home sized arrays tends to be around 5 or 6 kilowatts. Although I've been hearing that average has been creeping up. So you're really looking at sort of like medium sized and bigger. Yeah. Although I guess 500 kilowatts in solar world, all of that is really the medium sized tranche. Yeah. Yeah. We at times have made a foray into larger systems and realized that the 500 thing is a really good spot for us. So in New Hampshire, there are 2 net metering rates. There's the small system, which is less than 100, yeah. And then large system is 100 kilowatts up to 1 megawatt. And what I have heard from other solar developers is that New Hampshire is a really tricky market to play in because the financials for that, that range 100 to 1 megawatt are it's really tight, essentially. Well, again, we have PPAs over here for 7.5 cents, and in Vermont they're 15. So yeah, it's frustrating. But one of the things to our advantage is our company is 2 people. So in terms of overhead, there's not
we don't have trucks. We don't have a bunch of offices. We don't have a bunch of employees. Everything we do is subcontracted. So that really gives us a lot of flexibility to do projects that other people wouldn't necessarily be able to do or want to do. The other thing is neither one of us is trying to get rich. That makes a huge difference in the decisions that you make.
Right.
We're looking to make a reasonable income. We're looking to make sure that the customer gets a reasonable deal, and we're looking to make sure that our tax investors get a reasonable deal. So it's
So then when it comes to actually building the array, since you're just two guys and you don't have trucks, you don't have screwdrivers or all the other things that are required, how do you outsource that? I assume.
Yeah.
And so, how does that work? Who do you bring in to actually install the panels?
Well, so because the New Hampshire law is a little funny about who installs what, we tend to have a racking company come in and set posts, and then electricians do everything else. And there are 2 or 3 large electrical firms that specialize in PV stuff, and there are some smaller up and coming firms that are interested too. So we have like 4 different electrician firms that we use depending on the size of the project and their availability, and it's not difficult at all, really.
No, I've done it.
Yeah.
This guy. And it wasn't hard. Yeah, especially the on the roof work is very simple.
Yeah, it's not really that complicated. It's funny, there aren't many electricians firms who want to do roof work though. That's a problem.
Right, because of safety questions and sort of like OSHA regulations.
I don't think it's even that. They just don't want to do it. It's not about regulations, it's about falling off the roof.
Right. Right.
But we've got a young guy who's grown really rapidly, who wants to take on all the roof work. So that's been pretty easy. But I have spent, I don't know, the first 5 to 7 years of my business trying to find electricians who wanted to do this work. It wasn't easy.
So then if we imagine, some of the bigger solar companies that are in the commercial and residential space that you're working in, although I guess it sounds like you've sort of left the residential space behind.
I do a little bit of it, but I sort of have an electrician that's taking over all of my customers.
Right. Just like as needed in the residential side. But if we were to look at other companies that are in the space that you're in, they have all of that in-house, right? So they have their own electricians that they employ. They have system designers that they employ. Yeah. They've got trucks. Versus what you're doing is more sort of like you're designing systems. You're the sales department. You're generating the leads, and then I assume you purchase the equipment and then hand it off to the electricians so that they install it as per your plans.
Well, it depends how the contract is written. Some EPC contracts we've done. Like I do a lot of stuff in Vermont with a company that does everything. We just sign an EPC contract and finance the project.
What does EPC stand for?
Engineering, procurement, and construction.
Okay. I was like, that's a new. I know a lot of acronyms, but that's a new one for me.
Yeah. So the contract can be written all kinds of ways, and it depends on what the contractor's doing and what we want to do. But I've done several where we just sign a construction contract and just provide the money.
Right. So one of the things that I think, first of all, I should do, because this is New Hampshire Gives Day, and so that is the the reason for our convening here on this live stream. Yeah. But maybe you could just it was a short anecdote. When I got on the job last year, I spent months just setting up lots of meetings with all sorts of folks. Not to sort of put you on the spot here, but you were an individual who reached out to me proactively and said, I'd really like to meet with you and talk to you about what we're seeing. And frankly, I had never heard of Barrington Power, which don't take that the wrong way. It's just perhaps I was uninformed.
That's not a bad
thing. Well, tell me why in a second. But the reason I tell that story is really just because I'm curious to hear from you why you all are Clean Energy New Hampshire members, the value that you have found in being members, and the interactions that you've had with previous folks who've been executive directors over the years.
Well, so I've been in business for myself for 45 years, and in my previous occupation, I never had to deal with government intervention in what it was that I did. But you quickly discover in solar that there's all kinds of entanglements that you basically don't have time to deal with. And that, Clean Energy New Hampshire is that arm that tries to deal with those issues that I got enough to do without dealing with the politics of it. And to me, that's it. I mean, we need, as an industry, we need lobbying power in Concord and in Washington to see that our issues get addressed. I mean, we all know the truth of the matter is that if you're not in there and saying what you have to say, you're not going to get anywhere. So I think it's pretty clear that, this organization is in a position to help us all do better in the legislature. It's that simple.
I got to interview Clay Mitchell last week,
Yeah.
and he was talking about, and Clay, for those who don't know, was at one point the president of the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy Association, which is our technical tax ID name before we rebranded to Clean Energy New Hampshire. But he also had his own renewable energy development company. And in fact, I would say sort of took all the slings and arrows and made all the early mistakes because they were sort of a path setter in the state. And but it was such tough sledding in the early days that they wound up hanging up the cape essentially and just letting their projects develop, generate revenue and sort of do so quietly.
You can only take so many beatings for so long before you.
Yeah. And Clay talked about how he would be driving to Concord to testify at the legislature, 2-3 times a week.
Yeah.
And it just meant that he couldn't run his company because he was doing that all the time.
Right. I mean, my other partner, David, spends a lot of time doing that in Vermont because we find that our issues are not being addressed. But I think you guys do a really good job of, I'm you and I have talked about this. I'm pretty much on board with what the intentions are for the industry. I'm happy with what we're saying to the legislature. And there's no way that I could run this business and do that. It's just not possible. I mean, at that time, I think Clay had 4 or 5 employees at that time. I got nothing. So there's no way I would be going to Concord and doing that. Not to mention the fact that my head would probably be so bruised that I would not survive.
So real quick, I mean, there's obviously, there's a whole pantheon of policies that you interact with on I assume at least a weekly basis, if not a daily basis in your industry. So if we look at sort of, the state's net metering tariff, the state's renewable portfolio standard, and perhaps maybe the renewable energy fund, which so the way this works, right, is that net metering tariff determines the rate that you're paid for the electricity that is generated on a roof. The renewable portfolio standard allows renewable energy generators to sell renewable energy credits, which are an additional incentive. And then the renewable energy fund, the utilities, if they can't get enough renewable energy credits to meet their mandates, they pay a compliance fee that goes into that renewable energy fund and then can be used for rebates for projects of all types, not just solar, but also hydro projects and their competitive grants that are paid out of the renewable energy fund. For you, which of those are the most important policies to ensure that solar continues to grow in the state of New Hampshire?
Well, let's take the last 2 first because they're interrelated, right?
Right.
The price of RECs has been a problem for a while. I mean, when we started out, we were at $56, and then it went to 14 when the utility rates were at 6 cents. So it's like you got a double whammy there. Now they're up around 30 or so. But go across the southern border and look at the value of RECs down there. The fundamental problem, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the whole idea of this thing was the cost of compliance was supposed to gradually ratchet up. And that hasn't happened, right? So the value of RECs just sort of wanders around. If the compliance payment was ratcheting the way it was supposed to, the RECs would be a much better vehicle. But then, you get this other thing about if you're selling your RECs, you're not really using renewable energy, the Vermont Law School thing, which I have never quite been able to wrap my head around. And we've had this go around with them several times saying, look, we can't finance this project if we don't get the RECs. It's that simple. It's like, that money is actually required to make the thing work, particularly when the utility rate is 6 cents. As for net metering, we all have bruises on our heads about that. It's amazing to me that 10 years down the road, we're still having these same conversations about how net metering works or doesn't work. How many, the last time I looked, and it's been a while, there were 40 or 50 studies that showed that net metering actually had a net positive result. And yet people in the legislature can ramble on and on and on about how it, net metering costs the utilities too much money. So I don't know, it points to the fact that we're stuck in the middle of the bubble here until we vote in a group of legislators in a majority. We're not going to fix this problem. We're just going to go, and that's, that's not unlike the national scene, right? But it seems to me that
say one of the things that has been really interesting for me, and I think that, so in 2018 we tried to expand the cap on net metering up to 5 megawatts.
Right.
And if you look at that vote, it passed, right? So the bill passed and was vetoed. And if you look at that vote, there are, I would say, even today, I think if you went to the New Hampshire State House, there's probably a majority of legislators who would vote to expand net metering up to 5 megawatts. But it's not a super majority, right? It's not, I mean, you've got a tranche of the Republicans, you've got the most of the Democrats, I'd assume probably all of the Democrats. And then in the Senate, it really is a majority of even probably the Republicans who vote in favor of that bill, but they know that the bill will get vetoed. And so they don't want to bother to try again because the fight in 2018 was so bruising. And so certainly the politics, like, we can sort of cross our fingers and hope that we get a favorable election. But I think on the other side, we are convincing Republicans that these technologies need to be invested in. And I think, energy prices as they are right now are only all the more convincing.
Right. Well, it's funny. I had dinner last night with a company that makes batteries. And we were talking about various things. And he finally said to me, he said, throw away all these discussions about everything else. It's just about money. And within the last 5 years, the renewables have been so competitive, it's not worth discussing. So the point is, if they're cheaper, why are we even having this argument? I mean, everyone's screaming about the cost of energy. And what is this? Is this the fourth oil shock we've had? At least that, right? So, and the answer is always the same, and we ignore the answer. The answer is to use less oil.
There was a report that came out from the Roosevelt Institute earlier this spring, and one of the main takeaways from it that to me was just like, wow, I mean, this feels like a no-brainer. Is that it's something like, some shocking percentage of all economic recessions have been preceded by a surge in oil prices.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't surprise me. It's not that hard. That's what's amazing to me about it. I don't understand what the problem is. It's like we've already proven that oil is so volatile that it screws up everything. And when solar was $10 a watt, okay, that's a problem. We're now 5 megawatt projects are being done for $1.50.
Yeah,
or less. Now, I will say the one thing about the 5 megawatt thing, this is of personal interest to small businesses like mine. If you look at the state of Maine, the labor market in the solar industry in the state of Maine is a train wreck.
Yes. Yeah. And certainly the way that things are progressing in Maine, there are cautionary tales there, right? You can only go as that. There was a I forget who this was, but I think it was an Ezra Klein quote that we anything we can do, we can pay for, I think is the quote. And so, but if we can't actually do it, then that's a real problem. And so you can only go as fast as what we can do.
Well, but one of the interesting things is we've quoted on some of those main projects, and the financiers' expectations of what the labor rate should be are just crazy. I mean, we quoted one 3 times and they kept saying, no, the labor rate's too high, labor rate's too high. And at some point we realized, you know what, we don't want to pay people that.
Right.
Which is why we're back to 500s, because I can pay electricians a good wage and not squeeze anybody.
Yeah.
And I've always thought that these huge projects, and this is a lot of what's going on in Maine, everybody's getting squeezed except the developer.
Yeah.
Is that good business? I don't know.
Interesting.
It's not business that I want. I know that. I want to make sure that everybody gets a square deal.
So we've just got a couple minutes left, and the next interview up is actually a group of students from White Mountain Regional High School.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and who have been working on all sorts of projects with a really fantastic teacher, but also have been collaborating with Melissa Aylander, our North Country circuit rider.
Yeah, we're actually talking to them about that. Yeah.
Great.
Yep.
So we're going to talk to those kids up next. And what I just want to make sure that folks who are listening know, Barrington Power, Clean Energy New Hampshire member, very frequently is involved in many of the solar projects that perhaps you see when driving along and seeing solar on schools and public buildings. I also, today is New Hampshire Gives. And so I hope folks will head online to cleanenergynewhampshire.org, and you can find the New Hampshire Gives website link there and donate to support our campaign to try to keep doing the good work here in Concord and around the state.
Excellent. Yep.
So any other final thoughts before we switch off to Aidan?
No, I think we did a good job here.
Well, stay in touch, Jack, and thanks for your continued support and keep us in the loop.
Yep, great chatting with you, Sam.
Be well.
Have a nice day.
See ya. So there you go, folks. That's our first interview of the day. Just a reminder, this is a live stream that we are hosting because today is New Hampshire Gives. And we're trying to raise money for the work that we do here at Clean Energy New Hampshire. We have a $10,000 match pool from a group of clean energy champions in the Granite State. So your donation will be matched by that pool. And so today is the best day to give. And then in addition to that match pool, the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits has an additional pool that the more that we raise on this day through their portal, through the New Hampshire Gives portal, which you can find a link to on our website. All of that pool will be distributed amongst everyone who's participating in New Hampshire Gives today. So please, if you're enjoying this, if you're finding this useful, please head over to cleanenergynh.org and follow the link to the New Hampshire Gives website. So next up. All right, let's see who we've got. Oh,
good morning.
Hello.
Let me figure out sound here. Hold on one sec.
Right on.
Sound,
you let me know if you want.
sound.
I can do a little sound check of some sort over here. A little song and dance.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello.
Good morning. So I have two students here today, Justin and Vic. They can swing
Great.
on over.
Hi, folks.
Hi.
Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, of course. Happy to be here.
Maybe can you just introduce yourselves?
Yeah. Sure. So I'm Justin Wentworth. I'm a senior this year, graduating in only a couple days. But in my time here, I was part of Mrs. Howry's AP Environmental class, and this year, her Environmental and Sustainability class in the morning, CTE class in the morning. And we have our Sustainability Club that I was a part of last 2 years. I was vice president. I've been working on getting our school solar panels this past chunk of the year. And based on my time here, I'm majoring in environmental science next year when I go off to college at UNH, which I'm excited for. That's pretty much me.
I'm Victoria, and I am a junior. I am also in the sustainability club we call SOSS, Society of Sustainable Spartans, and I've been part of that 3 years since I was a freshman, and I am president of the club for the past 2 years. And with that, like Justin said, we've been working towards solar. We had our LED lighting project, and also a large part of our goals with that club is for increasing the sustainable culture or improving the sustainable culture at our school and implementing things like recycling, composting, and other sort of waste reduction initiatives.
So, because I didn't say it right at the top, you all are at White Mountain Regional High School.
Yes.
And maybe we could explain the connection here. So how have you all interacted with Clean Energy New Hampshire in the past? And who? So Melissa Ailander, I think, is probably the connection, right? So how have you all worked with Melissa, and how has she helped with the projects that you all are leading on up at White Mountain?
We first talked to her, I think it was last year or 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yeah, I think when I was a freshman. She came in and she just kind of gave us the rundown, like basically on what getting solar for our school would entail, and just like sort of details that we like didn't really know about solar. Like I remember like one of the big things that I pulled away from when we first met with her 2 years ago was like the difference between like a power purchase agreement and the benefits of that, and like the what? Yes, yeah, versus direct owning. And also like the importance of placement and how and where you can get funding. And that was definitely very helpful. That was like the basis of that conversation. And then also for the past 2 years, she just kind of advised us in like when we applied for the USDA grant, and when we recently did a solar walkthrough with 2 different companies, she sort of advised us on which one she thought might work best for us, and what the solar companies advised for us to do. She sort of talked about what our best course of action could be with that, and yeah, just basically been our go-to for a lot of solar questions for the past 2 years.
So talk about the USDA grant. You mentioned it really in passing there, but it's actually a really cool story. So what was that grant, and what was it for? What and do you know sort of the details of it?
I can talk more to that. I was part of the team that put together a presentation for presenting to our school board to apply. Essentially, LEDs were expensive. We already had some of our building transferred to LED lighting, but we wanted, so backing up further, we wanted LED lighting.
It was for lights. It was for LED lighting.
Right. So we had mostly fluorescents. We had some of our larger spaces transferred to LED lighting, but we wanted to get the whole building out of fluorescents into LED, be more energy efficient, lower our demand for electricity, because our bigger goal from the beginning was getting solar power, to which we wanted to first make our building more efficient, so that if we went to clean energy, it would lower the demand that our building uses, lowering the size the array needs to be, stuff like that. So our first big goal was to take the step towards LEDs. So the way we wanted to do that was to just get the money and do it, but it was a very expensive project, to which we said the taxpayers aren't going to pay for the whole thing most likely, and so we turned to a grant. We were directed towards the USDA grant by Melissa, pretty sure, who was working with us pretty much the whole way. And yeah, so we presented to our school board to apply, and we ended up getting it. It was a good argument for it, the LED project as a whole, because it covered about half of the whole project, right? So it was a very big chunk of the project paid for outright, which made it more appealing to people that do approve it. So, and
people to approve being the voters, right? So you all had to bring this project to your town meeting, essentially. We can't really hear Miss Howry. Hey.
So the rest of the funding, we had rebates from Eversource, and then we were able to pull some capital funds from the school. So it did not have to go in front of the taxpayers.
Gotcha. Had to go to the school board.
Yes.
Right.
School board and then our like financial committee.
Right. And so maybe talk about, because I think what that process is, what I find really interesting about the process that you all have gone through is that it's sort of like the idealized process, right? Which is that like everyone's attracted to solar because solar is the exciting technology, and like when you see the panels, it's like wow, you can see them, they're working. Versus investing in efficiency is not as exciting. It doesn't really draw people in. But I think what's really cool about when you have an interaction with an energy professional is they say, okay, great, solar, you want to do solar, we totally understand. However, like the return on investment for efficiency is much, much, much better. So first let's reduce your demand, and then we can size a solar array that will cover the rest of it. And so I personally, as a homeowner, went through that same process, and it's really neat to hear you all going through it as students, but also as leaders in your school community, because you really have made this happen. So that was a big spiel, but like maybe talk more. Yeah, I mean, maybe what we could talk about is, can you tell me about the attention that you all have gotten for this? Because people have started to notice how cool your projects are.
Well, we had, after our project, when would this project, like when did they start putting in the lights? I can't remember. The winter? Yeah. So like in December is when they started putting in the lights. Kind of people around, like our peers and stuff, and the teachers kind of realized like, oh, okay, we're getting new lights. Like not a lot of people knew about the project, and then a lot of people asked about the project, wanted to learn about the project. Yes, exactly. Definitely gave us a chance to educate, because at first people were like, this is an inconvenience. We don't really want this construction going on while I'm trying to go to school. But again, you gave us a chance to educate on the importance of these LED lights so that we can switch to renewable energy. So there was that, just like in our school community and stuff. And then there was definitely wider recognition, that much wider than we would have expected. One of them, we had an interview with NHPR. I think they were doing some sort of story about just like education or environmental, climate education. And they talked to us sort of about our process with this, and how our community, both in the school and outside of the school, like thought about what we were doing, and just the importance of taking these steps, and also just environmental education today. So, which definitely didn't expect to be on NHPR for this project. So that was really cool. And then we also met with Congresswoman Ann Custer, which actually you were there for. You want to talk about?
Yeah. So she reached out to us saying, "Hey, can we meet with your team? We want to talk about your project. It seems really cool." I don't think anyone's realized fully what that entailed. We've talked to this a couple of times with people. We were like, oh yeah, so this, Ann Custer's coming. We were understanding like, oh yeah, she's state rep. No, she goes to DC. And so we are in our lobby when like the black sedans with like the government plates roll up, and she comes in with her entourage. And they had like a whole room ready that we didn't know about. We walk down with her. There's like paparazzi like taking photos of us the whole way. And there's more cameras waiting in the room. We're like blinded by flashing lights, like what? And it was like this whole setup. It was like this like press like conference type deal. It was a really cool experience that we just didn't expect. And they're just there though to talk to us. Like they just kept asking us like, how'd you do this? What was, what did it entail? What are you looking at in the future? They're just genuinely really excited to ask us those questions and talk with us. And the biggest reason that they emphasized was that they're trying to make these changes themselves in like bigger city schools, wherever they're looking. And then they're looking to this small rural school in northern New Hampshire, and they're doing it themselves, and it's student led. And so they just want to just make us their poster child, essentially. They're very impressed. And so that felt good, to say the least. And it was
sorry to interrupt, but on that point, I mean, what would you say? I mean, how do you do this? I mean, how do you get a student group that leads on these issues? What does it take?
People who are very passionate about the subjects, people who can kind of, rally the group, get us, focused. For us, that's definitely largely Miss Howry. She's like a very, very big motivator. Definitely someone who pushes us to just tackle these projects head on with kind of all that we got. So there's definitely that. And just, we have a fairly, we have a decent sized group, maybe 10, a little over 10 people, of just people who are very passionate about making a change for the environment and making a change for our community and being those sort of sustainable leaders in our community. And we all see the problems. We see all the waste stacking up. We see how our sustainable culture is not great. We did a waste audit last year where we had people sort their trash and recycling and stuff, and people don't know how to recycle. It's just, there's definitely a lack of that, whether it's just because of where we live or just it's not something that's been emphasized enough. So we all see those problems and we all want to fix them, and we're all very passionate about it. And I say that's the main motivator for it.
Yeah, I would definitely emphasize the passion part of that. It's something that we talked about at our meeting with Ann Custer, actually. It takes a group of people that want to show up because they want to. We're not graded. There's nothing here that's saying we have to do any of it. It's because we want to see the changes happen. We are not, National Honor Society where we have an hour requirement. We're not the theater program where we have a show to get ready for. We're just doing this because we genuinely want to. We make the time for it. It's not, yeah, exactly. So it wasn't during the school day, pretty much ever. It was, all on our own time after school. We didn't have a class for it. Although at our meeting with Ann Custer, Mr. S was like, yeah, maybe we should have a SOSS class because it's just really important stuff. We walked through some of the specific things that we did for the LED project. And I forget her name now, but she was from the USDA. She was the leader of the rural developments. I don't remember her name either, but she heard a specific thing we did. We read through our energy audit, the Siemens report. And she was like, that's really cool. That's graduate level work. We did that in graduate school. And it was how many pages of just really dense, not exactly a page turner, 84 pages of energy analysis. And I mean, we read through that. We used our Wednesdays last year during COVID to read through that and have a deeper understanding, put together a list of questions we had and just send it to them. What's up with this? This isn't right. These numbers don't add up. And it takes a group of people that want to do that in their free time because they want to, it's been a really special thing to be a part of. Something I'm going to miss.
So I have to ask because I have a little bit of insider information here, which is I have heard that Miss Howry is leaving at the end of the year. And so I won't put her on the spot because everyone's life changes and we have to do what's right for us. But I will put you all on the spot because someone's got to carry the torch, right? So how do you foresee keeping this going? Will you have to find a new teacher to twist their arm to be the advisor, or will you just take it on all by yourselves?
Honestly, I mean, what? She wants to try and come back for SOSS. If for some reason, if for some really upsetting, unfortunate reason, that was not able to happen, I will say I'm slightly worried. I've been the president for 2 years. Justin's the vice president. He's leaving. He's a senior. Ms. Howry's leaving. So, but I definitely think that even without two people that really kind of keep the group together and keep the group motivated, I do think there's still a lot of motivation and a lot of passion left in the group. And I know next year is going to be my senior year, and I'm going to want to get as much done as I most possibly can before I leave. And I think a lot of people are going to have the same mindset, especially because we've never had a SOSS member graduate. We've never had people grow out of the group. And I think seeing people grow out of the group is going to make people realize there's a limit of time that we can, make changes in our school. And we want to make those changes as soon as possible so that they can outlast us when we leave high school. So I definitely think there will still be that drive and there will still be that passion next year. It'll kind of be up to, you know, the president, whoever the new vice president is going to be, and hopefully Miss Howry to keep us on track. But I definitely think that we can do it. SOSS isn't a lost cause.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Well,
It's definitely, sorry, I was just gonna say it's bigger than us. Like
Yes.
it's grown to be a well-known name in our school, to say in the least, especially as far as clubs go.
Right.
It's just, yeah, it'll carry through.
but I was just going to say, I hope you will continue to reach out to Melissa, because that's what she's there for, is to support initiatives like these. And so she'll still be a resource, and, you know, and fingers crossed that Miss Howry does continue to come help out with the club. But I'm sure, you know, that you all will do a great job sort of fostering leadership in the underclassmen who are coming up too. So maybe we could talk just a little bit. Well, we've still got a bit of time. Let's talk about the solar project. What stage is it in? You know, what's sort of the timeline there? How do you make sure that the ball keeps moving on getting solar on the school?
I can talk to that. So, this semester I have worked during Mrs. Howry's class in the morning on advancing our solar project. So far, what we've done, we've put together data on our building, specifically our Eversource bills, into what Melissa showed us, the EPA portfolio manager. It's a good way to put together all your energy information. And we have reached out to 2 different solar developers. They've done walkthroughs of our building just recently, to see our layout, look at our electrical rooms. We have a very unique setup, to say in the least, about how our electricity goes through our building. So they got an in-depth look at that. And the latest with that was we did send a request for proposal. We have not yet. So the end goal of this year was to send 2 different requests for proposal. So that's the point that we're at. We've had developers in the building. They've looked outside at our grounds to determine a spot. We determined the roof wouldn't work for a lot of reasons for us, but right. So we've definitely scoped out a few different areas that it would work, a few different fields. We're weighing some options, because one option would be clearing out some trees, but we have the land to really just have to pick a spot.
This is something I think a lot of people don't realize. Roofs, especially commercial roofs, so like a school is kind of like a commercial roof. They're tricky, right? There's like air handlers up there. Oftentimes there's sort of rubber roofs with insulation underneath, so you have to be careful how you install it. And so rooftop solar for commercial buildings is a lot harder than people think it is.
Yeah, for sure. And just on top of all those things, which is for us, we are in need of repairing our roof. And so putting solar panels right on top of it would be an issue down the road very shortly.
Right.
And so there was the argument for, what if we did both at the same time? But it's not looking like that's going to be the route we go. But you're definitely right that there was a lot of complicated aspects to that. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, so as part of my work I did with Mrs. Howry, we coordinated with our, what would his title be? Head, our head maintenance guy. And he took the time to show me around the intricate parts of the building. We went through, it took like an hour just walking through the boiler room that we have, just looking at the different components to our boiler room. We went up on the roof. He showed me the whole roof layout, our HVAC system, how that works, which tied into the boiler room. It was a cool experience to see the holistic view of those different parts. We looked at the water tank we have underground outside. And we've also been working with Mr. Scott just to develop a deeper understanding of our building and those intricate things that I mentioned, like with the electrical rooms. Like we have a very unique setup, and we felt it was important to know those ins and outs before we just say, okay, we're just switching. And that's what we want to be. Like we want to have a deeper understanding and know what that all will entail. Just thinking that. So another part of the project would be, we want to have metering throughout the building to know more than just our total usage of the whole building. We want to know what areas are using what for electricity, and seeing where maybe we can improve efficiency on a a much smaller scale, like individual rooms. We know some areas that use way more than others, but having specific data on that, as well as just inefficiency and just having a better view of our school as a whole. That's a project we're going to be working on, getting a bunch of meters throughout the building. Like I said, instead of just the whole building.
Yeah, that's really cool. So,
Yeah.
so then what that then would be able to inform like your next priority, right? So after you get the solar array, what's next? Is there an answer to that question? Do you have any sort of inclination of what you do after? I mean, obviously the solar will probably take a while. Like it'll probably take a year plus to get that together.
That's always been the roof for me, because we got way closer than I thought we would, and that it's made me very happy this year. I'm actually sure how to answer that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's
That's
the education standpoint. Yeah.
Like I've said, what? Curriculum, yeah. Like I said, our sustainable culture isn't great here. And that's something that we'll probably be constantly working on. Howry just mentioned something about curriculum. Like we do have our environmental science classes and stuff, but like, I remember we talked about this actually in the NHPR interview, because a lot of it was about like environmental education in our schools. Like most of us have had no environmental education unless we took a specific environmental class. Like I know even in like my AP biology classes, we barely hit on that. It's just not built into our curriculum. And we think it's just something that's really important that really needs to kind of be implemented in like our school, most schools, because the knowledge just isn't really there, and it's not held as high and important as it probably should be, especially since this is a very important issue for our future, for our generation, and it's definitely something that we need to know about. So that's definitely kind of an ongoing project for us, and maybe that'll become the focus after solar. Who knows? We just talked about the energy metering and stuff. If we can see places like we can cut down after we start doing metering and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, when we look broad scale across the whole economy, figuring out how to get carbon emissions out of our electricity is actually kind of the easier one. Like we know the solutions there. A much bigger challenge that is really hard is how to get heat for buildings like yours, right? It's an older building. It would have to have like extensive retrofits in order to stop burning oil to heat it. And figuring that one out is that's a tough nut. And there are other schools that have, do you have a wood chip furnace at White Mountains?
Yeah, we have a pellet stove.
Gotcha. So is it a central pellet heating for the whole building?
Yeah. It heats water pipes to go through the building.
Right on. So actually, never mind. You kind of worked on that one already. We at Clean Energy New Hampshire are big believers in the biomass industry, especially if it's sort of like locally sourced wood as a drop-in replacement for these older buildings. So okay, so you don't have to work on that one. So it's really just like wringing the savings out of the efficiency improvements that you can make in the rest of the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is still one propane boiler.
We can't hear Ms. Howry.
Sorry, there is still a propane boiler that's primary, and then the wood is a secondary. But these guys have also thought about transportation a bit, if you want to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of my last projects before I leave that I'm working on the side, we're trying to get a scope of our carbon impact as a whole. So I mean, we have information on the amount of electricity that we're using. We have the amount of wood pellets that we use, propane that we use. We're starting to look into what we create from getting to and from school. That's an aspect that isn't always looked at with buildings. I know that. Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, you have it on your wall, the carbon transport thing that we've looked at. Yeah. So yeah, we've looked at that in class. And so, yeah, it's a huge part of it. I've heard of different organizations that are, they say, well, technically we're net zero, but we're still deciding if we're going to include people getting to and from us. I know like the AMC is debating that. So that's something that we've decided, yeah, we want to see that viewpoint. The biggest part of that for us is education. So I had a slideshow to the whole school recently. And the main point that I hit on was we want to do this project so that you see how everyone has their impact. Even someone going to a small rural school like ours, like everyone is part of the impact that we're having. And so, yeah, we sent out a survey very recently that we're hoping to get as many people to take as we can on how they get to and from school, how far the distance is, the efficiency of their car, miles per gallon. They take the bus. We have different bus routes that we're going to map out in. It's going to be a bigger project beyond me, but we want to include that in our carbon emissions as a holistic view of our community.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, so I know you all have to run to your next class, so I'll let you go. But I'm first of all, thank you for taking the time to do this, and also really hoping to continue working with you all. It's really impressive what you're up to, and I think another next step is how do we spread this type of energy to other schools, right? How do we duplicate what you guys are doing so that you have a broader impact across more communities? Hey, so let's think about that for next time. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we are going to have an hour-long conversation with two Clean Energy New Hampshire staff, Chris Skoglund, the Director of Energy Transition, and Kelly Buchanan, who is our Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs. But just remember that great story that you just heard from the White Mountain Regional High School folks. That's the type of work that we're trying to do here at Clean Energy New Hampshire. Is we're directly assisting communities who have their own sustainability goals. So students like those can reach out to our staff, to Melissa Ailander in the North Country, to Josh Singer, who is our local energy solutions coordinator, who can connect them with resources they need in order to do that community-based work of reducing emissions and getting off of fossil fuels. So support our work, please. Again, we're here because today is New Hampshire Gives Day. You can head to our website, or you can just Google New Hampshire Gives, Clean Energy New Hampshire, and you'll find the landing page for the New Hampshire Gives site, and you'll be able to support our work right there and help us meet our match. We have a $10,000 match pool, which we are trying to double with donations made on this day. So please head online and help out. Okay, next up is we have the esteemed Clean Energy New Hampshire staff, who are here to answer your questions, or if we are not able to answer your questions because you're not submitting them, we're just going to hang out and chat on Zoom for for a while about what we do. So please, if you're watching right now, we do actually want to answer questions. So you could submit them on Twitter. You can submit them on Facebook. We're monitoring all our social media channels, and we'll have those funneled to us via Slack, and so we'll be able to take any questions that you submit. But I'd like to introduce Kelly Buchanan and Chris Skoglund, who's eventually going to be on camera. There he is. Hey, Chris. So maybe real quick, can we just start with introductions? How you came to Clean Energy New Hampshire, when you came to Clean Energy New Hampshire, and what was appealing about this work?
I'm going to defer to Kelly because she's senior staff. I don't know. It's only been 2 years. So hi everyone, Kelly Buchanan, Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs at Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I joined Clean Energy New Hampshire in March of 2020. So it was a wild time. I started, I think like the day after we were asked to stay home for 2 weeks. And so I ran into the office, grabbed my laptop, and then disappeared for a couple months. But it's been a really, really interesting ride getting to know Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I think I came to work for this organization because we've been seen as the advocate for clean energy. The work we do in a nonpartisan manner really is effective, and our presence at the State House is necessary. And, we're one of the only organizations that takes this unique approach to the clean energy landscape. And so being able to do that work really means a lot to me. And I love to hang out at the State House. So that's always fun.
I just came to work with Kelly. So keeping my story short, and that was one of the parts of it. I had worked for the state for 15 years almost on climate and energy efforts within the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and the Air Resources Division, and had kind of got to a point where I wanted to do more, but at the same time be a little bit more specific, and had reached the point where I realized that if I wanted to work on climate change, I really needed to be focusing on clean energy, and the work at the PUC was a place where it has its own pace, it has its own culture, but there was a lot of opportunity there to continue to move New Hampshire. We lag the rest of the New England states, and I know that well from having planned with them for 10 years. But at the PUC, there are opportunities to work there, and Sam invited me to join the team 5 months ago, and it was a natural fit because I'd actually first come across Clean Energy New Hampshire talking to Laura Richardson back in 2005 when I was actually getting my career started just before even DES, and then had been working very closely with the former executive director, Kate Epson, and then Madeline Minot. And there was a lot of natural overlap in the mission of DES and the mission of Clean Energy New Hampshire. And this just presented an opportunity to be even more focused on the work that had been growing in importance to me during my time at DES.
Yeah, it's interesting you said, oh, sorry, Chris.
Oh, and I was going to say, and Kelly took the legislative side, so I didn't have to go back to the legislature.
Yeah, it is interesting you say that though, because I came into the energy industry kind of as a blank slate. It's not something I had planned spending my career doing. I was more interested, coming out of college in my first few jobs in natural resources, land and water issues. And so I was doing that in a policy role, but all of my friends ended up in the energy industry. And I was like, well, this is fate.
Where all the cool kids are.
Yeah. And so I had to. I was friends with a couple of people on clean energy staff before I came here. And you get sucked in. It's a really good community and really interesting people.
Well, I also think so your previous panel, which makes me want to quit and go back 20 years to when I was actually a public school teacher and start over. I had been a public school teacher. I had actually left because I wasn't sure how I could be using my interest in climate change to be supporting students, 30 students in a class, 6 classes a day to kind of like advance anything. And so it's really was excited to see kind of how Clean Energy New Hampshire is working with those sorts of communities and school systems to be not just working in a legislative realm and not just working in a regulatory realm, but also how are we expanding into the education realm? Candidly, I'm also on the board of the Vermont Energy Education Program, which has the New Hampshire Energy Education Project. So I've never fully let that go. But one of the reasons why I ended up in the energy field is because it literally touches everything. It's the foundation of the economy, but in terms of touching on climate, it touches public health, it touches equity, it touches the environment, it touches the food system, and all of these different things that I'm interested in kind of go back to how are we managing the energy system, because as we're seeing now, and we'll see more in the future, they have direct impacts on the economy, community, social well-being.
Yeah. So, since we're doing disclosures, Chris is on the board of the Vermont and New Hampshire Energy Education Project. My wife also works for the New Hampshire Energy Education Project, who also helps White Mountain Regional High School. So it's funny that what I am told frequently by Aubrey is that don't reinvent the wheel. These things exist already. So simply partner with the people who are already doing what you want to do and support them. And actually, for me, beyond just the education sphere, that I think is a really key insight to how to be effective as a statewide organization. And I guess maybe in both of your arenas, maybe we could talk about that a bit. How important is it to work with our partners and our members specifically, because we have both business members who are, many of whom are clean energy companies, but others, they aren't all, right? We have manufacturers who are members of Clean Energy New Hampshire. And so I guess that's the question, is how important is it to work with our members and through our members in order to sort of advance good policies in New Hampshire?
Yeah, it's.
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go, Kelly. I was going to say, I don't want to go before Kelly.
No, we all have too much to say. This is the problem when we all get together. Yeah, so working with our members is incredibly important, especially at the State House. I can go to the State House and say a lot of things and talk to a lot of people. But at the end of the day, I'm, doing this work on behalf of a nonprofit organization and representing our membership as well. And their stories are the ones that really move legislators. And if we have business members or individuals even coming into the State House, municipalities as well, to tell legislators what their challenges have been, where they're seeing a need for change, that's incredibly impactful. And it's part of my job, but it's also what makes my work a lot easier in capturing those stories and communicating exactly, where the needs are and the reason and the rationale for doing those things. But I'm sure Chris and Sam have other stories too.
I think the way I've looked at it over the past 15 years is I am a cell biologist, and I can't escape that. The closest I've gotten is actually a little bit of grad work where I took one class that sort of touched on climate change and then am self-taught in all these other arenas. But what I do recognize is that I also used to be a ropes course facilitator, and I used to kind of help people move through experiences where they start with one level experience and they end with an understanding of the world, but it came from them all working together. And that's actually something that I've continued to see be something that we can do well in New Hampshire because we are such a small state. There can be a lot of strength gained by working together and collaborating and finding what is like a truth that exists for the many that we might not be able to see on our own. And a metaphor I use very often for this work is like, I'm not a climate change or a clean energy specialist. I like to make stone soup. I show up with the stone and I convince everyone else to bring the potatoes and the carrots. And then in the end, we create something fantastic and delicious and useful. So that's the work that we had done at DES when we created the climate action plan. There was also a policy review back in 2012. And then I had also used at in developing a New England and Eastern Canadian plan, where at Clean Energy New Hampshire, there's a tremendous opportunity to do that, but across among municipalities, among the drive electric, so the electric vehicle stakeholders, among the legislative, the solar industry, the clean energy industry. There's all of these groups that we have, maybe not the expertise to be the specialist in any one area, but we have the dedicated staff with the skills to convene people and bring them together and create conversations that would not otherwise have. Because candidly, they're just maybe not being had either at the PUC or the legislature yet. So for instance, the Drive Electric New Hampshire initiative, which we host and work very closely with Granite State Clean Cities, which is a long-standing effort funded by the feds located at DES, is looking at how do we bring in non-traditional voices and opinions into the conversation about EVs. So we're not just talking about charging companies and auto companies, but how do we look at travel and tourism interests that will benefit from people coming from Quebec, coming from Massachusetts, coming from Connecticut, bringing in their dollars into our economy. But then that ends up having kind of the ancillary benefit of helping drivers inside the state. How do we bring in interests that were typically not involved in energy, but bringing them into a broader conversation because they have a different voice at the legislature, a different perspective at the PUC, and I think can help us all carry water down the fields, because on our own, people don't tend to listen to me very much.
I listen to you all the time, Chris. I also think that, for me, it just sort of comes down to human psychology, right? Who says something matters just as much as what they're saying, and we tend to believe people that we trust. And so I can make a whole set of points and be completely ignored if someone doesn't know me or trust me. But if someone they know or trust makes those same set of points, it can be all the more compelling. And so I think, for me, thinking about the goal of today, right? So the goal of today is New Hampshire Gives. We're trying to get people to become members of Clean Energy New Hampshire by supporting us with a donation at the New Hampshire Gives website. Google it, New Hampshire Gives Clean Energy NH. But also, we're trying to get folks to get engaged. And I think that's the thing that we can do, that other groups, maybe are not so well poised to do, which is that because we're tracking all of these different policy questions, be they dockets at the PUC, be they bills at the legislature, we can track and see what's happening, and then bring in the voices of our members when it's most appropriate and sort of like most impactful, and try to move the needle in New Hampshire. And so that's my value proposition to anyone who's listening and considering signing up as a member of Clean Energy New Hampshire is we're sort of your eyes and ears, and then we will reach out to you so that you can make your voice heard at the right moment.
Yeah, we definitely offer.
That's not a question. I don't have a question, but I should be asking questions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, some of those resources we offer, we do weekly policy calls during the legislative session, which is typically January to sometime in May or June. And so we keep our members updated on what's going on and notify them of areas where they can participate. And then on Chris's side, we kind of decode the PUC, or Chris, you do, in those regulatory updates. You make it digestible, because those dockets can be really overwhelming.
Well, I think in both cases, what Clean Energy New Hampshire can do is it can support what is very often an eclectic mix of stakeholders. That we have individuals that I've interacted with, and I don't get kind of the Game of Thrones fun that Kelly does at the legislature, but like municipal staff, or municipal volunteers on boards and councils. They'll work with our Josh, who's the coordinator for our community programs, but they'll also are interested in understanding the PUC. They have like 5 minutes to dedicate to this of the week. So they can come to us and say, all right, what do I need to know? How do I engage? All right, I can't do any of that, but I can write a letter over the next 3 weeks. What should it say? And so we've actually seen not us putting our content out, but us providing a service to two communities that ultimately then became members of Clean Energy New Hampshire. They wrote letters. It was very much from them, entirely through their experience, their desire, their drive, but they knew where to send it. They knew when to send it, because they had found us and were using us as just kind of as an assist. And it ended up being, with one of those particular letters, the PUC was very interested. The commissioners were very interested in what that municipality had to say, because they were providing content that no one else could, a perspective that no one else could. I wish it had been listened to a little bit more, but still, like in the future, we will be getting more and more people in my hope, more and more representatives from business and municipalities to be able to participate in these very complex affairs, whether it's at the legislative level, whether it's at like a PPA, like Jack was talking about earlier, or at the legislature, which I think I just said. So legislature, PUC, PPA, funding.
So really sort of like high level, maybe we could talk about what is the environment right now that we're seeing at these at the PUC and at the legislature. And I guess what I'd want folks to understand is where are the opportunities given our current political environment. And I know, I will say I am an optimist generally, but the past year has really tested that optimist's outlook. And so I think, there might be a lot of people who are sort of pessimistic about the prospect of progress in New Hampshire policy right now. But given what you're seeing, maybe just like, do you have any ideas? And maybe Kelly, can we start with you? I mean, I know you've been talking to a lot of our business members lately about what they're seeing.
Yeah, so I call myself a realist, but I think other people call me a pessimist. That's fine.
In that way, Kelly and I balance each other out quite well.
Yeah. I don't know. The state house is really tricky, right? Especially the energy issues, because they are so important. A lot of folks who get into the legislature or representatives or senators are really interested in filling those sorts of committees. So on the House side, we have House Science, Tech, and Energy. And then on the Senate side, we have Senate Energy and Natural Resources. And the House committees are usually between 20 and 25 people, depending on how many show up on a given day. And the Senate committees are consistently 5 for the smaller topics outside of budgeting items. So we work really closely with that group of legislators. I think in terms of my realistic view of the outlook at the State House, I think the Senate has been really innovative in attempting to find consensus items, and they're skilled negotiators. We have a lot of really great senators who practice and live by the art of negotiation and finding where we can agree and how we can do things creatively. And I'm thinking about community power programs and expanded municipal net metering, and those sorts of policies are a give and take. There are concessions on each side, and especially with energy efficiency this year in House Bill 549, honestly, no one won, quote unquote. We saved our energy efficiency program, so each side had such polarized views of exactly where energy efficiency should move in New Hampshire. Nobody really won there, but we had a consensus agreement to move forward in some fashion. And that is, to use the euphemism, where the sausage is made. So that's really our goal at Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I think we see a lot of that work done on the Senate side. And that's not meant to discourage the House, but when you end up with more people and a little bit more turnover in the House in terms of membership, because they're so large, we have 400 representatives, it becomes a little more tricky, right, to work in that sort of environment. And I know there's going to be a lot of turnover in the next session. And we're losing about half of the Senate, and that's 24 members. So there's going to be a lot of change on that side. I'm hoping that we can retain some of the institutional knowledge. And I know a couple of the energy folks, people who have really dedicated their legislative careers to energy, are sticking around, which is great to hear. But it will be a different dynamic on that side. And then on the House side, there's a lot of representatives who are retiring. They've had really long, dedicated periods of service, and their time, they've come to the end of it there. So there will be some change as we go in the next legislative session. And in terms of what I think we can get done, I know I'll pass it off to Chris on this item because he is our EV enthusiast. And so there's a big opportunity for EV policy in the state, right? Utilities can agree on that. Clean energy advocates can agree on that. Transportation sector emissions and greenhouse gases, 43% in New Hampshire. That's a big chunk. And hey, look, a graph. Yeah. And so, that's a big area where we can make meaningful progress on climate change, while kind of dancing around the issue. And I say that in the most, appreciative manner, is that, that's how we find consensus. How can we do a market-driven solution for EVs that also helps us reduce our transportation sector emissions?
Well, and on that point, I mean, I think the sweet spot right now, well, 2 things, right? I think a lot of people don't realize there actually really is a lot of support for clean energy policies from the New Hampshire Senate in particular. The Senate Republicans are much less, they're much more supportive of clean energy policies, and so that is a bright spot. And but the sweet spot we have found generally has been making the argument on technologies that already are mature and can save people money. And so, Chris and I both drive EVs right now, especially if you have solar on your roof. You can be driving at the equivalent of $1 a gallon gas, and that's pretty attractive when my other car's a diesel. And I think I fueled up at like $6 a gallon recently, which has really encouraged me to leave that car home.
Yeah, I think so. In optimism, where technology is now has me feeling like we're going to be successful no matter what, at a regional level and at a national level and an international level. Whether we're successful in time to avoid, some of the most significant impacts of climate change, which have significant equity issues and regional impacts due to heat and sea level rise, time will tell. But I think in terms of the energy transition, the costs have come down so much for solar, so much for storage, so much for EVs. They don't all cost what the original value or price for a Tesla was, which seems to be many people's assumptions that it's north of $100,000. Like these things have me realizing that it's just going to be where people naturally move because it costs less than conventional oil, gas, propane, diesel options that we have relied on for more than a century. And so that makes me optimistic at a more global scale. I'm a little bit more cautious and pessimistic at New Hampshire because we lack, compared to all the other New England states, any sort of statutory greenhouse gas targets. And we also lack kind of more innovative clean energy policy goals that are in statute. And so there's a lack of kind of a market signal that would drive certain businesses, even the utilities, to be making investments. The utilities, it makes sense because when you come over to the world that I live in at the PUC, they can't argue for certain types of cost recovery because there's no statute, there's no policy for them to point to and say, we have to make this investment in this particular way because it's required. Other states are moving forward in that regard. Another area that and so because of that, we are projected to be behind significantly on EV adoption, heat pump adoption, these technologies that are emerging cost effective now and represent significant opportunities to not just reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which I am obsessed with, but overall energy consumption and therefore dollars expended by our economy. Like we were talking about with White Mountain, energy efficiency is the cheapest fuel. Electric vehicles and heat pumps are efficiency. They just happen to use electricity as the fuel, but it's their technology that is so much more efficient than traditional energy technologies. But we're at also another difficult or challenging point in time because we've recently, through legislation, reconceived the PUC, created a Department of Energy. And so at this point, our PUC has kind of 3 new commissioners as opposed to commissioners that are installed every 2 years and have 6-year terms so that there's institutional knowledge. So they are all relatively new, but they also are relatively short staffed. They were created through a process where there may not have been as much legislative or opportunity for the legislature to dig in and say, is this the right staffing structure? Is this the right staffing level? It was included in a budget bill, and so it was moved through without as much debate. And so there are questions about whether the PUC in its current form has the resources in order to be looking at everything that is put in front of it. But we also have a Department of Energy, which took many of the old PUC staff and is in itself is staffing up, opening new divisions like the Division of Wind or Wind Energy. And so the state is in this point where, as Kelly pointed out, we've got legislative turnover. We've just had our PUC turnover. We've got a new agency being created. And we're also in the middle of an energy transition, which is happening organically. New Hampshire may be at a disadvantage because we don't have the policies, the staffing, and the regulations in place to speed that transition as fast as it would otherwise, and therefore capture the energy savings, the cost savings, and the emission savings that our surrounding states will see. And my big concern is that we will lose out on the economic development that can come with that transition because we don't jump on it in time. But the optimism comes because we're starting to see the auto dealers, travel and tourism interests come forward and say, nope, we need this. And they're bringing a new voice to the table that I have not seen in the 15 years that I've been involved in this. And that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt, Kelly, but we actually did get an audience question.
Cool.
So if you are listening right now and you have a question, please do send it to us. You can send it via email if you'd like. The address is hello@cleanenergynh.org. You can also tweet it at us. And I think we're monitoring our other social media channels too. But the question is about EV charging infrastructure. So we have a Chevy Bolt driver, Melanie McDonough, who is concerned about the lack of charging infrastructure in the state of New Hampshire, and is looking for just an overview of what's happening with investments in EV charging, and will we ever see a network like what Tesla drivers have access to, but available for folks who drive a vehicle like a Chevy Bolt. Which, by the way, on your point, Chris, about these not all being super expensive cars, the 2022 Chevy Bolt is MSRP is $31,000, which is actually less than the median price of an average car, including gas cars. So these are in fact mass market vehicles at this point. So anyway, where are we with EV charging infrastructure? What's coming down the pike? What can we expect over the next couple of years?
I'm going to take a pin and put it in Kelly's thought because I'm interested in what she has to say, because I might be able to use it for work. So I also drive a Bolt. I've driven it 75,000 miles, and I've probably used public charging, for Melanie's exact point, maybe 4 times. I don't even have DC fast charging installed because it was extra when we had the opportunity to buy a Bolt. It was another like $7,000 or $8,000, but there was no DC fast charging network that I knew that I could rely on. So why spend the money? And so we built our lives around driving the Bolt as much as possible, and then driving the Subaru only when needed. And the Subaru is not really driving much right now because of that high gas price and working at home. But we are very closely watching the state's efforts and the region's efforts to adopt electric vehicle charging in the state. And one of the problems that we face is that policies don't quite match where funding is right now. And so we have the VW fund, which has allocated $4.6 million to put towards electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging. And DES has done its very best. And I don't just say that because they might be listening, and I have colleagues there and worked for them for a long time, to try to figure out how do they get out a RFP, request for proposals, to begin the installation of DC fast charging on travel corridors around the state. And we're viewing that as being critically important because we need to be moving people longer distances. Like once you get on a highway, 95, 93, 89, even 101 or Route 3, we need to be able to make sure that people can use these. And so having DC fast charging, or for people like me, level 2 charging available on these corridors is really important, because if you have access to the charging, you can start to double the distance that you can travel. What I mean by that is my car can only go 150 miles from my house if there's no charging, because I have to turn around halfway. But if there's charging at 300 miles, I can load up and then keep going. And so that's the benefit of putting it on these corridors. And that's why DES has focused on making sure that the funding is allocated for those important travel corridors. The challenge is that the state doesn't have policies in place that would allow utilities to make certain investments, which we refer to as make-ready investments. So are they allowed to invest ratepayer dollars in transformers, in other system upgrades that would be required for a public charging station to be able to handle very high capacity loads? Imagine like 4 electric vehicles all charging. DC fast charging is the highest level capacity that you can charge. That's a pretty heavy load all at once. And if utilities can't make that investment and pass it on to ratepayers and socialize the cost, then the developer or the site host has to cover that cost. And that can be, at this point, a very considerable part of the cost of developing these stations. The problem is those 4 cars charging that I just described might be a very rare instance. Some sites might only see 1 charger or 1 charge per week, 1 or 2 charges on the weekend, and they can't recover the total capital investment that goes into developing an electric vehicle site. And so what we need is a combination of the public funds, whether it's VW or as well as private funds coming in. And then ideally we would have make-ready funds that are available from the utilities. So we have 3 legs of a stool that can be making these investments possible. And I think that's where we're starting to see the recognition that New Hampshire will see some chargers built. We've got the VW funds. We're going to have funds coming in from the bipartisan infrastructure law of 2021. 17 million may come to the state again, just dedicated towards the very fastest types of charging and those corridor areas. But the idea is that once we can meet those higher cost charging stations and we start to see more organic adoption of EVs, more travelers coming in, then we'll start to see more communities, more businesses put level 2 charging, either at grocery stores or at hotels or at cinemas. I know when I've traveled into Maine, we've actually charged our vehicle at the very end of our charging range at a hotel. And we're going to start to see private entities do that as well. I know in Manchester, Hannaford has partnered with Volta to put charging at the grocery store. And they're looking at adopting that kind of all around the Maine and New Hampshire region that Hannaford operates. So private companies will be adopting this and making it easier for us all. And I'm getting into kind of going beyond the short TED Talk and into like a longer class version.
I was just going to say it's time for Kelly to weigh in.
So yeah, gong show. What I'm saying is we're behind. Things are being done, but it's going to take a coalition working on at the policy level to get direction, possibly to the PUC and state agencies, to get more firmly behind the public element. So we're going to have to lean on policy in order to get regulations. And it becomes kind of this give and take over the next several years to try to get out and ahead. While, as Sam said, the Bolt is coming down in price. We're almost at the point where EVs are going to be cheaper to buy, much less own and operate than a gas and diesel vehicle.
That's true. I need to get on that. I think I'm the only one here that doesn't have an EV.
Yeah, I think Bolts actually, they just dropped the price and it may be even $26,000. Like
yeah, I do need a new car. But
they're selling them like rotisserie chickens at Market Basket now. They're loss leaders.
rotisserie chicken really has a hold on our population at the moment.
But sort of a more concrete sort of nuts and bolts, right, is we've got 17 million to be spent over 5 years from the bipartisan infrastructure law, 3 million coming out in the first tranche from the Volkswagen settlement money, supported by $2 million of Make Ready that Eversource has proposed, but has not been approved yet by the Public Utilities Commission. And we are very much hopeful that the Public Utilities Commission will see the light and see the wisdom of this very, very modest investment that will sort of spread the Volkswagen money farther. And those are the sources of funding that are confirmed and are coming down the pike, and that will build out sort of the fast charging spine of our eventual charging network. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we could just talk a bit about our day to day. Like what is it like to work at Clean Energy New Hampshire? How do we operate? And so that people know, as they're, oh, by the way, update for those. So today's New Hampshire Gives, please make your donation online. You can find the link at our website, cleanenergynh.org. You can just Google NH Gives and Clean Energy NH, and you'll find the landing page. Please donate online, because that gives us access to this match pool that the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits has made available. We have a bunch of our board members and also supporters of Clean Energy New Hampshire have put together a match pool that we are trying to leverage to meet our fundraising goal for today. It's a $10,000 match pool that we have put together, and against that match pool, we have already raised about $6,000. So we're over halfway to our goal. So thank you everyone who's contributed already. If you're listening now, please pitch in. But for those who are supporting Clean Energy New Hampshire today, what is the job? Like, what are they supporting? And maybe can each of you talk about what you do, but also how you interact with the other staff, because obviously, like, this is sort of the policy team right now, but we have a lot of other initiatives apart from just our policy work. And I'm going to very quickly head to grab myself a snack while you answer this question, because I'm going to be on this live stream for a long time.
Yeah, sustenance is key. I guess I'll jump in. My day to day, it changes a lot seasonally. So working with the legislature, you kind of, it's kind of like going back to school. There's a period where you're really busy and you're doing a lot. So in January, the legislative session starts. you're at the state, or at least I'm at the State House a lot. Typically, you know, sometimes we'll have meetings that go from 10 to 4, 10 to 5. You're hearing bills that are having public hearings. You're having other lobbyists, general people, stakeholders, other nonprofits, all sorts of folks come and testify on these bills, share their public opinion. And then in that process, you know, the committee will work on the bill potentially and then vote on the bill. And then it all changes over. So if the bill started in the House, then it goes to the Senate if it was supported, and then vice versa. And so that's called crossover. And that's another period of kind of getting organized and seeing what made it through the first part of the session. And then we're racing towards the finish line, right? And we're trying to see, you know, what ends up sticking when it hits the wall, where are we having some pinch points, and then the negotiation period kind of starts as we get closer to May. And if both the Senate and the House have disagreed on a certain bill, then we end up in a committee of conference process, and those are where the really nitty-gritty negotiations take place. So a lot of my day-to-day at the State House, I kind of compare it to high school. You go into class, you listen to some stuff, and then you go in the hall and you chat a lot. So a big portion of my job is relationship building and making contacts, making relationships that are meaningful and that can be impactful in future, you know, conversations, having that social capital built up so that you can call upon someone when you need their support or their, you know, vocal opposition. Being able to utilize that network is really important in my role. In the off season, and we are currently in the off season, things slow down quite a bit, but it's a planning process for us. So this summer, I'm working a lot on reaching out to our business members at Clean Energy New Hampshire, hearing what their challenges are, what they're working on, things that have come up in the past year that have been roadblocks that we could possibly solve in a policy manner. And so hearing that feedback is really important to us. It's part of our membership service, and having that one-on-one conversation with policy staff is always something that we encourage. So doing that, we're also starting to plan and coordinate some coalitions around, you know, what are our legislative priorities for 2023. And there's, you know, part of that planning process, and, you know, what can we expect? What will we need to react to? And then there's another side that's more proactive. You know, what do we want to ask of our senators and representatives? What can we get accomplished? And folks are usually pretty surprised to hear that a lot of the legislation that moves through the State House is actually written by lobbyists or by nonprofits or by constituents of different representatives and senators. And oftentimes those bills are the ones that get to the finish line. So we really have a citizens legislature in New Hampshire, and our opinions matter quite heavily. So by the time we hit September, we have a pretty good idea of what's going to be going on for 2023. They'll start filing bills. Those are like the first drafts that go through the process of the Office of Legislative Services. They're drafted by attorneys in terms of making sure all of the references are correct, and we find where they fit into the existing statute with those staff. And in an election year, we get another chance, another bite at the apple after everyone's elected at the end of November. And then it starts getting really busy in December, trying to, you know, the official versions of these bills come out, their bill numbers, and the process starts all again in January. So that's my role, but Chris has, you know, the other side of the regulatory, and we should hear about that too.
I just want to emphasize like how important the relationships that Kelly is making at the legislature are. We have, in terms of our legislature, 424 members, 24 in the Senate, as she mentioned, 400 in the House, and we're the third largest parliamentary body in the English-speaking world. And these, and again, like she mentioned, it's a volunteer legislature. They are not significantly compensated for their time, but more importantly, they do not have a bench of legislative aides to support them on the various committees that they are on, or be reviewing all of the bills that they have before them. And there are about 1,000 bills filed a year. And so the relationships are really important, because very often, if you have the trust and a relationship with legislators, they'll come to you as the legislative aides. And so the significant number of the science, technology, environment, and the energy and natural resource on the Senate side, legislators will query us on a constant basis because they don't have anyone else to help them understand what they're looking at. And that's not to say that we have an undue bias. They're consulting others. But this is where having spending the time over at the legislature really does matter. Similarly, differently, at the Public Utilities Commission, where I spend a lot of my time, rather than everything being compressed into 6 months, we actually joke that we celebrate the birthdays of dockets. There was one docket that just got wrapped up back in March, and it had nearly been in existence for 7 years. So we're talking about a first grader. And their relationships are really important because you need to know the staff that are coming and going, because people literally have significant parts of their careers that may happen during a regulatory proceeding, but then when they leave, it leaves a gap in kind of our institutional knowledge. So understanding who's filling in their place, what their perspectives are, and then also it does become a little bit of a community where even parties that might have opposing sides will recognize that you've been left off an email, and they'll follow up and be like, oh, you missed this, or I need your perspective. We just want to make sure you're okay with this. We know you're going to hate it. But it's a small enough community that we're constantly recognizing that we may not agree in this case, but there are 5 other cases where we might find common cause. Similarly, some of the proceedings have what seems like a little bit of relevance to topics that might be priorities for us, our members, the board at this point in time. But being in a hearing room for 8 hours might result in 5 minutes of discussion that then matters 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. And all of a sudden, because it's all connected, being in that room, being able to make connections with people, being able to make connections between dockets becomes really important. And so that's been one of the easier points of my transition from DES over to Clean Energy New Hampshire back on January 1st, is I was able to carry a lot of the prior experience I had, the prior 7 years I've had at the PUC. But then there's been some expanded work, because there are areas where Clean Energy New Hampshire has an interest that the state didn't from an environmental standpoint. And that has been great for us to be more exposed, more engaged. And the relationships kind of allowed us to say, hey, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Can you bring me up to speed? And people make the time for that. And there are, similar at the legislature, shifting coalitions so that some groups will sign on to what's called a settlement. And without going into too much detail, it's a set of agreement. It's like agreements that would be arrived at the end of a case about all of the parties that are formally part of the case that have unique standing before the commission might agree to. And when they submit it, they're saying, we agree to all of these things together. And if you take apart any one of these things, the agreement doesn't stand as separate parts, it's all together. And so the relationships are important, because putting that settlement together, putting that agreement together, which can be both an interpretation of policy and the creation of some new precedent, takes a lot of time and patience, emails and meetings. And it is as much a legal negotiation as anything else.
Yeah, can I just jump in and
Yes,
point
absolutely.
out for folks, PUC is a quasi-judicial body. So you, for all intents and purposes, are in a court. So you're sitting before a panel of 3, a little different, but same process occurs. You know, you present your argument, there's cross-examination, there's questions between all the different parties, all of that goes onto the record at some point. But the thing that also makes the PUC a little bit different is that we have these things called technical sessions, and those are where all the stakeholder negotiations take place. And the commissioners, the judges in this case, aren't there. And so the stakeholders get an opportunity to try to mediate and arrive at some sort of an agreement that will settle the case. And so that's your settlement agreement.
And this is why Clean Energy New Hampshire staff are constantly complimenting each other, because Kelly's good with specifics and I'm good with like really big general thought clouds. But I think that's also one of the things with participating in the PUC requires time, and it requires a specialized knowledge. And so just like with the legislature, and the more time you spend there, the better you can get at it. And that makes it difficult. It's almost a barrier to participation. And so we represent both the interests of our members, but then there's also partners that we do know, people that we work with in different venues that we're constantly like checking in on to say, what's your perspective on this matter? Because we can't be experts on everything, but we do have time and staff and funding for me to sit at the legislature, not the legislature, at the Public Utilities Commission and listen through the hearings, through the technical sessions, through the settlement agreement discussions. And so that's kind of one of our values, is we are pretty much the only clean energy entities that is fully dedicated clean energy entity that is at the PUC across many different disciplines. We have partners in the environmental realm, partners in the ratepayer realm, partners in the utility space, but we bring our particular perspective and are able to represent that on a continuous, ongoing, long-term basis, because Sam and the board like prioritize that and decided that that's where we're going to put time and effort, and therefore allow Kelly to spend more time at the legislature. One of the other things that we're also doing is, and that I'm rebuilding and actually also newly creating, is there's some stakeholder groups like the Drive Electric New Hampshire Policy Group that now that we're starting to talk about legislation, I'm going to be working even more and more closely with Kelly, because while I might facilitate the group, there's going to be ideas that I think she's going to be working with and hopefully operationalizing. But then we also have a municipal roundtable group. We're bringing together the municipalities in the state that have either greenhouse gas goals, climate goals, or renewable energy targets. And the purpose in bringing those entities together is they have a unique voice. They tend to be cities. They tend to be have dedicated staff that can focus on planning municipal wide, so municipality, business, and residential energy or emissions consumption. Very big picture, like geographic in scale for the municipality, but they have common interests, but they also have a unique voice at the legislature. And by sharing and working together at the municipal, what we call the municipal roundtable meetings, they have an opportunity to decide what might they be able to advance at the legislature, or even bring to the Public Utilities Commission, because some of them do intervene. Some of them are large enough that their staff can actually intervene at the PUC. And so trying to find, again, where do we bring stakeholders together to help advance their own agenda in parallel to ours, because sometimes it overlaps and sometimes it's just close enough.
I think for those who are listening right now, the big takeaway should be, this is incredibly time intensive and it requires these really specialized sets of knowledge and skills, and also like having continuity, so that you know when that docket that just graduated and became a first grader, that you know the whole history of that docket, and you can reference that history in other dockets and make compelling arguments before the commissioners. Or if you're at the legislature and these lawmakers who have been elected and they've only been there for 2 years, and they don't know the full history, that you can make them aware of that history as you testify on a bill that's been brought up that perhaps is ill-advised, and they don't know why it's ill-advised because they haven't been around for that full history. That's why it's really important to have staff who are dedicated to following these issues and can make sure that that nothing's slipping between the cracks. And I think that's the vision for us here at Clean Energy New Hampshire, is that we will be that continuity, that institutional memory, those experts in those rooms, but then also we'll reach out to you, the members, to bring your voice in again, sort of when it's going to be most impactful, so that you don't have to be there every day. Like, we'll be there every day for you, but we will make sure that your voice is heard too. That's, I think, the real vision that we're trying to bring to state level policymaking.
Definitely. And it's not just us three too. We haven't touched on our other staff members yet. Sam, do you want to go ahead and do that?
Yeah. So there's a whole team. There's 7 of us now, and I think where we're really looking to expand is into support to local communities, and I think that's part of the message that I'd like to bring here on this day of New Hampshire Gives. That yes, we want to focus at the state level, but also increasingly communities are really leading on these issues, and they have their own ambitions that perhaps are being occasionally stymied by state level policy questions, but there are new sources of funding that are increasingly coming online. If we're in particular looking at things like electric vehicle infrastructure, there are competitive grants that were part of the bipartisan infrastructure law that communities can apply for. And we'd really like to be there to assist communities in doing that and provide, again, technical assistance and expertise so that they can be more likely to be successful in that competitive process. And so and this, you know, I'm really fortunate as an executive director to have inherited a bunch of really great staff, but also really great ideas. And I think the Circuit Riders program falls really well into that category, where we have Melissa Ailander in the North Country, who you heard us reference in our last interview with the folks at White Mountain Regional High School, who works with North Country communities to complete their energy projects. And she's what we call our North Country Circuit Rider, Energy Circuit Rider. And the goal for the next year is to start to expand that program statewide, so that we'll have next a Monadnock region circuit rider, and then maybe a Seacoast circuit rider, and then a Lakes region circuit rider. And, you know, all of this is sort of to be determined still, but that's the goal, is that every community will have a dedicated staffer who's going to be there to help them with whatever their priorities are, you know, be it solar on your school, be it electric vehicle chargers, be it electric school buses, whatever it is that your community is excited about. The circuit riders will help your community achieve those goals. And so that's kind of an expansion of what we have sort of inherited. Is an initiative called the Local Energy Solutions Group, which was a working group that was stood up to support local energy committees at municipalities. And so we have our Local Energy Solutions Coordinator, Josh Singer, who has been helping towns as he can. But I think one of my main takeaways is that it's really just too much work for one person to cover every town in the state of New Hampshire. And we have these volunteer energy committees that just need help. And so that's what we're hoping to do, is we're hoping to step into that role and sort of put resources on the table so that communities will have that help. And so that's a major initiative here at Clean Energy New Hampshire. It's what I spend most of my time trying to, especially since Chris came on board, and it meant that I had to devote less of my attention to the Public Utilities Commission, and since Kelly took over the legislature, and so I have to spend less of my time thinking about the legislature, I'm thinking about where do we grow next, and I think that's our next big priority. And then that has meant that as we're looking to transition the Local Energy Solutions work over to the Circuit Riders program, that means that Josh Singer, who's our LES program coordinator, can focus on the other thing that he has sort of taken under his umbrella, which is Drive Electric New Hampshire. And so that's an initiative, a longstanding initiative of Clean Energy New Hampshire, that you know, it was really focused on education and awareness and just, you know, enthusiasm for EVs. And now that work has really started to pivot towards the policy side of things. So how can we, once again, bring together all of the stakeholders, find the common ground on where electric vehicle policy, where we can make progress, and then bring that coalition of folks to the appropriate bodies to make their voices heard. And so there are a number of committees that we have stood up as part of Drive Electric New Hampshire. And if folks are interested in participating in any of those committees, they should reach out. And then you know, a shout out to Beth Sansusi, our deputy director, who is here in the office with me today, despite the fact that she is very sick and should be at home, but is the glue that holds it all together, and makes us look good, makes us sound good, makes sure that we're not forgetting to to deliver any of our deliverables, and that's essentially the whole. Oh, and the latest member of the team is Gabriel Chelius, who is working up in the North Country. He's the second hire of our North Country program, and is up there to help. So Melissa helps municipalities with their sustainability goals, and Gabriel, his job will be to help small businesses in the North Country to unlock energy efficiency and renewable energy savings on their energy bills. So that's the whole team as of now. That's how we operate, and I really hope that folks, if you're listening on the live stream, that you'll support that work. Whew. So last we've got about 5 minutes. Next up is we're gonna have two members of the Clean Energy New Hampshire Board of Directors, Tom Burak and Julia Griffin, who are going to talk about why they want us to be on the board, but also what their hopes and dreams for the future of Clean Energy New Hampshire are. But before we get them on, you know, I guess the question I'd ask the two of you is, if you were watching this live stream and contemplating a gift to Clean Energy New Hampshire, what's like your pitch, your value proposition for why we're an organization you should support? Put you on the spot.
I'll go. This is my favorite thing to say. We are the only nonprofit in New Hampshire focusing specifically on clean energy. You know, there are a lot of important topics that surround clean energy, like climate and the economy and all sorts of different things, workforce, but we are working specifically on clean energy development that benefits the Granite State, that provides, you know, a healthy atmosphere for us all to live, but also a strong economic future. And so we really fill a unique role in the New Hampshire political landscape, and the work that we do day to day is on the ground, advocating for interests that are nonpartisan and really beneficial for our future. So we've got that forward-looking attitude and the dedication to make it happen.
And I'm not in comms, so I'm going to use a terrible metaphor. I view us as being almost this mycorrhizae that exists in a forest ecosystem that bring all of the roots together, regardless of the plant species. And so we function across all the different hierarchies, whether working at the local level, working at the regional level, starting to work with planning commissions, working within the state, but we've also begun to partner with external bodies outside of the state, and being kind of able to downscale best practices to what we're doing here, drawing some more attention to this region. But we're also recognizing that it's not just one sector. When I got started, I was really, really excited about the electric generation sector. But as you heard, I just completely info dumped on the electric vehicle sector. Everything is kind of coming together, and we have work occurring in each of in the building sector, the electric sector, the transportation sector, at all of those different scales. And it's a lean staff, but because we have the long-term, the experience and expertise in each role, and the time dedicated to spend within each of those hierarchies, in each of those different disciplines, we're able to build connections and create an outsized impact on the overall policy landscape. And that's what gives me a lot of optimism for the future.
Yeah, we
Awesome.
certainly build that consensus.
I'm gonna let the two of you go. We have our next guest sitting in the waiting room, so thank you so much. Oh, and here's what I'm gonna do, because Beth reminded me, because she, once again, Beth Sansusi is the glue that holds the organization together. We have an event coming up, so if anyone is tuned in right now and is curious, Kelly is leading on this one. Ta-da! We have a webinar coming up Friday, June 10th at noon, this Friday, where you can get a legislative recap of what happened. Kelly, just a little preview maybe of what's coming up on Friday?
Yeah, we'll go over what passed, what didn't, how things went this legislative session, and a brief overview of all those bills. So you know which issues came up, and some of them are age-old issues, things we've seen many, many times, and some of them are a little bit different and a little bit new. So it'll be a really nice overview of 2022 and what happened in terms of clean energy policy.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time.
All right.
Thanks.
Stay hydrated, Sam.
I don't drink
You
water,
guys.
I only drink coffee. Thank you all so much for listening and tuning in. We are storming along in our goal here to raise an additional $10,000, which is on top of the $10,000 challenge grant that has been put up by this core group of Clean Energy New Hampshire supporters. So please make a gift, make it online through the New Hampshire Gives portal. There's a link to it on our homepage, cleanenergynh.org, but you can also just Google Clean Energy NH and NH Gives, and you'll find the landing page. It's right there. Make your gift to support that work that you just heard from the Clean Energy New Hampshire staff. You make it possible. So next up, I'm going to admit our next two guests coming on together. We are going to hear from the chair of the Clean Energy Board, which is Thomas Burak, and also one of the newest members of the Clean Energy New Hampshire Board, Julia Griffin, who I believe is still the town manager in the city of Hanover, or town of Hanover, excuse me, but soon to be the former city manager, which I think her community is probably pretty sad about. So I think my goal for this conversation really it's to let you all talk about whatever you'd like to talk about, what you're excited about, what you think, what brought you to the Clean Energy New Hampshire board, and why you said yes when in Julia, in your case, when I gave you the call, but in Tom, in your case, was it Madeline who reached out to you?
Well, I think it was probably a mutual effort to bring together like-minded folks to talk about how we get together to work for the best of New Hampshire.
Well, so that's the question is when you got the call to come onto the Clean Energy New Hampshire board, why did you say yes? What was attractive about the organization? And what are your hopes for the future? And I think, Tom, I'm going to start with Julia.
Absolutely.
So, Sam, Hanover has been working pretty vigorously on multiple sustainability initiatives and focused on 100% commitment to renewable energy as part of our Ready for 100 commitment that we made back in 2017. And very quickly, we learned that the work at that point that Henry Herndon was doing as the local energy coordinator for communities in New Hampshire on behalf of Clean Energy New Hampshire was a really important resource for us as a municipality. I think we may have been the first municipal member of Clean Energy New Hampshire, which to me, joining was a no-brainer as a community because we were looking for life preservers. We were looking for every resource we possibly could to help us wrap our arms around reaching these goals. And Clean Energy New Hampshire was that in-state resource for us, along with using multiple national resources that we tapped that serve exclusively municipalities. And so when you approached me to ask if I would be willing to join the board, and at this point I knew I was going to be retiring at the end of June, to me it was a no-brainer because this is a way that a local government administrator who's retiring can sort of stay involved in the work of municipal entities in the state that are all seeking to get involved, many more than even 5 years ago. And I think it's helpful to have municipal resources serving on the board who sort of know what makes municipalities tick, understand some of the limitations, statutory and otherwise, and can be positive supporters for municipalities that have realized that they have a major role to play in helping steer this transition to clean energy. So it was easy for me to say yes to that ask, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do this work.
Tom, how about you? What got you excited about joining the board?
Well, what got me excited was that this really is the future. In my 10 years of serving as commissioner at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, I had the opportunity to work on a wide range of issues, many of which were revolving around energy and climate concerns and the interconnection between those two. And it became very apparent to me during my time there that this is work that's going to involve all of us across every sector of society, and that really needs spark plugs in the nonprofit world to drive this work. That we can't rely just on government alone to make these things happen. We can't just rely on the public sector alone to make this happen. We can't just rely on nonprofits to make it happen. It's everybody. But ultimately, you need organizations that are heavily focused on a specific challenge if we're really going to build the coalitions and build the momentum that's needed to truly accomplish this this transition to a clean energy economy. And that organization that does that here in New Hampshire is Clean Energy New Hampshire. It has been a wonderfully and rapidly growing organization that has evolved and that will continue to evolve to help meet this challenge and meet this just incredibly important need of our time, as we really do completely change how our economy fuels itself and how we think about the future. And this is just an incredibly exciting place to be. And I could not be more thrilled with the opportunity to work with what you, I think, a few minutes ago, Sam, described as a small but really a very, very dedicated staff of some 6 or 7 or so folks now, as well as an extraordinary and very diverse board of 14 people now who are just really, really deeply committed to helping us accomplish what needs to be accomplished here. So it's this is just fun, and I can't think of more important work for us to be doing right now.
One of the things, so in my personal life, I've really enjoyed learning about how this all works at a sort of nuts and bolts level myself, and to give just a very perhaps sort of humble braggy story. We have a net zero house that we were very, very lucky to just be in a sort of a perfect opportunity to buy land and build new. And then we installed the solar on the roof ourselves. So I was actually up on the roof, and it's a 12-pitch roof. And it is, our installation method was not OSHA approved. It was a windy day, and we're like hauling the panels up there and like standing on the racks. But it was a real experience. And I think, like, for me, what made me really excited about coming to Clean Energy New Hampshire as the executive director is that I've now lived this to a certain extent in my own personal life, and the more you know about it, the more it's just the obvious way to go. I mean, like, if you look at my family's utility bills because of the investments that we've made, we are saving so much money, and we're doing it with zero emissions. And that's I think the thing that I struggle with is that people have sort of outdated views of the costs of these technologies and haven't realized how far we have come and how many solutions are ready to deploy right now. And I guess, Julia, I'd be curious, because Hanover really is truly probably the leading town in the state of New Hampshire when it comes to, again, really deploying these solutions for themselves. Can you just tell us more about that work and what it's been like for you to again, sort of learn the nuts and bolts of how to do it?
Sure, Sam. And I was just thinking about my very own residential street in Hanover as you're relaying your experience through our Solarize Hanover program, which is a volunteer-led program originally inspired by a larger program that Vital Communities, a wonderful bi-state convener of good community stuff in the Upper Valley, initiated, that Hanover participated in 2015. But then we took it several steps further and launched additional phases of Solarize Hanover in 2019, 2020, and 2021, and we've now got 2022 going. And we started our first round in 2015, 54 households solarized. My home was one of those, because I said to my husband, who had no idea what was coming, we really should do this, sweetie, because we need to walk the talk. And he kind of went, do I have a choice? And I said, no. So we installed the 24 solar panels and heat pumps and updated our very inefficient furnace that sort of is the backup for our house, and have since done additional work. So he's committed. But what we saw in Hanover is it only took a few households to solarize, and suddenly there was a buzz as people started talking with their neighbors. My little subdivision north of Hanover has about 35 homes in it. I was just counting as I was envisioning installing my own solar on my roof, which I did not do. We have 11 houses in our neighborhood now with rooftop or tracker solars. 11 out of 35. That's a third of the neighborhood has solarized since 2015. And I can't tell you the number of times I've been out gardening in my front yard, and one of my neighbors says, "Hey, Julia, do you have a minute? Can I talk to you about your solar panels?" And the most inspiring thing we did is we held an open house as part of promoting Solarize in 2019. And it was a hot summer day. And we invited people to come in and experience the cooling effects of our air source heat pumps. And people were like, oh my gosh, sign me up. So So we've seen huge increases in heat pump installations here in Hanover. I think for us, we've been able to make the case that not only do you save money by doing these things, if you're prepared to sort of experience that payback period on your investment, but you're making a really positive contribution to the planet. And that's so important as we see the impacts of climate change right here in the Upper Valley region. And most of our impacts have been severe, very targeted microburst storms that do millions of dollars of damage in a very short period of time. And so folks are seeing those impacts directly. Some of them are experiencing them directly, and there's an appreciation for a community making it easier for people to access those resources. So for example, setting up a solarized program so you can connect them with vendors who are ready to move to install those solar panels, or to help them obtain their tax credits or their rebates through NH Saves, whatever we can do to pave the way, to make it easier for busy homeowners to sort of cut through all of the details and have a program sort of hand delivered to them helps. And the more neighbors do this, the more their neighborhoods say, talk to me about this. So I think what I've seen is that there's huge receptivity in our bi-state region of Vermont and New Hampshire toward making a difference on this front. And what people are really hungry for is just not dumbing it down for them, but making it easily accessible. That's all. They don't need to be convinced. They just need a recipe that's pretty easy to follow, and that others have sort of tested in using it themselves, that's kind of foolproof, so that they can implement some of these investments with relative ease and then, enjoy the benefits.
It's funny that you say that. There's a term, there's some social science here that's referred to as peer effects, but also I've heard a term solar contagion, which, in the current day and age, maybe contagion is not the word that you want to use, but I've experienced it too. And I think, people just do what's easiest, right? And so if you're a homeowner and something is going on with your home, you do what you know. And as people get familiarity and know friends who have gone through a process, that's the process of market transformation. And that's I think, big picture, what we're hoping to just continue to spur is how do we transform these markets so it becomes the default. This is just what you do. You don't have to think about heat pumps. That's just what's in your house. Yeah, Tom, maybe what we should talk about. We're already halfway through our time, which is what I've been finding with these half-hour interviews. They go very short. But maybe what we should talk about next is what you're excited about for the future of clean energy in New Hampshire. And Tom, you and I touch base almost weekly as in your role as board chair. And I guess as we have been having those conversations, what really lights you up about where you think we're headed?
Well, there are a number of things, Sam, and I think you have touched on some of these probably already. I was able to catch a portion of your remarks in the prior session, but certainly not all of them. But what I see us doing is being able to really develop a much broader bench that allows us to help not just drive the policy discussions and the on the legislative and the regulatory front, but really to elevate the public understanding of the criticality of this issue, and at the same time to do exactly the kind of work that Julia just described in communities across the state. And we've had real success in doing this now in the North Country. And we, I think, over the course of just a couple of years, have seen over $3 million of funds come into projects for municipalities to do everything from the simple lighting upgrades to solar panels to complete heating system changeovers and all the rest. as we really move toward a clean energy and much more efficient way of using our energy here. And I think one of the really exciting things that we are engaged in now is building out the circuit rider initiative so that we can bring that kind of support to every municipality in the state and to other governmental entities. And over time, I would hope to be able to also support our nonprofits, our schools, our hospitals, whomever else wants to go there. But ultimately, I would hope to be able to support our business community even more effectively than we do now. We do have a lot of business members of Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I think that many of them are involved, not just because they're in the business of providing various clean energy services, but because they themselves know what the real benefits are to the bottom line and to the planet and to our families, to our own health in making these changes to a clean energy economy. And I see us continue to grow and do more and more and more of that work and helping to really provide direction and support both in a very public way, but also just through the kind of peer-to-peer type communications that you and Julia were just talking about, to really drive that across a whole bunch of different sectors. So if you look at where's the energy getting used here in New Hampshire today? Well, and what are the major sources of pollution? It's primarily these days, it's how we get around, it's our vehicles, and it's our buildings. Those are two really big components. And Chris, I think earlier Chris Goglin, talked about the need to address initially the electric sector. We've made some real strides there in here in the Northeast in greatly reducing the carbon footprint of our overall electrical generation fleet. And now what we really need to be doing is we need to be not just continuing that work, but also looking at, okay, how are we going to convert our vehicle fleets to electric vehicles? How are we going to get that electric vehicle charging infrastructure out there in place, in places where people want it and need it, and get it used and get it functioning well? And that's a very important role that Clean Energy New Hampshire is already starting to play in furthering those discussions and those developments. And the Drive Electric initiative here that we're leading, I think is a key piece of that. We also will continue, I'm sure, to look at what can we do to do what Julia has done in her house, what I did in a family house recently of making that change over to electric heat pumps and geothermal, whatever it might be that allows us to really take advantage of the energy sources that we have here or that we can create here, as opposed to having to throw our money outside of the state of New Hampshire and even outside of this country in order to provide the energy source that we need to fuel us. So to me, we're actually just in some respects, although the organization is some 15 to 20 years old now, we're really just in our infancy as an organization, and we have so much more to do because at least for the moment, and we hope to see this change. Our government at the state level is not doing as much or all that it could be doing, and it's very challenging at the federal level to get momentum going to do this. Although certainly we're seeing a lot of money coming through from the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and I know that we at Clean Energy New Hampshire will do what we can to help get people thinking about how do we most effectively use those dollars to drive clean energy development and investment here in the state of New Hampshire in ways that really further our overall goals. But those are some of the things that I'm really excited about us working on here at Clean Energy New Hampshire. And we've got a great platform to work from, and just really excited to see it move forward. And Julia, I'm curious from your perspective, where do you see this going? And I guess I'll just close this out by saying one of the things I love talking about, you love talking, Julie, about your solar panels, and I have some too. I was an early adopter. I love talking about my electric car. I've been driving one now for 5 years, and I would never go back to another vehicle. How do we get the rest of New Hampshire to see the benefits of this kinds of change? And Julia, I don't know what your thoughts are and what excites you about the future of clean energy in New Hampshire.
You know, Tom, I'm biased. I happen to think that the real change has got to happen at the local level, that cities and towns are in a position to be hugely impactful here. And as we sort of deal with the vagaries of state legislatures and changes in leadership in the governor's offices at states and even changes in leadership at the federal level, cities and towns keep plugging along, right? And one of the reasons I love working at the local government level is that we make things happen very, very tangibly and can. And so I'm really excited about more and more cities and towns in New Hampshire becoming members of Clean Energy New Hampshire, relying on Clean Energy New Hampshire to be their municipal clean energy resource, which pumps more membership dollars into Clean Energy New Hampshire, which enables us to hire more staff to provide those resources, right? So it becomes sort of a which comes first, the desire or the resources. But I also, I'm just flabbergasted at the number of communities who in New Hampshire who reach out to me and my staff on a daily basis asking us how we're doing something. Because they've heard about it and they want to get involved. And these are communities that sort of run the political spectrum from red to purple to blue. So it's not just the blue leaning communities in New Hampshire that are focused on this. And there are some days there's so much incoming request for information that we at the staff level are like, oh my gosh, we're so busy being a resource to other communities, we're struggling to find the time to be the resource for our own community. That's a really good problem to have. That tells me that folks are worried, they're seeing the impacts of climate change, and they're committed to learning, which is really important. And Sam, you're right, there's a whole lot of really wonky stuff to learn that if you're intellectually curious, keeps you busy digesting this information. But wow, that's where change is going to happen. And we need to do this together. So our community power movement, for example, is all about leashing together many communities of electricity consumers to unleash the ability to purchase 100% green power, to help drive the power production market from brown to green. And the only way that's going to happen is if customers demand that be the source of power over time, and there's strength in numbers. So it's very exciting to see this take hold. And truly in the 5 years I have been heavily focused on this through our Ready for 100 program, the number of my municipal colleagues who are connecting with me and with each other, as well as on the national level, as I work with cities and towns and other cities and states, it's explosive interest and commitment in a 5-year time period. That's pretty inspiring to observe and to appreciate.
I just popped this up on the screen because I think this is one of the slides that I try to put into every presentation that I do. This is the ISO New England interconnection queue. So this is what's coming, and I think this is what the market is doing. You know, not on its own, right? There are policies that drive the energy markets, but the combination of market forces, reduced costs, and our policy framework is bringing us this. And, you know, I remember when I first started paying attention to this queue in particular, it was more than 50% natural gas. And that was less than 10 years ago. And so it's just amazing how quickly everything has changed. And I just, you know, this is what gives me optimism about the future. because despite the fact that New Hampshire's political environment remains challenging and many politicians have not gotten the update that these technologies are in fact ready for prime time and are incredibly economically beneficial, it's coming no matter what New Hampshire politicians do. So I agree. I'm very excited to work with the communities that want to lead and to share those success stories, and be sort of like the guide, right? Like I want our staff to be the ones who say like, okay, listen, you want to do this, here's the path. It's not that hard. We will connect you with the resources. We will get you going. And that's I think over the next couple of years is going to be a really impactful strategy going forward.
I would imagine that the most common referral that your staff is making or will be making, Julia, will be to the staff at Clean Energy New Hampshire, and particularly to our circuit riders, so that you can say, yes, we did all these things. And we've actually given our entire set of secret sauces to Clean Energy New Hampshire, and you all you need to do is call them, and
it's not a secret.
It's a total takeout, and they'll even deliver it for you.
Right. It doesn't have to be rocket science, but it's really helpful to have folks who are circuit riding who can be the conduit of that information. But more importantly, the circuit riding is more than providing information. It's some sort of support in the trenches. I think about what Melissa Elander did in the North Country to get all those municipal solar projects to get approved at their respective town meetings. That was really important and meaningful work that she did as a circuit rider. And sometimes, especially
there's more
right.
coming. Melissa, I was talking to Melissa at our check-in earlier this week, and she laid out everything she's working on. I said, you sound really busy. And she says, yeah, I'm busier than I would like to be.
Right. And it's infectious, because trust me, at the end of the day, municipalities are competitive with each other. And so when one community does something, throws up a solar array on the roof of their public library, the other communities are all talking about it like, talk to me about this project, because their residents are talking to them about it. So we are pretty competitive, and I would love nothing more than to throw down the gauntlet, issue a challenge. Hanover's got 2 megawatts of installed ground-mounted solar on a solar array that's municipally owned. We challenge the next municipality to install a larger one. I could care less if we lose that vote, if we lose that contest in 6 months. It's all about scale and speed. And there are great ways to get this work done without having to spend your way into oblivion, and that make total sense for the communities in the process.
Yeah. Okay. So our next guest has queued up. We're going to be talking about EVs up next. And it's actually she's a fascinating. In fact, I think Julia, you know Sherry. But the name of the game today is New Hampshire Gives. So can I get your pitch to anybody who's watching for why they should support Clean Energy New Hampshire on this day?
It is our clean energy resource at the local government and business level in the state, and there's not a more important set of tasks functioning today than what Clean Energy New Hampshire is doing. So I made my donation. It's really important, vitally important, planet-saving work. We need to get behind it.
My pitch is that this is the future. We are the organization that is bringing people together and serving as the voice and really the resource to promote clean energy, the clean energy transition here in New Hampshire, and working with folks across the region and nationally to try to further this initiative. And I've made my gift today. I invite others to join Julia and me and others in supporting Clean Energy New Hampshire. And Sam, one of the things that really excites me about the organization is the leadership that you are bringing to all of us. And the tremendous staff that you have been both retaining and recruiting and nurturing, and it all bodes extremely positively for the future. So I could not be more bullish on where we're going, and thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure being with you today.
Great. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, folks. So if you are tuned in and are curious about how to give, you can find a link to the New Hampshire Gives landing page on our website, cleanenergynh.org. You can also just Google Clean Energy NH and NH Gives, and you'll be able to find the link to donate. We are over halfway there towards our $10,000 goal. But you know, we're now in the waning hours, you know, 5.5 hours left on New Hampshire Gives. So please head over there and help us reach that goal. So next up is one of my favorite subjects, because I myself became an electric vehicle driver in the month of December. We purchased a used Nissan Leaf, and I'm here to say that even in a very difficult used vehicle market, we were able to get a used electric vehicle for under $10,000 that only had 55,000 miles on it. So they are out there, they can be affordable. And then once you have them, they are incredibly affordable, because there's so many reasons why they're cheaper. And it's not just the fact that they run on electricity, but one of the main realizations that I've had as a new EV driver is how little you use the brakes. The fact that they have regenerative braking means that you really are just tapping the brakes at the very end of of slowing down at a stop sign, which means that your brakes even last longer when you're driving an EV. So there's my little pitch for electric vehicle driving, but we have a guest who knows much more about this and has a much longer and more impressive history with EVs than I do. So Sherry, I'm actually not 100% sure how to pronounce your last name. Can you help me out?
It's like bow tie and shirt, Boschert.
So Sherry Boschert, and maybe just introduce yourself and let folks who are on the live stream know what your history is and why this has become a subject that you're so passionate about.
Sure. Well, I have moved here to New Hampshire a little over a year ago from San Francisco. And way back in the 1990s, when we were fortunate enough to be able to buy a home before the first dot-com boom, so prices were still affordable. Of course, the first thing we did was put up solar panels on our house because we already knew about the climate crisis back then, people who were paying attention. So, you know, some people take a vacation to France. No, we put up solar panels. And once you're making electricity from the sun, you start thinking, well, what else can I plug in? So we did as much as we could with the house, and we started looking around for an electric car and didn't find any. And finally, but they were out there. And if any of your viewers have seen the movie Who Killed the Electric Car, which came out, I think, in 2006, about 2006, it tells this whole story. Those of us who found the cars in the early 2000s and the late 1990s were able to lease them. But the automakers were making them reluctantly, only because the state of California were saying, hey, if you want to do business in our state, you got to start making clean cars, a certain percentage every year, more and more. Well, the automakers sued the federal government, and once President George Bush was elected, the federal government pressured California, and California backed off on its clean air laws. It's a short story. At which point the automakers all started canceling the leases, and they took back our cars. But by then, we were hooked, and we did everything we could to try and save those cars because, you know, I'll tell you, as you know, once you start driving electric, there's kind of no turning back. I mean, you mentioned not braking as much. That's one small piece of the fact that there's very little maintenance on an electric car, which is one reason car dealers don't like them, because they make most of their money from parts and servicing. So that's a whole economic shift we're going to have to deal with as we go forward in society's transition to electric vehicles. There's no muffler, there's no oil change, there's no catalytic converter. You use your brakes less. I mean, I've been driving electric now since 2002, and seriously, all I've done is rotate my tires and refill the window washer fluid. That's it.
One of my favorite facts is that most electric vehicles have something on the order of 20 moving parts in total.
Right. Now it is, you know, it's still a relatively new industry, or it has been in the past. I mean, one of the cars my family has now is a Chevy Bolt with a B, not the V, which was their first plug-in car, which is the plug-in hybrid. Leave it to GM to try and confuse everybody. There's the Volt and the Bolt, and you know, but we have the Bolt, and GM did have some trouble with the batteries being supplied by their major supplier, and they had to do a recall. And they swapped out our battery. It was under warranty. So now it's like getting a brand new car with an electric car when you get a whole new battery pack. So our 2016 now is really kind of a 2022. It sort of goes that way. But Sam, I appreciate you having me on today, because it's really exciting to be here in New Hampshire and to see the good work that Clean Energy New Hampshire is doing. We moved here as climate refugees, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And I don't want to say refugees, we were climate migrants. We had the resources, we were not desperate, we weren't refugees, but we left California because of the climate crisis and picked the Upper Valley of New Hampshire because it's so beautiful here. And my family has a little bit of history here. And I didn't know politically or environmentally what we'd be moving into, but to get here and see the good work that Clean Energy New Hampshire is doing really touched my heart and gave me hope. So I want to thank you for all that you guys do. And I immediately became a member, and I hope everyone listening to this becomes a member and a supporter by donating on New Hampshire Gives Day. How long has EV work been part of your work in your organization?
That's a great question. So Drive Electric New Hampshire we sort of seized the trademark. It's funny. I am not sure that I know the date offhand, but I can get it for you because it's in my drawer here to my left. So I will answer that question. But that was an initiative that Brianna Brand, who was the second employee at Clean Energy New Hampshire, got excited about. And so, to take a step back, the second employee in the latest iteration. So we were the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy Association, founded in 2004, and it was entirely volunteer for years. And then they hired their first employee in the sort of like 2010, 2011 timeframe. But then there was a bit of like board turmoil, and the organization nearly fell apart. And then was rescued by Kate Epson in 2013. And so that's the sort of the modern iteration that really has set the path that we're on now. And so Kate Epson was the first, she became president of the board and then found a grant that allowed her to be hired as executive director. And the second employee was Brianna Brand. And Brianna was just, shout out to Brianna. She's moved to the Midwest now, but was just an incredible asset. And really has helped us grow from a one-person shop to where we are now. And she was excited about EVs, and so she took out the trademark on Drive Electric New Hampshire as part of the sort of Drive Electric national umbrella, and started doing electric vehicle ride and drives. And I think once I get a second to rummage through my papers over here, I'll give you a more refined answer. But I think we're talking like the 2015, 2016 timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
And it sort of hummed along in that regard for a number of years. And then my instinct when I came on was that we've hit a real tipping point with EVs. And so Drive Electric New Hampshire has got to evolve. And the thing that hopefully there are not too many people who've heard me say this too many times on the live stream, but the thing that I've been saying is there were 5 electric vehicle ads taken out in the Super Bowl. We don't need to promote them anymore. This doesn't need to be a promotional effort. It needs to be about policy. And it needs to be about infrastructure. Like that's the missing piece in the Granite State. And so that's what we're trying to do now. And it's really through the same model that we have employed in all of our other work, which is to say we need to be a place of convening, bringing all the appropriate voices together in one spot and finding what are the initiatives that we think that we can move together as a coalition. And so that's what we're doing. But that's my story. I would like to hear more about you because you, again, as I mentioned, you've really got some history here.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'll share screen and share just a few, like 6 or 7 slides. Here we go. And we'll go here, share. Okay. Well, whenever people ask me, why did you move to New Hampshire? This is the photo I show them. This was a couple of years ago in September during what we now routinely call fire season, which is fall all the way through November. And it's when Northern California burns. Now, I was in San Francisco. I was hundreds of miles away from any of the fires. But, you know, as you probably smelled it here. I mean, all the fires in the US West create so much smoke. And this was an odd day because it was so much smoke, it blocked out the color spectrum from the sun. So this is as bright as the day got. And then it just got darker. It freaked out a lot of people, including me. We didn't move because of this particular day, but every year now, there's a cumulative 2 months out of the year when we could not go outside because you can't breathe because of the fire smoke. Think about that, 2 months of your year. And we decided, you know, I'm now officially retired, although I just wrote a book, but this is not how we wanted to live our final years, besides various health conditions in my family. So we up and moved, we left. We were climate migrants, and you're gonna see more and more of them from all parts of the US coming to New Hampshire, because when we looked around, well, where do we go? The two places, the general areas that will be least impacted by climate change, at least in the short run, are in general the Great Lakes area and New England. So New England, get ready. There's going to be people coming as the rest of the US gets smokier and hotter. And it was really clear, there's no stopping the fires now. All of Northern California is going to burn, which is deeply heartbreaking for me. And so I'm motivated here to try and prevent that from happening in New Hampshire and the rest of the world. And so I'm getting back into my activities with electric vehicles. Let's see if I can, there we go. And you've all seen this in the news, right? Like you said, people are aware of this, whether they want to deal with it or not, but we're running out of time. We need to do this quickly. I'm glad that automakers are finally moving. We've been pushing them for decades. And there is still a little hand-holding that needs to happen, you know, from one driver to the next, because the car dealers are not really geared up and mentally to promote electric cars, even if the automakers maybe want to sell them. So this is my first electric car.
They too are getting there. The New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association for years opposed becoming a Cal Lev state, and they flipped. And now the board has voted that they want to support that legislation. The problem is the composition of the New Hampshire legislature currently. Sorry.
No, jump in anytime, Sam, because you know the state and local politics much more than I do. And you know, I'm looking forward to working with all of you more on this particular topic. But this was my first electric car, not this one. Mine was blue, it was cuter. But this is a Ford Think City, one of the cars that you could lease. It was a two-seater hatchback made out of thermoplastic from Norway. It had a range of 35 miles. If you really nursed it driving with a Featherfoot, you could maybe get 50. Top speed of 55 miles. So if you dared to get on a freeway, you got in the right lane and you just kind of like hope nobody came up fast behind you.
That car is hilarious.
It was great. I mean, we had another gas car in the family, but we found we did 90% of our driving in this car.
Yeah. And
so we thought, oh, well, we're not turning back now. But besides, we could plug it in, and we were driving on sunshine with our solar panels. What's not to like? But when our other car died, the gas car, fortunately, that was a little further along. Again, people know some of the data, but I'm now on the Lebanon Energy Advisory Committee for the city, and we have an EV subcommittee, an electric vehicle subcommittee. I'm now chair of that. So we pulled out some data with help from some of your members and allies who work in Department of Environmental Services. And in Lebanon, and this is pretty typical of other cities in Lebanon, you know, the commercial sector is the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. 70% of that comes from the emissions of people commuting to and from work. Most of our greenhouse gases in New Hampshire and in all of New England comes from transportation. So we got to switch to non-polluting cars if we're going to save the planet. So these are some of the other cars I've driven over the last 20 years. When they took back our sink, and we hid it as long as we could, you know, we hid it in our garage, but eventually, you know, we had a couple other people and I had founded the San Francisco Electric Vehicle Association, and along with Rainforest Action Network and Iraqi Veterans Against the War, When we handed in our thinks, we held a mock funeral at the Ford dealership. And the Iraqi veterans played tap and draped a flag over it because, you know, if you're driving on renewable fuels here in the United States, you're not using imported oil. We don't have to have wars over oil. Anyway, we had to give back our thinks, so we bought a used Toyota RAV4 because another organization that I helped co-found, a national nonprofit called Plug in America, had held protests like our mock funeral, and we managed to save some of the cars from being destroyed. So there were a few hundred used Toyota RAV4 EVs out there. So we bought a used one. When Nissan came out with its first production electric vehicle in 2011, we wanted to support them. So we sold the RAV and we bought a Nissan. Great car, still my favorite body of a car of all the ones I've driven. And then when Chevy came out with a long range electric car in 2016, the Bolt, we wanted to support them. So we sold the Leaf and we bought a Bolt. We are a two-car family, so now we also have a Tesla Model 3, which is also a fabulous car. And we love the Bolt, we love the Model 3. I'm not normally someone who would buy this many cars, but we were trying to move the industry forward.
Your Leaf looks exactly that, or that picture of your Leaf. I'm not sure if that is your Leaf, but that's the color of mine that we just got.
Yes. Ours was too. Yeah, I love that color.
And it very much shouts electric car. It's not a subtle look.
Right. People either loved or hated the design because it was different from other cars.
Yeah.
Same when Tesla, came out. People loved or hated the design. And oh my God, the Tesla truck that's coming, the Cybertruck, doesn't look like any other truck on the planet. You either love it or you hate it. I hate the design. I might end up getting one, but there's also now the Ford F-150 Lightning electric truck coming. So we're getting more options. We do need more variety from automakers, but there's more and more.
Yeah.
And for instance, Plug in America has a page where you can see all the plug-in vehicles that are out there. And you can look at what their ranges are, what they cost if you purchase them or lease them or finance them. So you can see the different models that are out there, way more than there used to be, but we need still more variety to reach everyone's preferences. And as you know, Drive Electric New Hampshire has resources too. On your website, it has a map of where are the charging stations in New Hampshire. Now, if you talk to other drivers, like there's a Facebook group for New England electric vehicle drivers. And I posted there recently about New Hampshire. And one of the guys said, yeah, we were thinking of taking a vacation. I think he's in Massachusetts. We were thinking of taking a vacation up to New Hampshire, but there's hardly any charging stations. So we're going to Vermont. And I was at the Ski New Hampshire conference yesterday, and that was exactly the message I was trying to bring to the general managers of the ski areas, that you need to be planning now for the future, because yes, there are a small percentage of the vehicles on the road today, but that is very quickly not going to be the case. And I showed them projections for what's happening in the states all around them, and it was a well-received message, but it's serious. And I think anyone who has any contact to a policymaker, that is a very compelling argument to a state that has tourism as its #1 industry. And I genuinely am concerned based on the recent decisions we've seen from the Public Utilities Commission and the real, reticence to take action on this that we've seen from the legislature. I agree. I mean, even if you don't care about the climate and you don't care about electric vehicles, if you care about the economy, you're going to want to, be open to electric vehicles because the shift is happening. It's going to accelerate. Again, I'm on the Lebanon Energy Advisory Committee, and one of our members has learned that Ford makes almost all the police cruisers in the United States. And they have informed police departments that after 2024, they're not going to make internal combustion engine cruisers anymore. They're all going to be electric. And so police departments, including ours, are sort of scrambling like, all right, we need to install some fast charging. Yeah, because we're going to have to accommodate these vehicles and we need them to be charged and ready if there's an emergency that the police need to respond to.
And wouldn't it be
So-
nice if there were utility programs to do the make ready investment or to encourage that type of infrastructure? But unfortunately, New Hampshire has failed to get out of its own way.
Exactly. And so this is my last slide. But one of my initiatives, and it's really just an ad hoc thing. It's not under, any organization that I'm part of, but there's now 25 or so electric vehicle drivers in the state who have created a listserv because we want to band our voices together. There's strength in numbers. And we want state legislators and the governor's office and policymakers and the PUC to hear our voices that you need to do better. You need to have the utilities and the PUC set rates that don't make a fast charger uneconomical. And you can talk about this at a much higher level than I can. All I know is New Hampshire's policies are failing. We need to do better. We need to have more public chargers and better education because, as you and I both know, most of the charging is done at home or at work. The public charging is for tourists and visitors, and when you're taking a long-range trip, pretty much. In the past month, I've had to drive to New York City and to Boston, and both times I stopped at fast public chargers in other states. So we need to do better. So if anyone's watching this and wants to join this listserv, there's the URL, or email me. And we hope to be working, with Clean Energy New Hampshire, Drive Electric New Hampshire, and other organizations to take the good work that you're doing. Whoops, here we go. Take the good work that you're doing and expand on it. I know you track legislative bills closely, and what can help or harm the transition to a clean energy economy, clean transportation economy. And if we can alert our members like, hey, let your state representative know how you feel about this, that will be one more avenue on the listserv to spread the word among people and hopefully have more voices heard.
So one thing I was really curious to ask you about is Plug in America, because as you mentioned very briefly in passing, you sort of helped found Plug in America, which is a really, it's a nationally recognized brand, I think, in EV advocacy. Can you just say more about that and
Sure.
And what was involved in, and really for those who don't know, what does Plug in America do?
Sure. And more of this, I was a longtime journalist and I'm a writer, and my first book in 2006 was called Plug-in Hybrids, the cars that will recharge America. And it kind of told the story of what I call the last generation electric vehicles, the ones in the 90s and 2000s that then got taken away and destroyed before we have the current generation that started with the Bolt and with Tesla. But with that past generation, as we were trying to save the cars, activists, mostly in California, because that's where most of the cars were, because California had the law requiring automakers to sell clean cars, but also in Arizona and a few other states that had copied California's laws, drivers were outraged. We wanted these cars, so we started organizing and holding protests. I don't know if anyone listening remembers the GM EV1, which was an electric car in the late 1990s and early 2000s. And for its time was a long distance car and people loved it. And so there were funerals in Los Angeles. There was a protest, a blockade when a truck came to take away EV1s that had been repossessed. People were arrested. A filmmaker hired a helicopter to follow the truck to find out what happened to those cars. And they were taken into the Arizona desert and smashed flat. I mean, people were begging to buy these cars and take them off their hands. Anyway, that all was made into the movie, Who Killed the Electric Car? And we had other protests for the Ford Ranger truck, which people loved. We managed to save a few hundred of those. And when we had saved as many cars as we could and the rest were destroyed, we kind of had a retreat at the ranch of some of the protesters in the foothills of the Sierras in California, August 2005. While we were there, Hurricane Katrina hit, another example of climate change and the increasing disasters we're going to see. And in that retreat and meeting, we decided we're not stopping here. They've taken away our cars, but we need to get them back. And we decided to form a group. This is just a ragtag bunch of activists. And we formed a group called Plug in America. And it was supposed to be the voice of the drivers. We aren't the automakers. We aren't the dealers. We're not the government. We're the consumers. And we set out to educate consumers because no one else was doing it, and to make our voices heard as much as we could on state policies for clean transportation and the marketplace. And it's grown from there. Plug in America is now a big national nonprofit. And we have people all over the country. It's not a membership organization. And so people like me are involved in lots of other organizations, and just, again, spreading the word. One of the things we hope to do with this New Hampshire EV group is start a registry to do that hand-holding I talked about. If someone in Dover is thinking about getting an electric car but isn't really sure, we can connect them with an EV driver in Dover who can say, come see my car, come and drive my car. I'll talk you through it. I have all the time in the world. The dealer may be busy, but I'm not. So we do all that kind of stuff. And hopefully we can work more with Drive Electric New Hampshire and you guys to have the loudest voice possible.
I'm very happy to get you plugged in, and really excited that you've come to the Grand Estate. Obviously, the politics here are a bit different and require some sort of careful navigation. It's a very purple state, but really happy to have you as part of the coalition.
Can I ask you one question off the top of your head? So, what's one or two things that you think electric vehicle drivers in New Hampshire should say to policymakers? Would it be about electrical rates? Would it be about infrastructure installation? What do you think needs to happen?
At this point, I really think the infrastructure, the charging is really going to be the bottleneck. And it's public charging, which of course, like as an EV owner will know this, that most of the charging happens at home, right? And so, but the public charging is this sort of like safety blanket that people who have not driven an EV and don't realize how rarely you need a public charge will not realize. But having that safety blanket and having that it be just like publicly visible, I think will encourage adoption. And also because we're a tourist economy, it'll be really important for the state's tourism industry to make sure that we have it. So the infrastructure is one thing, but then really if we're looking at what are the types of policies that will encourage adoption, it's stuff that will help homeowners or the owners of multifamily residences install the charging, because it is a lot of upfront capital cost. And without some sort of rebate or make ready program that the utilities can run and that can help people make this transition, but I will say that's just like me shooting from the hip a little bit, like if I were a supreme dictator. And I think that what we'll see is that over the course of this summer, we're going to be looking to bring together everyone who has opinions on this, and try to see what is a proposal that we think we can advance together in a challenging political environment. And so that I think will be the work of finding consensus amongst that coalition will be challenging, but that's what we do.
I think that's great. And you mentioned multifamily housing, and that's currently one of my big topics of interest because I moved into a condominium complex for the first time. And, I'm fortunate to have a garage and an outlet on my front porch. I mean, I charge the Tesla just on a regular old 120 volt outlet. But half the units here don't have a garage or they have assigned parking spaces. So how do we get charging for them? And we're working on it. We're pretty close. And hopefully that'll be a model for some other multifamily housing units. But a lot to tackle here. And, it's good to have allies doing it.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. It was really fun to hear about what you're working on. Looking forward to working together more. And I'm going to invite our next guest in. So thanks so much for being here.
New Hampshire, give. All right.
Yeah,
Take
New
care.
Hampshire gives. Thank you. So while the next guest comes in, thank you, Sherry, for that plug. Indeed, New Hampshire Gives is the website. We are chipping away at our match. We're looking to raise an additional $10,000 on top of the $10,000 that our board and sort of our most dedicated core supporters put up. So please head over to the Clean Energy New Hampshire website, follow the link to the New Hampshire Gives landing page, and help us meet our goal. So we've lost Shaun briefly. Hopefully we'll bring her in now. So the next guest is Shaun Sullivan, who's the president of Brayton Energy. Make sure I'm not messing this up. Brayton Energy, Brayton Power, Brayton Energy. So, hi, Shaun. Thank you for joining us. I apologize that I perhaps briefly got the name of your company wrong. So Brayton Energy is a Clean Energy New Hampshire member business, one of the many local energy companies that are working on energy transition issues. And I would say Brayton Energy is one of the more interesting ones because of all of the various things that you're working on. And I'm gonna not try to characterize what it is that you all do, but lean on you a little bit because basically as a non-technical person, I look at everything you're working on and much of it is over my head. So first of all, just introduce yourself. Who is Brayton Energy and what are you doing that's so exciting? And also, like, why New Hampshire? Because I think a lot of folks don't realize all of these cool businesses that are tucked away here in New Hampshire.
Sure, thanks. Can you hear me okay, Sam? All right, great. Thanks for having me. My name's Shaun Sullivan. I'm the president at Brayton Energy. I've been with the company since 2008 and worked with the founders since 2000. So we have a pretty long history here. We are primarily an engineering research and development company, and we tout our expertise in the field of all things energy, energy-related, energy efficiency, really with a focus on conscionable, renewable projects, and developing new technologies to predominantly try and address the climate concerns and energy constraints that are constantly evolving and manifesting. So I could give kind of go ahead.
Yeah, and I think you really hit it there. You really are sort of like an engineering and technology company. So it's not like you're making a widget and churning out thousands of them. You're designing new solutions. And so maybe we could just talk about some of those.
Sure. Yeah, just to kind of expand on what you just mentioned. So exactly, we don't at this point have any sort of product line. Our product is really kind of the consulting engineering. So we go after government grants to develop new technologies or concepts that the federal government, the Department of Energy will put out solicitations for interest in projects that address this challenge or this problem, and we come up with a proposed solution and pitch it to the government, and if it's accepted, it's funded, and then we do the really kind of from blank piece of paper through prototyping and testing of a concept, and through that process are able to determine does it have legs, does it have a broader appeal, is it commercially viable, is it worth further funding to develop, and that's about half of our work, and then the other half is commercial customers who come to us kind of with at the same level, early stage development, want to have their energy system made more efficient, want to develop a new product to fit in some kind of energy niche and see if it's a commercially viable prospect. So some of the work that we do is in concentrated solar power. So everybody's familiar with solar power, kind of in the context of the PV panels, the photovoltaic panels that you put on your roof or see on the side of the road. That's a mechanism that takes the sun's energy and converts it directly to electricity. And it is, right now, to a certain extent, the utilities both love and hate that because it is the least expensive way to put electricity on the grid right now. So when they need to add capacity, that looks attractive, but conversely, it comes with the fact that it only produces electricity when the sun is shining, and they need electricity 24 hours a day. We work in concentrating solar, which is taking the sun's energy and using it to concentrate heat, basically. Make a heat source that we can store the heat and use after the sun goes down, and you can use that heat to run a traditional engine to make electricity. So you're shifting the solar power from the middle of the day to at night when you need electricity. We do projects in a lot of energy storage. This is kind of the up and coming or really here technical challenge in renewable energy. So as I mentioned, all the solar panels are great for producing sun or energy during the day, but that energy needs to get to users at night also. And state of the art is batteries. And we just heard all the great advantages batteries have in a great many applications, but you can imagine that as the transportation fleet's electrified, there's going to be a lot of competition for battery resources. It also turns out that for larger scale applications like powering a neighborhood or a city, batteries are not a great storage solution. They just, in terms of capacity and duration, they're somewhat limited. So we do a lot of inventing, engineering, testing, prototyping, testing of energy storage systems that may be part of the portfolio in the future for taking those renewable sources like solar and wind that aren't 24/7 and storing the energy and then being able to dispense it whenever you want 24/7.
So I saw it on your website that compressed air energy storage is part of your portfolio of technologies that you work on. I have a particular interest in this one because and I haven't checked in on them on a long time, so I'm not sure where they are, but there's a company called SustainX that was down on the seacoast that worked on compressed air energy storage that I profiled as a reporter years ago.
Okay.
And I haven't. So first of all, compressed air energy storage. Where are things at? Why is that a good solution? Why might that be better than batteries? And where do you all play in that area?
Sure. So we actually have a current program in compressed air energy storage. Our history with it was actually it's kind of a funny story. It originated about 10 years or so ago when electricity was cheap during the night and expensive during the day. And so the idea was you could use compressors to compress air at night when it's cheap, and then use that compressed air with some concentrated solar power and make a lot of electricity with it during the day. So you're making more electricity during the day than you spent at night. And it was a great way to leverage the leverage free energy from the sun and compressed air as basically a battery for the system. The challenge became as PV became more readily available, all of a sudden the electricity during the day is less expensive. It's at night when it's more expensive because PV panels and a lot of times wind aren't necessarily generating the same amount of power. So that economic paradigm shifted and flipped on its head, and that particular effort, we were leveraging excavated salt mines as large scale energy storage. So it was a pretty novel architecture. The most interesting areas I think right now where there is a lot of momentum and interest is compressed air energy storage in conjunction with offshore applications. So when you're talking around near wind turbines or in island nations that may be able to generate electricity during the day with all their PV and store it and have access to deeper waters. The advantage being you put air down at deep depths, you get natural pressurization. So you no longer necessarily have to pay a lot for the compression and the storage, and then you can leverage it and extract it later. So there are some interesting things in compressed air storage.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I know just enough science that I think I get it. But are we talking about storing air in natural geologic formations underwater or something else?
In the first case, in the underwater applications, no, they would be constructions. So they would be concrete enclosures. And the nice thing is you can think about, if you have a large volume of stored air under pressure out in air here, you have to make sure that you've built a pressure vessel that is strong enough to contain that compressed air. And these pressure vessels are almost always going to be made out of metal. And the more pressure you have in there, the thicker it gets. And the more compressed air you want to store, the larger the volume becomes. So it's just a very expensive proposition. The nice thing about doing this at the bottom of a couple 100 feet of water is the pressure there is already huge underwater. So you can have your compressed air on one side in a concrete enclosure, for example. You've got that wall holding just holding it in place. And on the outside is your pressurized water. So there's no stress across the wall. It just all sits there in happy equilibrium, and you don't have to pay for these large vessels. But yeah, that requires kind of artificial enclosures as opposed to natural resources.
That's fascinating. And is this something that actually has been tested? Is this very much in the ideas phase still?
It's been fairly well developed and modeled economically in some programs. I think it's that there's still a bar for large scale deployment. So we're working on projects that would do some elements of these in kind of demonstration scale. But when you start talking about a large scale deployment, especially in a maritime environment where you're now dealing with boats and weather and a lot of safety considerations that are just kind of foreign to us landlubbers here. It's a very expensive proposition. So before you do anything large scale, it has to be very well vetted. And I think there's movement in that direction, but there hasn't been anything deployed yet.
Well, thanks for going down that rabbit hole with me.
Sure.
I saw it and I was like, I must know more.
Sure.
And also, please forgive me, I'm eating lunch because I'm literally doing this all day. So if I
no
don't
worries.
So maybe what are you working on that you think you're most excited about? What do you spend most of your time on, and where do you think is really the sort of sweet spot in your business going forward?
Yeah, we have as I mentioned, I think Brayton Energy as an entity actually has a lot of different directions. As I mentioned, turbo machinery, gas turbine design, some of these renewable things, the energy storage, heat exchanger applications. But I think especially pertinent to the conversation here, we have a number of projects in energy storage beyond the compressed air energy storage. So we're doing a number of trying to develop some technologies that ultimately can do that power shifting from daytime to nighttime. Right now we have a couple of programs that are looking at storing that concentrated heat, whether it's from the sun or from just an electric heater that you run off excess power during the day, to heat basically silica sand, beach sand that's just cleaned up, because it turns out that sand is readily abundant, pretty inexpensive, and thermally stable. So you can heat it up to 1,000 degrees, 1,500 degrees, and it doesn't even matter what units you're talking about. SI, Celsius, Fahrenheit, it's going to be fine at those temperatures. And so you can heat things up quite a bit, put it in an insulated tank, and it sits there indefinitely for a long time. So but it's challenging to then take that heat that's stored in the sand and get it into an electricity generating system. So, kind of at the simple end, you've got a simple example, you've got a generator sitting outside your house. Right now it runs on gas to provide heat. Now we don't want to use gas because it's going to produce carbon dioxide, but I got this great big pile of sand that's really hot. Let's use that to run your generator. So how do you do that? That's the secret sauce that we're spending a lot of time developing. So we have, systems where you're actually flowing the sand around like in an hourglass. And as it goes through the neck of the hourglass, it's going through a specially designed heat exchanger that has the hot sand on one side and the working fluid of an engine on the other side. So, your generator takes air in from the environment, adds fuel, burns it, heats it up, and then that runs your system and makes electricity. We take that same air, collect the heat from the sand, and then run the engine. So working on that technology is we've got a couple of programs that are doing that in some interesting ways.
That is mind-bending. I really, it's funny. There was so Clean Energy New Hampshire has one of our initiatives is what's called, what we affectionately call YPI, the Young Professionals in Energy. And they did a tour of Brayton Energy.
That's right.
summer, and I missed it because, frankly, just because I have too much going on with 2 kids at home and then trying to grow the organization.
Sure.
And I'm kicking myself because I can't even imagine how cool it must have been.
Yeah, we're we had a great experience. The group came and we got to show off the projects that we were working on at the time. We'd be happy to do it again. That's a big initiative that we have here, is to do more outreach, to lots of populations in the area. Just because on the one hand, we do interesting things, we do fun things, and obviously, I'm a good example. We kind of are heads down working on our work all the time, but give us a chance to talk about it, and we just jump at it. And then
sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you all are members of Clean Energy New Hampshire, which of course, like, I value immensely your support and your membership, but I imagine that much of your work is not really dependent on the policy work that we do at the statewide level, because it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you really are working with national and even international interests to develop these technologies.
I think that's, in general, I think that's true. I don't think, New Hampshire, some states have kind of funding avenues for research and development of the type we do. California is a good example. The California Energy Commission has a huge budget for doing fundamental research or engineering development of projects. New Hampshire, I think the opportunities for in the fields that we're doing are probably are a little bit limited. Just different states, different environments. So, but we definitely are keyed into what's going on around us. You mentioned at the beginning, how is it that we ended up in New Hampshire? I think that there's a nexus of people who came through some of the excellent technical schools in the area. Rensselaer Polytechnic, Worcester Polytechnic, MIT, Harvard. There's a great network of really highly reputable institutions in the area that produce a lot of engineers working in this area. There traditionally have been a number of kind of parallel businesses or business interests that overlap. Just south of the border in Massachusetts, there's GE Lynn, which is all gas turbine design for aircraft engines. There's a Flex Energy, formerly Ingersoll Rand Energy Systems in Portsmouth, and there used to be NREC was a R&D company in a lot of these areas that actually was absorbed or pieced off and in part became the Ingersoll Rand Energy System. So there's been a technical nexus here for a while. So but it is interesting. It's a little hidden.
Yeah, but it is. I think when I think of New Hampshire, I grew up here and I'm constantly trying to sort of like translate New Hampshire to people who find us baffling, and that is one of our sort of secret advantages, is that we have a very good educated workforce, and I think you're seeing it in the Manchester Mill Yards, where there's this like burgeoning tech hub. But also in the Upper Valley, there are a bunch of high-tech companies up there, and then increasingly down on the seacoast too. And I think the seacoast in particular, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this is just my impression from someone who lives just far enough away in Concord that I really don't have a beat on it, but there's sort of like an increasing biotech focus in the seacoast area. So that was I suspected that it was you're looking for an educated workforce, and that's how you wound up here. Well, I guess my main question is in your membership with Clean Energy New Hampshire, what have you found valuable? Well, I mean, what is the work that we do that you are really keen to support?
Well, I think a good part of it is wanting to be up to speed in the policy direction, the advocacy, and just as much as understanding what the current landscape is, but be able to kind of feed information back, answer any questions, give a perspective as a technology developer. What are the challenges that the federal government's recognized? What are the challenges that commercial entities have recognized? What are the obstacles that are in our way for developing these things? And I mean, the big one's always funding. It doesn't matter what field you're in, but just kind of understanding what the opportunities are, where the evolving technology gaps are, and how to do that. Just again, harkening back to the prior discussion with electric vehicles and charging stations. The federal government put out a solicitation for basically islanded charging stations. So these are most charging stations right now are connected to the grid and draw electricity from the grid. What if you don't want to use that model? What if you want a completely self-sufficient PV powered station that can charge enough cars and has storage to last overnight? What does that look like?
Right.
And New Hampshire would be a great opportunity.
Demand charges, which are crippling to the EV, fast charging business model. Yeah,
that's right. So I think it's we get a lot out of just being involved, having people come and see us and take the tour, and to a certain extent, just having that kind of outreach helps us in terms of bringing resources in, like interested people, some applicants for positions or people who want to collaborate. And we in turn, we want to also be giving back. If there's a policy effort that needs some support, somebody to kind of vouchsafe from our particular area of expertise, that's the sort of thing we want to be providing.
Well, very cool. And I now that I'm a little more plugged in with you all and what you do, I'll be thinking really hard about where to sort of deploy your expertise before New Hampshire policymakers, so that they're aware of everything that's happening in the state of New Hampshire.
That's cool. Great.
So we've got another 8 minutes or so before our next guest is going to come in. I'm just curious, so we heard about the hot sand power generator.
Yeah.
The one thing, as I was trying to do some research to make sure that I was able to ask you cogent questions, I had also heard that you also are developing maybe some micro turbine technologies similar to what Steve Walker at INBI Energy, who's another Clean Energy New Hampshire member, is doing. Can you maybe say more about that? What's different from what you're doing and what he's doing? Do you all know each other? How?
Yeah, it's when you talk about microturbines, it's a pretty small, close-knit community. We have kind of an informal saying in house here that we will solve any problem with a gas turbine engine. Everybody's familiar with the IC engines under kind of conventional fuel-powered cars. Gas turbine engines are just kind of at a very high level. They're the things under the wings of airplanes. They do the same thing. They take fuel, they have a process where they compress some air, add fuel, burn it, heat it up, expand the air out the other side, and you either get electricity if you hooked it up to a generator, or you get thrust if you just have it sitting on an airplane. But it does the same, it serves the same function as the engine underneath a conventional fuel burning car. It just does it in a different way, a different thermodynamic cycle that has some significant advantages. In terms of maintenance cycles and emissions, when you're talking about sulfur dioxides and nitrous oxides, basically smog, sulfur, rain, particulate matter. They have a number of advantages, but it's a very versatile platform that can be used in a lot of directions. So we develop a number of microturbines kind of from, on the small side, we worked on things as small as 12 kilowatts, which is, a couple of houses in terms of their electrical draw, up to something that's a megawatt or multiple megawatts. So, you're talking like small power plant size at that point. One of the engines that we're developing right now is, it's a pretty elegant little design that is well suited for a broad range of applications. So we have customers coming to us saying we want an efficient way to have an electric air taxi, for example, or an air delivery system. Amazon drops off your boxes in the future with a little drone that just drops on your front porch. But what happens if you need something just a little bit longer than the range of your electric batteries? And so you put on a very highly efficient, compact electrical generation system that charges the batteries quickly and then shuts off. So you've taken something that would be fuel burning and kind of a conventional conception and made it something that's 95% electric. So it's also well suited for hybrid vehicle applications. It was where the technology was originally developed. So again, delivery trucks or places where there isn't quite the same infrastructure. So kind of developing nations that are leapfrogging from a centralized grid to distributed renewable energy, kind of, without having to go through kind of the centralized grid development that we've done, but still want to have public transportation that can go between cities. And the electric vehicle gets you most of the way there, and there isn't a charging station in between yet. So you have a range extender, a little gas turbine engine that charges the battery and then jumps you the rest of the way. So it takes your 300-mile range and makes it an 800-mile range or something. We're also looking at using that same platform. Again, this is just speaking to the versatility of these microturbines, that same platform in conjunction with a fuel cell. So this is a zero emissions power source. So it turns out that the byproducts of waste products of a fuel cell are the perfect inputs for a gas turbine engine and vice versa. So if you design both systems in concert well, you have one system that has more power output because it's a combination of the two for the same fuel input. Basically burns clean hydrogen, has no CO2 output, makes electricity. So yes, that's a long answer to your question, which was,
no, it's fascinating.
Do you play with gas turbine engines? Yes, we do.
Very cool. So then I guess, it's funny. I love talking to technology companies because, frankly, because I'm not an engineer and because it's so inspiring to hear everything that people are working on, and makes me wish that I had like leaned more into the technical side of my brain. And I guess I'd really love to just ask you big picture in the last couple minutes here.
Sure.
As we look forward towards a clean energy system, the mantra has become sort of electrify everything from certain parts of the climate movement. You as an engineer, really looking at the technical side of things, do you think that that's where we'll wind up? Do you think that we will have more sort of like liquid, renewable, zero carbon fuels than some folks might think?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a mix. Just again, speaking to battery technology, batteries are an excellent, highly dense power storage system that work very well in a lot of applications. They still are relatively expensive as an add-on. If you adding batteries to the solar panels on your house is, in order to be able to use it around the clock, is a non-starter for most people because of the cost associated with it. There's also, there's a lot of components, materials inside batteries that are going, as we electrify broadly, are going to be in very high demand. Lithium being one, some other kind of rare earth metals that require mining, which is, historically has been not sustainably practiced, I'll say. So it's going to be price challenged. It's going to be kind of socially conscious challenged if we continue to have to increase mining capacities around the world. And there are some applications for which electrification just isn't a great fit. There isn't a clear path to electrifying air transport yet. Again, you can do a combination of electric with some range extender, but it's still fuel burning. So looking for ways to burn fuel or to create carbon neutral or carbon negative fuels is another area we're working on, and that's going to be a huge piece of it. Whether that's just hydrogen, or we're working on programs that are using solar energy to make basically gasoline and kerosene and propane. And the trick is to be able to do that efficiently and not too expensively.
Right.
It's always going to be driven by cost.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, and also thank you for your support of Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I'm looking forward to getting more plugged in with what you all do in the months and years ahead.
Sure. Let's get you out here so you can have the tour too.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Sam.
Be well.
It's been a pleasure. Bye.
So our next guest on my Zoom, our next guest is Peter, but I'm pretty sure it's not Peter. Really quickly though, just before we start the conversation, a quick plug for New Hampshire Gives, which is why we're gathered here today. Really excited to have Brayton Energy on, just because I have found in my year here at Clean Energy New Hampshire, there are just so many fascinating people working in the clean energy economy in New Hampshire that frankly, like, we don't hear enough from, because their heads are down and they're working on things. And so if there are people tuning in because of our tweets and Facebook messages, I hope you learned something, and I hope you'll remember that there are a lot of really smart people working on this. Which brings us to the next folks here. So Meghan, who do we have? Can you introduce yourselves and give us the short version?
Okay. So I'm Meghan Semiao. I am a director of asset management at Longroad Energy. Peter Israni is also joining me today. He is on our asset management team. Local to New Hampshire, grew up in New Hampshire. Currently, I own a house in Ashland. So this is really exciting, and we're really happy to be on. We are a company that is based out of Boston and Portland, Maine. So we kind of border New Hampshire, but certainly have employees in the state.
So tell me more about Longroad. What part of the clean energy economy are you all working on? Where do you work? I had jokingly tweeted that you're not working in New Hampshire yet. Is that true? Do you have projects coming down the line in New Hampshire?
So currently we are not in New Hampshire. We don't have any projects in New Hampshire. It doesn't mean we will not have one coming down the road. We are a independent power producer, mostly on the utility side. So we develop, construct, and then we manage assets, both third party, and we also own our own assets and manage them and perform on our own sites. We have a big presence in Maine and Massachusetts, both on the DG side and also the utility side. Peter and I, our job is to keep the sites running, make sure they're financially running, and keep those projects coming, working with our development team.
So for those who don't know, DG, right? Distributed generation.
Yeah.
I think that there are some people who hear the term distributed generation and they think, 5 kilowatts on a roof, which of course, like, sure, that's included in the definition. But for you all, how high is the ceiling for DG? How big a project can you build before it's, grid scale?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our biggest DG project, I'll put it in quotes, is around 14 megawatts. So they can get pretty big. They're normally not at the utility side. We normally count DG as you don't have a full-time person needing to manage that site. So if we have a cluster of projects all in the 5 to 10 megawatt range, so they are being sold to the local utility, we have PPAs in place, but we don't necessarily have someone managing that site like we would a bigger project. We count that as DG. So in Maine here, we have 5 megawatt DG assets, we call them. We have 5 scattered around the state.
One of the definitions that I had used, and I don't know, I feel like that increasingly we're into this weird world where the overlap between DG and utility scale is starting to get a little fuzzy. But a definition that I had used is, where does the project interconnect? Does it connect to the transmission system? And therefore, are you dealing with your ISO, or does it interconnect to the distribution system, and therefore you're dealing with your local utility? Is that
that's
roughly on track
as well? No, that's absolutely a great way to think of it. And in that situation, you're not necessarily worrying about the size of the project, but where it connects. So you got it. You hit the nail on the head.
Cool. So maybe just to take a step back, Longroad Energy, where do you do most of your work? What is it sounds like you're in solar and wind.
Yeah.
But what are the most of your projects? What type of technology are they?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have about 4 gigawatts under our belt. And we manage, it's a pretty even split. So on the solar side, we have more solar projects, but from a capacity side, we're just about 50-50 on the wind and the solar side. And our solar side can actually be, like you talked about, rooftop solar. We have some businesses that we have contracts with that we do some rooftop solar for them. No residential, but certainly on the business side. And then we also have utility scale solar. Our biggest project we're putting in, I believe, is 700 megawatts. Yeah, 700 megawatts. And then we have some very massive wind farms as well, which can range from the 200 megawatt range all the way up to that 700.
And geographically,
Mhm.
where are you generally?
Oh, we are like a lot of the IPPs. We are everywhere. So we touch almost every state. We have employees in almost every state. We hit Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, California, Maine. And then we have these smaller solar assets just everywhere, kind of tucked into every pocket, except New Hampshire, which I'm hoping we build out in New Hampshire.
And I guess the question is sort of, what makes an attractive market, right? So what is it that is holding back the development of these resources in New Hampshire from your perspective? And I obviously have my perspective and the types of policies that we have worked on in the past, but I'm curious, for developers, what do you look for unlocking a market?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not on the development side, so I can give you kind of my thoughts and process on what I look for when these projects are getting pushed through. We're looking for really good local partners. We're looking for good permitting. Obviously, the resource has to be there. It has to be windy, it has to be sunny, but really looking to make sure we get favorable permitting, local communities that want us there, and then the other piece is utilities that are willing to partner with us on those PPA sides. Those are the major barriers, and I think it's something that we really look for. On the operations side, we're really looking to make sure we can make that long-term impact. We have that community relationship. We're hiring the local people in the area to help manage the sites. There's a few different things we're looking for to make sure that project's going to be successful as well.
Okay, so Peter, so far, Meghan has done all the talking. So I'm just going to direct the question to you. How are your jobs different in terms of what Meghan does versus what you do?
Yeah, so more or less, I support Meghan in more or less anything that she might need. I manage our entire rec portfolio at Longroad. I manage
RECs being renewable energy credits, which are generated in conjunction with the kilowatt hours and are sort of represent like the renewable characteristics of the generation and are sold into their own markets as an incentive for renewable generation.
Absolutely, yeah. Another large piece of our daily functions is compliance reporting, compliance tasks, contract review. That could include PPAs, power purchase agreements, any type of rec contract that we may manage, and yeah, just the day-to-day tasks to get things done.
We're
so,
yeah.
It's like Beth and I, who Beth is our deputy director, who's in the other room and is making all of this that you see possible on the live stream possible, and is also really, really not feeling well. So everyone, please send well wishes to Beth, because I was like, you should just stay home, and she's dedicated. Yeah. So I think what's been really interesting to me to observe is the way that the renewable energy industry has sort of organically organized itself, and you have companies that are very specialized sometimes and are involved in just very small parts of the process. For instance, we have a lot of members who basically all they do is like the early prospecting for a renewable generation site. Like they find a good site that has good interconnection characteristics and they has local buy-in, and they like develop it just enough, and then they hand it off to someone else to do the rest of the work or to build it. And sometimes they get a little farther down the chain and they hand it to someone else to just do the construction work, or they outsource the construction work. So maybe can you help us? It sounds like perhaps you all do more of the actual ownership and managing of these assets once they're built.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. I think a lot of the pre-commercial operation, there's a lot of movement you see in the industry. You have prospecting, you have greenfield development. Once a project gets permitted, it kind of gets handed off to the EPC, and then the owners change, and you have tax equity involved on the investment tax credit side. It's very complicated. Once a project goes operational, if we hold the project or if we acquire a project, then it's our responsibility to come in and hold it for the long term. So these projects are built with a 30-year life normally. We're actually seeing 40-year lives on some of the solar projects we're seeing coming out of development. So it's our job for Peter and I at that point to build out the project, make sure it's running for those 30 years so that everyone gets their money back and that the local community is benefiting. And the state's benefiting as well because we have 30-year tax commitments, community benefit commitments, and then hiring people. We want people on the site for a really long time.
So do you do construction or do you buy already completed projects?
No, we do construction. So we do development, construction. I would say we do more construction management, which is more typical with the IPPs. So we'll sub it out to, like in Maine, we have Borrego, it's a big company. There's a few big players across Maine and New Hampshire that we'll utilize, and then they'll build the projects, or MYR is another one. They'll build the project, but we'll have kind of that oversight as they build it out.
Gotcha. Okay. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because I think people who witness this from the outside, it can be really confusing, right? Because they'll see the name of one company on a project, and then all of a sudden it's the name of a different company, and sometimes there are parent companies, and it's, you know, I understand it is why it is the way it is, but I'm just trying to do some disambiguating for folks who maybe are tuning in who don't witness it all up close. So you mentioned siting. The New England obviously is a tough place to build anything. And the Secretary of Energy, Ernie Moniz, is famous for having answered a question of what will be the hardest region to decarbonize and saying New England, despite the fact that we have these very ambitious policies from many of the New England states. And when he was asked why, he said, well, New England is the land of no.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, what, you know, you all obviously work all across the country. First of all, does that you nodded when I said that, so it sounds like that jives with your experience. But then sort of like, how do you get to yes, and how is getting to yes different in different parts of the country?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the population density. When we're building a project in Texas, and you have landowners that have tons and tons of land, but they might live in Houston, or they might live, you know, out of the area where we're building, it's much easier to get them comfortable with putting a turbine up in their backyard, or putting a solar panel on their property. It's much easier to get to yes. The local community is maybe not as concerned about the impacts to those landowners because their house isn't located right there. New England's very difficult. We all have beautiful views. We have the beautiful mountains. We have lakes. So we have to be very, very careful about where we're putting these projects, because we will get a lot of feedback from the communities of, we really don't want a wind turbine up on the hill, you know, across from my house. So it's a little bit more difficult to get to yes in New England. I think the legal side of it is a little bit more difficult. Our lawmakers make it a little bit tougher, but also the local communities are very vocal. Whereas in other parts of the country, I think it's just a little bit different populations, a little bit different laws in place. There's just a lot more leniency in other parts.
So one of the when you look out west, one of the ways in which I have noticed, again, like very much from like my New England perch here, is that there you do see all of these red states that are leaders in clean energy, and particularly in wind energy.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is when you're working in red states, what's the pitch? I mean, is there sort of like a different language?
There is. I mean, Tim, I think the great thing about the red states is that, or about renewables, even when we go in a red state, a blue state, is that they make sense. I mean, we're doing something great for the environment first and foremost. It's longevity wise, it's where we need to be going. But I think the other factor here is we pay our taxes, and we do a lot for these communities, and long term we're good partners in these communities. So it's easy for us to go in, whether you're voting red or blue, it doesn't matter. I think that the financial pitch is much easier on the renewable side. And like I said, if you have land and you don't live on that land and you're not doing anything with it, and we come in and say, hey, we're going to pay you for the next 40 years to utilize your land, I think it's a very easy argument to win.
Right. Okay. So then Clean Energy New Hampshire,
yes,
is us. If you were to say, you know, I don't know how, so first of all, on a scale of like 1 to 10, like how plugged in to New Hampshire energy politics would you say that you are right now at Longroad?
1 to 10, I think Longroad is very plugged in. I think Longroad is on the higher scale of that. I think Peter and I would probably be on the lower side just because we're on the asset management side of the business. But certainly from our development side, they're very plugged into New England. This is our home. This is where we want to develop projects. We focus really heavily on the New England states.
Because I guess my follow-up is if you were to identify a policy that would be really transformational at the state level, what would it be? I mean, you know, and I have sort of like a menu I could present to you, right? Like our renewable portfolio standard is only 25% by 2025, and it is 2022. You know, net metering, there has been a perennial fight in the state of New Hampshire in terms of expanding its cap, and that one sometimes feels like ramming your head against a brick wall. But is that a fruitful brick wall to ram against?
Yeah.
You know, and siting reform should, you know, New Hampshire has the site evaluation committee, which is, you know, sort of famously a one-stop shop, but that doesn't necessarily make it less cumbersome. It's like the super team of all of the state agencies coming together, kind of on an ad hoc basis, and like, you know, so I'm curious, you know, what would you
I know what I'm gonna say. Do you want to take this one? Okay.
You should both just shout. We're gonna count to 3. You're both gonna shout something. I'm just kidding.
No, I think they all go hand in hand. Honestly, I think the new goals we're seeing, I think 25% is a little bit low. I think we could do better. I think, but it goes hand in hand with that siting committee. I mean, we can have these big lofty goals, but if you're not going to make it easier to develop, we're all going to be sitting here saying the same thing in 5 years. I think the rec side of New Hampshire to make it more attractive would be good. I think we're all trading mass class 1s right now, which is fine, but we're going to see a big influx of offshore megawatts coming onto the grid. So mass class 1s are going to be going down. And I think New Hampshire has an opportunity to embrace the rec market, which has been historically not done. I think there's a few things that the state could do that I think you guys are doing a great job. I really do. I think Clean Energy New Hampshire is doing a great job with. But yeah, that's kind of my perspective, is we have to kind of group all of these policies and start thinking about them as one overarching goal for the state and how we're going to get there.
Sort of a package.
Yeah, I know you told me to choose one. I chose all 3.
Yeah, no, it's okay. And it is, you know, you look at states like Maine, right, where they sort of had a package that was ready to go when there was a time of political transition. And when I think strategically about the future, a big question in my mind is to what extent is that the approach that we should be leaning into, versus to what extent should we be planning for a world in which we really just need to depoliticize this question and work so that we don't have to rely on legislative swings in order to make progress. And I think, you know, it's kind of, again, like a both and, right? Like, and particularly as the prices have fallen in these technologies, it makes the argument much easier to make.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the other thing, if you don't mind me adding, I brought up earlier the thing about, I think in New England, people don't want to see these things. I think we get a lot of not in my backyard attitude towards these renewable assets. But I think the technology is there. The FAA lights aren't an issue anymore. We're putting technology on the towers so that way they're not flashing. Things are getting smaller. The tower footprints are getting smaller. So we're getting bigger towers, but there's less of them. So to hit our megawatt capacity, we're putting less towers up in the same kind of footprint where we used to have tons of towers. So I think from a technology side, we're also developing as an industry and getting better to make sure we're meeting the needs of those communities where there are concerns.
So fascinating that you say that. You know, I when I was a reporter, I cut my teeth by reporting on this sort of influx of wind farm proposals for especially the Lake Sunapee region of the state of New Hampshire, and those all collapsed. They fell apart. And finally, after it took them 7 years to get permitted, but Antrim Wind was the latest to come online. And actually, this morning, I heard on the news that the New Hampshire Wind Watch, which is the opponent group, is suing Antrim Wind over, is suing the state of New Hampshire for its failure to develop sound regulations.
Oh, yeah, we run into
sound and so I guess I'm curious, do you think, because to be totally transparent, I have been a little bit lukewarm on the idea that the wind industry will ever be coaxed into New Hampshire again, because of that very bruising fight. But do you think that as the technology improves, those developments that you just listed, first of all, what are you installing in terms of like megawatts per turbine for terrestrial wind these days?
For megawatts per turbine, so they're up to, we have anywhere from a 3.3 to a 4 megawatt. So our biggest,
it's like double what it was when they were proposing these.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, even 5 years ago, we were looking at 1 megawatt towers, 1 to 2, and we've already doubled it, and it's going to continue to get bigger. So they're not necessarily getting taller, so there is a little bit of height, but we're not talking about putting a monstrous turbine in the middle of a field. It's a similar size. It's just we've got more efficient up tower.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
But back to that original question. I mean, do you see any interest in New Hampshire from Longroad, but also other wind developers?
Yeah, I think so. I think everything's back on the table right now. I think what we're seeing out of Congress right now is very promising. For the first time in quite a few years, I think all of a sudden, all these projects that have been on the back burner in all these states that were kind of anti-wind or not necessarily had renewable goals in place, we're all of a sudden seeing this really turn around. So I think everything's on the table right now. That's kind of what everyone's been saying across the industry, is that everything's back on the table, whether it's New Hampshire or some of the states in the Midwest that have just been typically anti-wind. We're looking at everything. We're looking at the projects that have been put to bed. We're looking at new projects. The other thing that we've gotten really efficient at is the land structure. For a long time, we couldn't put the technology in certain areas. The technology just wasn't efficient enough. And now we're finding efficiencies in even low wind areas. So we're able to produce in areas that we really didn't think we could. So New Hampshire actually could be very resourceful.
Fascinating. Really cool. So that's really cool. I'm really pleased that you all took the time to come and talk. And I guess maybe I like talking to folks who are all over the country and who are working in a lot of different markets, because one of the things that I am curious to hear about for us strategically is when you see other organizations that are like Clean Energy New Hampshire, that are policy advocates, what do you see in terms of advocates that are more successful versus ones that are less successful? I mean, how do we make sure that our issues are being heard appropriately?
Yeah, that's a good.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I have to think sometimes. I gotta be careful. No, no, I think that you're doing a great job. I mean, we are constantly looking for partners in the community. Just showing up, putting out resources. Education's our biggest hurdle, I'd say. To your point of communities that were predominantly anti-wind or states that are anti-wind, a lot of it is misinformation. That we are, whether it be an environmental issue or whether it be a noise issue or a light issue, we get a lot of bad raps in these communities. And I think what you're doing and what our advocates in other communities are doing really well is really getting out the voice and educating. The other thing is training. We're trying to spread the word about how to come into this industry, because I think that for a long time, oil and gas has done a great job. They build up a pipeline of workers and they educate people about how to get into the field. And we're trying really hard to do that as well on the renewable side, and setting up technical opportunities for youths as they come out of high school, and also technical schools when they go into college. So, it just having that education piece of it and working in all the different facets of the industry like you're doing, I think is amazing. So keep up the good work, please.
We can just hope to move the needle a little bit in the near future. So very cool. I guess maybe last question is what are you excited about? When you look forward on the horizon, what do you think is the next big thing that's coming in your industry that maybe folks who aren't in the industry just aren't aware of?
Yeah, I think this is a tipping point with us. We have not seen this much momentum behind our industry in like I said, a very long time. We are seeing under the administration, we're seeing money coming into the industry through different programs. We're also seeing different states put in these incentives. So it's going to be a big few years in our industry. The technology, like I said, is getting better. It's more refined. We have more granularity. We're building out more products and projects than we ever thought we would. So I think all around, it's just an exciting time. I think if you asked me 4 years ago, I wouldn't have been as excited. Yeah, it would have been like we hope it's going forward. but I think there's just so many cool things. We also have aging projects. So you have projects that were put in 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and we're coming up with new creative ways to not only repower, but get more value out of those projects under our existing contracts, which is great. That's what you want. You want these projects to keep going for another 15, 20, 30 years after they've hit their peak. So I think it's just all around a really exciting time. And I think we're going to keep doing that and just keep excelling. So I'm happy to be along for the ride.
Definitely. Yeah. I think from a technology standpoint, I think battery storage is definitely the future. I mean, I think to mitigate, line losses, congestion, I mean, I think that's huge to reserve the power for peak performance or for non-peak times would be great as well. So I think batteries is the next big thing.
Good.
Yeah. Much.
Yeah. It's so funny. I remember someone years ago asking me in a panel, and I had, of course, I was at that time just like reporter guy, and I'm like, hey, I'm like the wrong person to ask this question, but asking the question, where are batteries going to be, right? Are they going to be in our homes? Are they going to be sited with renewable generation? Are they, and it seems to me like the answer is like, yes, like it'll be in all of those places because there are applications that make sense in each of those locations. But certainly co-located storage seems like it's starting to have a moment, especially with solar. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Nighttime production is going to be the next big thing. That's exciting. Yeah. Well, great. So thank you so much for taking the time to come on. And keep up your good work, and please stay in touch with us over here at Clean Energy NH, because we're, I similarly remain an optimist and excited about the future of everything that's happening. Awesome. Thanks for having us on, Sam. Talk soon. Take care. Gotcha. All right, folks. Next up is somebody who I had the pleasure of meeting just recently on a trip down to Washington, D.C., and was really, really excited to learn everything that they're doing here in New Hampshire. And it's another example of just these really fascinating companies that are doing really interesting stuff in the clean energy economy that are tucked away in New Hampshire. And I think people just don't hear about it. And so that was one of the goals of today's live stream, is not only to solicit support for Clean Energy New Hampshire on this day of New Hampshire Gives, which once again, head to the website, cleanenergynh.org, follow the link to the New Hampshire Gives landing page and make a gift. We're chipping away at our $10,000 goal that we have set aside, thanks to the match from the board and from our most dedicated supporters. So my hope was that by highlighting all of these great folks doing great work in clean energy here in New Hampshire, I would that you'd want to tune in, but B, that also we could maybe inspire some of you to feel some of the optimism that I try to embody day to day. So bringing him on now, this is Nathan Arbitman, who is the CEO of Endurans Solar, who I became aware of because Worthen Industries is a longtime supporter of Clean Energy New Hampshire, and very recently gosh, don't know what is David's title. Oh,
he's the CEO of Worthen Industries.
Right. So he came onto our board in January, and he has told me all about Endurans, and I got the chance to meet Nathan down in DC just a couple weeks ago. So very pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for coming on, Nathan. And I guess, like, what's Endurans? What are you all up to?
Well, Sam, first, nice to see you again. Thank you for having me. What is Endurans Solar? Well, Endurans Solar makes materials for solar panels. It's the simplest way to put it. Our main material is what's called a backsheet. So a backsheet goes on the underside of the panel. It provides electrical insulation and protects the solar cells that are inside the panel. It's one of the key materials that allows the solar panel to last for 30, 40, even 50 years. As Sam mentioned, our parent company is called Worthen Industries, based in Nashua. They're a family business. They're on their fourth generation of family ownership. Several members, including David, who just mentioned, are still very much involved in the business. They actually acquired my business from a larger company almost exactly 1 year ago. It was 1 year. We had our 1 year anniversary on June 1st. So that was a nice milestone. But Endurans Solar, we operate globally. Along with Nashua, we also manufacture in Europe, in China. We have people in India and other parts of the world. I mean, solar is a global industry, and we want to be there for the solar panel makers that are located all around the world.
So what happens in Nashua versus what happens elsewhere? Are they sort of duplicate facilities making the same product? Are there complementary products that are then assembled in different places?
That's a good question. So we have a couple of different product lines. I said back sheets. So we have kind of what we think of as kind of a conventional back sheet for regular solar panels. That back sheet is the product that is made in New Hampshire, and it's also made in China. There's a couple different flavors, variations of that product, and the manufacturing facility it's not they're not identical, but we are able to kind of utilize expertise. I think what from actually both facilities to enhance our manufacturing capabilities and enhance our products. I think what's interesting about Endurans Solar is, we're all familiar with the trope of Chinese businesses is stealing intellectual property from the West and kind of making products themselves at a lower cost. We're actually kind of doing the opposite, all above board, of course, where a lot of our core inventions were made in China. And we're kind of onshoring those to the U.S. so that we can serve customers here from our manufacturing in New Hampshire. We also have manufacturing in Belgium, and there we make a different product, which is called a conductive backsheet. It's a very specific type of a backsheet that kind of looks like a large printed circuit board. It's used for a special type of solar panel.
So, maybe just sort of like real nuts and bolts. What does the back sheet do? and why is it an important part of the solar? The silicon, I think, is what people see, right? Like they see the shiny cells. And the back sheet, maybe, people don't realize how integral it is.
Yeah, no, exactly. So most people do think about solar cells. I mean, they are the most expensive part of the solar panel. The solar cells tend to account for about 60% of the cost of the entire panel. So they really, all of the other materials that are in the solar panel are there to protect the solar cells and ensure that they last for decades. And so what the back sheet does, I mean, it's a relatively thin film, say roughly 350 microns or which is 10 to 15 mils. To use another unit of measure. And so they're pretty thin multi-layer films that have different functionality. So they need first of all, they need to last pretty much forever. Although one nice attribute of our product, unlike some others, is that it's circular and recyclable, and I can talk more about that later. But it needs to be able to last as long as the other materials in the panel will last. It needs to protect the solar cells from the climate, so from freezing temperatures, from in the winter to high UV in the summer, all sorts of rain and other kind of moisture, et cetera. So it needs to kind of be that protective barrier, and it also provides electrical insulation. So of course, people are, you're not up on your roof all the time, but when the installers are installing the panels, or if they're up there to have to repair something on the roof or whatever, it has to be safe. And so it's as an insulation layer. That's another key function that the backsheet provides. There's some other interesting kind of advanced functionalities that backsheets can impart as well. Things like have high reflectivity, right, to redirect more light. You can typically only see a little bit of the backsheet when you're looking from the glass side of the solar panel, but you can see some of that white. And if you have the right pigment formulations in there, you can reflect the light onto the solar cells so that they generate more energy. There's also some kind of advanced materials that where you could do to actually reduce the operating temperature of the solar panel, so that it's kind of as a law of physics. If the hotter a solar panel gets, the less efficient it is. And so, yeah, backsheet's a material that can be used to help mitigate that impact as well.
That's one of my favorite facts about solar that people don't, I think, fully appreciate is that often in New England, even though the sunniest months are later in the year, peak production will often be in sort of like March and April, because you have a combination of really good sun and cold temperatures, which makes the panels much more efficient.
Yeah, exactly right.
Right. So let's talk about the circularity, because I think that's something, we here in New Hampshire just went through a legislative session in which there was a bill proposed that we thought was really the wrong approach to something that is a real problem, which is the recycling of solar panels. And this was the bill in question would have, had created a new position at the Department of Environmental Services that would have been solely tasked with making sure that solar panels are getting recycled, and then would also have been like a $10,000 fine for every solar panel that was not recycled. So it felt very punitive and very much trying to solve a problem that is not quite a giant problem yet. But that said, at some point, we will start to need to think really seriously about the waste stream, especially if we're talking about an economy that is powered largely by, we'll see where we go. But when I look at the projections for the future, solar is going to be a huge part of where we get our energy going forward.
Yeah, I mean, and I think whether 20 years from now, solar is 5% or 10% of the total electricity mix, or 50%. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the fact is, even today, there's hundreds of millions of solar panels that are manufactured every year. And they will last for a long time. The vast majority of them will operate without any sort of issues for the long run. But 30, 40 years from now, they're not going to function anymore, and we need to figure out what to do with them. And kind of our approach there has been to utilize a material set. Obviously, we're only making one material of the panel, but something that's important, and one of the challenges with recycling solar panels is because there are lots of or some valuable materials within the panel, whether it's silicon, there's some precious metals like silver pastes are used, copper materials are in there as well, and also some the polymer film that we make can also be reused. So our this sustainability advantage that our material set has is something that we see gaining awareness. Traction is starting to take hold, especially in Europe, also in the US. Rest of the world's maybe a little farther behind, but the discussions are being had, right? Because there is awareness that this isn't a problem that we need to solve today, of course, but it is something that we'll need to solve several years down the road. And if we make wise decisions now around how the solar panels are designed and we use the right materials to design those solar panels, then that will help everybody win in the long run, reduce the cost and increase the value of reclaiming those materials in the end. So, our material uses less energy to produce than other backsheets. So we are depending on the benchmark, depending on what you're comparing it with. I mean, our greenhouse gas impact, our footprint in that sense is anywhere from 30% less to 150% less than the alternatives. Our products also don't contain toxic materials like many others do. There's a lot of backsheets, and this is starting to change, but for decades used fluorinated materials. I think that's kind of the same sort of material in Teflon. You've heard some of the horror stories with not just the manufacture of that material, but also in its impact on human health. And so, but probably maybe arguably most impactful about our material is that it's recyclable at the end of its life. So at the end of the useful life of a solar panel that contains our backsheet, the core materials can be reclaimed and recycled into kind of depolymerized, use a multi-syllable word there, to get back to the basic elements of and put back into primary production streams.
Listen, we're not afraid of multi-syllable words here.
You've got a very intelligent listener base.
So maybe I think this would just be interesting, and I could take a stab at it, but probably it'd be better coming from you. How is a solar panel recycled today? And my impression is that your product isn't going to fundamentally change how the rest of the panel is recycled. It really is just that backsheet question. But how is it done? I mean, what does it take to recycle a solar panel?
Yeah, it's a good question, and frankly, it's something that the solar panel recycling industry as such is really just starting to kind of get its legs under itself, if you will. I mean, the solar industry itself. I mean, when you think about this, I mean, even 15 years ago was almost nothing relative. I think, and I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but 15 years ago there was something like maybe 10 or 15 gigawatts of solar panels that were installed worldwide. Now it's like 200, right? And 5 years before that, so 20 years ago, there was almost nothing. Like low single digit kind of gigawatts. So it's a very young industry. And these ancillary industries like solar panel recycling are even younger. So there's a number of different methods to recycle solar panels, and I'd actually be interested to hear from you as well on your understanding of how that works. But generally what happens is at least on the processes that I'm aware of, the solar panels will be reclaimed. You can take off the frames; those are just metal, and that goes into aluminum. Typically, that can go into one bin, and then you're left with just kind of this laminate that has glass on one side and a backsheet on the other side, and the solar cells in the middle. And you can't really separate them very easily. It's very difficult because there's a different type of film. It's not a backsheet. We call it an encapsulant that encapsulates the solar cells. That's made of a cross-linked adhesives that make it just kind of impossible to use physical force to take it apart. So they need to be, generally the solar panels at that stage will be kind of shredded, and then the waste streams or the material streams are put into are separated and allows the materials to be reclaimed in that sense.
That's exactly shredded is the term that I was going to use, which obviously is sort of not necessarily ideal.
It's not very elegant. Yeah, it's a lot of brute force. There's a lot of waste that results. You can imagine. So I mean, in order to we actually so that's also something that we're working on, and we have a project to help design, because that encapsulant and that cross-linking that actually is one of the main barriers to creating a product that's more easily taken apart, and something that would allow you to separate those waste streams more elegantly, but also to reclaim more of the value of each separate material, and to do so in a way that's less costly. So we're working on a project with a consortium of folks it's actually in the Netherlands, where we have a number of our people are based. To design panels that have
the idea is really in the Netherlands, like the circular economy idea is really quite entrenched, and like that's where a lot of these ideas come from.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
No, fine. No. That's I think that's basically it. So I mean, we're hoping these issues around circular solar, this concept, we're hoping that it gets more traction and awareness. It's inevitable, right? But we're hoping that these discussions happen sooner rather than later. I mean, not only because it will benefit our business, but because it will ultimately create more value in the long run if we address these issues now in a smart way, rather than just like the example you used, rather just taking a stick and beating people up, to try to nip this at the source and create some incentive for the manufacturers, put some onus on the manufacturers to design materials in a smart way.
Right. Well, so and you sort of hit the word that I think is why I was really excited to have you on, is that New Hampshire does have a bit of manufacturing, tends to be sort of like higher tech manufacturing. And I guess what I'd be really curious to hear from you is, you mentioned that you have facilities globally, that some of those facilities are producing more or less sort of the same types of products. And I'd just be curious to hear from you what is different when it comes to operating a facility in Nashua versus in China, and obviously there are going to be pluses and minuses to each. And we know that there was like a massive offshoring of U.S. manufacturing, particularly in the sort of 90s. But from your perspective, and particularly because I think we've been having this discussion about the sort of national security implications of having our supply chains be so globalized.
Yeah.
What would it take to have more manufacturing here locally, and what are the benefits of having it local versus where do you see the benefits of having it elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about U.S. made solar panels and about our businesses playing a role to help stand up and bolster that supply chain. I mean, you may have seen the news. I feel like it's been everywhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in my solar news bubble. But on Monday, on Monday, the Biden administration announced a pause on new tariffs on solar panels coming into the U.S. So tariffs have played a key role in the supply chain in the U.S. But at that historically, but what the administration also announced on Monday a new goal that hadn't been articulated this way before, to triple domestic solar manufacturing by 2024 versus when he took office in beginning of 2021. So that's obviously a huge increase, and all of those panels are going to need materials. I mean, we want those panels to have materials that are made by Endurans Solar in Nashua. So I mean, there's also significant, but tariffs is one. They're not the smartest tool. They end up having all sorts of unintended consequences, and they don't really help domestic manufacturers in the same way that actual incentives will help. Positive incentives. So there's also, and this is when when we met in Washington a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to discuss this pending legislation in the Senate that could provide big additional incentives for solar manufacturing. So when you think about the solar industry in the U.S., most of the jobs are downstream in the value chain. You think of installation of large or small solar systems for that matter. But as you said, Sam, I mean, we really haven't done much in this country to support manufacturing of solar components, and I am hopeful that that's about to change. I mean, these are good jobs, good clean manufacturing jobs, and I think with the right policy frameworks in place, we can be competitive with manufacturers in other countries that have lower labor costs. I mean, we really can. I mean, there's so much of the industry has been automated, and there's been some very deep dives on looking at the analysis of what it would take to make a solar panel here versus making a solar panel in Europe versus in China, and it's almost on par, frankly. And what really makes the difference is the logistics costs, right? And that's something that, as everybody knows, have been really out of control for the past 18 months at least. And so we do see this big onshoring trend, not just due to some of these policy developments, but also to the ongoing supply chain challenges that pretty much everyone continues to be impacted by, as well as the focus on energy security. So I mean, all of these dynamics are creating an environment where countries are realizing, just like we are here in the US, that we need to take control of our energy production. And a key part of our strategy as Endurans Solar is to serve panel makers in each region from within each region. I think it's a huge advantage to be able to, and not to mention I talked about carbon footprint earlier as well, not to mention the carbon impact of being able to ship a product, to your customer in, 4 days as opposed to 14 weeks, right? I mean, and at a cost that's, costs you, whatever 10 cents per part versus 40 cents per part. I mean, and not only that, but also to have the capabilities within the region. So if your customer, if you want to talk about new products, you want to do some manufacturing trials, you want to meet your customer face to face, yeah, you can do that in a way that's a lot more difficult and has a much bigger impact than if you're based on another continent. So yeah, that's kind of how I see the importance of domestic solar manufacturing.
And I guess I don't know to what degree I don't know to what degree there's sort of like privacy concerns or what you can or can't tell me because of business reasons. But can we talk about what types of panels the backsheets wind up in? I mean, are there, if folks are shopping around for panels, where might they find your product?
So I can put in a commercial for one of our customers because that's publicly known. But to answer your question also, the first part of your question, our backsheets kind of end up on almost all panels that go on the ground, panels that go on commercial rooftops, panels that go on residential rooftops. In the U.S., most solar panels that are manufactured in the U.S., so our backsheets that are manufactured in the U.S. end up on typically will end up on solar panels that are going on residential rooftops. Generally speaking, the residential roof modules that are made specifically for residential modules, they're going to be higher power. They're going to look better. They might have like an all black or a mostly black appearance because if it's on your roof, you want it to look good. And you also want it to generate a lot of power because that can significantly improve your the investment, the installation as a pure financial investment. And those sorts of high-end solar panels tend to be priced at somewhat of a premium, and that's the strategy of a number of U.S. manufacturers is to put those on rooftops and make panels for the high-end segment there. But generally speaking, our backsheets go on modules that can end up anywhere. One of our biggest customers is a company that manufactures in both Canada and the U.S. So outside of Toronto and in Bingham, Washington, a company called Silfab Solar, and they make fantastic solar panels. We call it the panel called the Silfab Elite that has our conductive backsheet, and that's going exclusively on rooftops. I mean, it's one of the most efficient solar panels in the world, and it looks great. And so that company Silfab is one that encourage folks to check out. They make a real high quality product.
Very cool. So then I guess, obviously Endurans Solar, global company, not just focused on New Hampshire policy. I'm just focused on New Hampshire policy, which occasionally means that we're tied up in issues that can seem pretty provincial, I think, from the perspective of because increasingly you look around and the energy transition is gaining steam in a way that is really encouraging for me. But then, when I head across the street to the New Hampshire State House, it feels like that news has not yet arrived. And I guess from your perspective, what's the story from here on out? I mean, when we look at how we think that this transition will progress, what will be the forces that sort of like pull New Hampshire into the future? And then I guess like the big picture for me, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on is how should that inform the strategy of an organization like Clean Energy New Hampshire?
Yeah, I mean, Paul, at the end of the day, I mean, politicians need to be and are ultimately in one way or another held accountable by their constituents, right? So I mean, if there's we all want our politicians to lead, or at least and those of us who support organizations like Clean Energy New Hampshire want them to lead on clean energy issues. And it's also, I mean, just like with any issue facing the country today, because like, man, I wish they would show more leadership, but you know what? I mean, that's also on each and every one of us to make our voices heard, right? I mean, and it's actually not that hard, especially, I think that's a nice thing about New Hampshire is that I think the politicians are pretty accessible, right? I mean, and it actually, a lot of people have a kind of a barrier to taking, political action. It sounds like it's this big thing, but it's just like, making a phone call. I mean, it's or writing an email, or I mean, it's not something you have to do, every day or every week or even every month. But, when there are important issues, 2 or 3 times a year, just make your voice heard. And the more that the politicians hear from people, especially if, not just citizens, but also, business owners, or people who are representing nonprofits or nonprofit organizations or whomever. I mean, they'll at minimum they'll know that, people care about this issue. I mean, and it may take a while for them to really come to turn that awareness into action, or to flip a vote in the right direction. But I think we all have that responsibility as not just as businesses or as organizations, but as individuals. And it's really not that hard. And I think organizations like yours make it even easier, for that policy advocacy to take place.
Yeah, one of the sort of anecdotal one of the things I like to tell as a story is that I remember hearing from in a public hearing, a politician talking about, a New Hampshire local politician talking about how on this particular issue, my phone's just been ringing off the hook, and I've had so much feedback. And then I sort of asked him after the hearing, how many emails have you gotten about this? And it was 10.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And so, especially with local politics, the people are not paying enough attention, and so your voice really can have an outsized impact in terms of influencing the way that people think about a particular issue.
Yeah.
Great. So, for folks who are curious about Endurans Solar and what's going on here in New Hampshire, what should we do you have plans to expand, or what's on the horizon for you all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about what lies ahead for our business. I mean, solar is a growth market. I mean, globally, as an industry, the last 2 years, each year it's grown well over 20%. I mean, this year it's going to grow probably close to that again, maybe 15%. I mean, which is huge, right? I mean, generally, it's unusual for any particular industry to grow more than a couple points above GDP in that. But this globally, it's a huge growth industry, and our business has also seen very strong growth. I mean, last year we more than doubled our business. We expect to grow in about 50% per year for the next 2 years and beyond, right? So of course I'm very excited about that, and we're planning to we will need to expand. At some point, we think that at the rate of pace of our growth, and we'll need to expand our operations at some point next year. And I think New Hampshire could be would be a very logical place for that to take place, right? And also, it would be I need to mention maybe my parting words. We to support our growth. I mean, we're actually fundraising now, right? So if there are any wealthy individuals out there, anyone with some deep pockets, or if you know any investors that want to support a growing business that's based in New Hampshire with a fantastic mission, just look me up.
Absolutely. And perhaps, different type of fundraising that we're doing here today on New Hampshire Gives. Certainly the dollar amounts are probably a bit different, but if anyone's listening, certainly support both organizations.
That's right.
Great. Thank you so much for taking the time to show up.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Really enjoyed the conversation.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Great. So we've got another guest queued up, and another one that I'm also very excited about. Those who have been paying close attention to Clean Energy New Hampshire will know that I am very excited about electric vehicles generally. And so next up, we've got Troy Lachance from the Community College System of New Hampshire, who's going to be talking about the electric vehicle training programs that are being offered at White Mountain Community College, and generally their efforts at workforce development as we start to look towards this next phase of our economy. But once again, let's make the plug. Today is New Hampshire Gives Day. We are doing pretty well. I haven't gotten the update as to how we're doing on our match in a little bit, but the goal is to raise a total of $20,000 today between both our match pool from the supporters of Clean Energy New Hampshire on the board, as well as some of our most dedicated supporters who put that money up to try to encourage you all who are listening to donate. And so I think we're, with 3.5 hours left to go, we're closing in on our goal. It looks like we've got about 2,500 left to go. So if you have the chance, head over to cleanenergynh.org, follow the link to the New Hampshire Gives webpage, and make your donation there. So I'll let Troy Lachance in now, and we'll hear about what's going on at the community colleges in New Hampshire in terms of trying to develop the next generation clean energy workforce. And I will confess that Troy and I have not met. I had the privilege of hearing about White Mountain Community College and their efforts to scale up this training a couple months ago at a New England Canada Border Commission webinar, and it's really cool. So folks are in for a treat. So Troy, welcome. Thank you for making the time to be here.
Thank you, Sam.
And maybe just so introduce yourself, what you do, and what's happening that's exciting up at White Mountains.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate any opportunity I can take advantage of to promote not only the school, but the program and automotive technology in general. Excuse me. So my name is Troy Lachance, as you may have already mentioned to whoever it is that's looking or watching. I'm the program coordinator here for the automotive department in Berlin, New Hampshire at White Mountains Community College. I'm also a student advisor and one of 3 automotive instructors here at the school. So we've been an establishment here in Berlin since 1966, and we've offered automotive training to some degree since then. So we've been around a while, almost 60 years. But wanting to be more proactive as opposed to reactive when it comes to electric vehicle technology. Over the past year, we've tried to put something together that's going to train future electric vehicle technicians out in the field. So, I mean, as you may or may not know, they're pretty much here to stay, right? You can't go anywhere without seeing a commercial or seeing an EV on the road. I don't personally own one right now, but I have neighbors that do. So they're out there for sure. So when you, or if you enroll here at WMCC, you've got a few options, and I'm going to focus really on the EV. But like I say, since 1966, we've had traditional automotive training. What we're excited to announce for this coming fall here at WMCC is an electric vehicle certificate program or electronic vehicle technician program. And what this is going to allow students to do is, after a 1-year certificate, it's going to allow them to have the basics in safety and theory, propulsion, battery technology, a whole myriad of things to allow them to be able to safely, quickly, and accurately diagnose and work on EVs. So as we say, they've been around for a while and they're only here to stay. Don't quote me on years or dates, but I believe GM by 2027 has pledged to stop research and development on the internal combustion engine for passenger vehicles. And by 2035, I believe they are going to cease the sale of light passenger vehicle internal combustion. So, you buy a gasoline engine in 2027, it's going to be the same technology in 2035. They're not going to do any more research and development. I've been at the college now for, this is my 11th year teaching, but beforehand, for over 20 years, I was a General Motors technician myself. So I'm up on not only GM's EV technology, but the market in general. I've worked on everything from Prius to Teslas and the Leaf, the Bolt, the Volt, you name it. What some may not know of or realize is that, the Prius really wasn't the first EV by far. I mean, they've been around since the late 1800s. The Prius, the first generation by the early to mid 2000s was probably the manufacturer that really started being practical and affordable. But I can remember as a GM technician, although I didn't work on them, they had the EV1, which was in the late 90s. Those were a lease-only vehicle. They went away under great controversy if you followed the stories on them. But an even more or even less known fully electric vehicle that GM had was their S10s, right around the same vintage. It was actually a detuned EV1 drivetrain. And they only made like maybe 500 of those. And they were used by city and town municipalities. I believe the railroad used them on a trial basis. So they've been around for quite some time.
It's funny that you mentioned the controversy because
earlier
you may not have been tuning in, but Sherry Boschert, who has recently moved to New Hampshire and who was one of the co-founders of Plug in America when she lived out in California, owned all of the early EVs and attended, the funeral for the EV1 that the activist community in California hosted when they pulled the plug on it. So we got those who have been tuned in for the full day, which is probably very few people will have gotten a bit of that history, but it's a fascinating history and almost comical now.
A lot of mystery, and they were sent off to the desert to be crushed, and people love them, and there was protests. I think it made 60 minutes, and but anyways, that's neither here nor there, I suppose. So I'd like to talk just briefly about what we have to offer, and now this is speaking specifically for White Mountains Community College. We have 5 automotive programs throughout the community college system, and I'm speaking solely behalf on White Mountains Community College. We've really taken the effort to try to spearhead some specific EV training to help students and anybody in the workforce that's looking to broaden their repair knowledge, I suppose, on EVs. So you really have 3 options here. One is you can take the automotive service 2-year associate's degree program that we have here. And that's going to be your typical automotive program that, automotive high schools and post-secondary schools have offered, with anything and everything that has to do with the automobile. That's a 2-year program. The second one we have is still a 2-year program, and it's that same automotive training, only it's a certificate program. So that gets a student out of the gen eds, if you will, the math, the science, the electives that satisfy a degree. And they both, for any specific student, may have their pros and cons, and it's for them to choose. But what's really exciting for us and is being offered for the fall of 2022 is the electronic vehicle technician 1-year certificate program. So what this is going to do is prepare students for industry in 1 year. So it's half the time it would be if they were in the degree or certificate of the traditional automotive program. And it really packs in a lot of EV technology. Battery construction, battery management systems known as BMS, safety, of course. The students and anybody working on EVs knows that these are high voltage systems that can kill for sure. So giving a student the knowledge and confidence that they can work on these systems safely is going to be key in these courses. We'll talk about electric motors, the history of the electric vehicle, inverters, converters. We actually touch a week on electric vehicle history, which again has been around for over 100 years. And we also cover hybrids. So I've primarily spoke just on electric vehicles, right? Because that seems to be where the technology is going, just to eradicate the internal combustion engine altogether. However, hybrids are still a very practical and viable option, right? I mean, they're affordable. There's dozens and dozens of models that are out there, and they're kind of the best of both worlds. Charging anxiety is something that is real with those that have fully EV powered vehicles. So knowing where your next charge is coming from isn't always, 10 taken for granted, like a gas station is. So we cover hybrids as well, and the safe service and repair of those. So you're kind of getting an all-encompassing high voltage electric propulsion system here at WMCC to hopefully better prepare technicians in the field. Now, another thing I'd like to add is this course or these courses in this program is for anybody that's wishing to either learn about EVs, if they're existing technicians, non-traditional students, in other words, males or females that are not just right out of high school. Maybe they've got a family, maybe they've been in industry for 10, 15 years. These are courses and a program that's designed to help anybody that's wishing to work on EVs and hybrids. So it's not geared just towards a specific crowd, if you will. Another exciting part of the EV program that we have is we got a grant through Electrify America, and that allowed us to purchase training aids and materials and anything and everything to do with electric vehicle technology. But we also purchased an electric vehicle kit, if you will. I don't know if anybody spoke of this, so I apologize if this has already been covered. So
I'm curious, do you have an image of it that you could share? Because I've seen images and it's pretty cool.
Oh, I do. I hate to take up.
No. So I'll dig around on the internet to see if I can find it while you talk. But real quick, while you're talking, I'll also say Electrify America, for those who don't know, it's funded by money from the Volkswagen Dieselgate settlement,
Yes.
and has installed chargers all across the country, but also does a lot of really cool and interesting work. They provide advice on state policy matters in terms of how to get the policies right if we want to encourage the private development of public charging. So that's a bit of context for that Electrify America grant. And then I'll let you go while I dig around, see if I can find a picture.
Sure, and I probably should have presumed that I could share my screen and excuse me, could have had some photos ready, but
don't worry about it.
So there's a company based out of Sebastopol, California, and they the name of the company is the EV. They make an EV switch vehicle. The specific name for the vehicle is called the Glider. It's kind of an awkward looking vehicle. It's 3 wheels, 2 in the front, 1 in the rear. It actually has a lot of, ironically enough, vintage Volkswagen technology in it, as far as the front suspension, the steering, the braking system, the bodies kind of emulates, what there is of the body, emulates an old Volkswagen. Yeah, there you go. There you have it if you want to scroll through. So we own this vehicle, and it is actually a 15-week course that's given to seniors in their spring semester. And this vehicle, not only does it come with intense and hands-on theory, but the students actually build this vehicle from the chassis up. Everything from the brakes, the steering, the suspension, the electrical system, the electric drive system, the charger. They actually even literally build the battery, which is high voltage. It's a 103 volt lithium ion pack. That photo that you have up on the screen, Sam, that's not the battery we have. I believe that's probably the lead acid version, which is a lower voltage. We went with the most powerful high voltage lithium ion option that EV Switch had. So this is a great project because not only does it complement the theory on electric vehicles, but it allows the students to get hands-on and literally build an electric vehicle from the ground up. And the reward at the end, other than the education and experience they get, is that they get to drive this vehicle. Believe it or not, it's a fully street legal, able to operate on highway construction. It's got seat belts and lights and a horn. And that's not to say that WMCC is going to register and insure it for the road. However, it's still going to get parking lot use, to say the least.
How fast does it go? I'm just curious.
It'll do about 60, 65. And it's tremendously powerful. I mean, if it has a software that accompanies it, so we can program the current that is delivered through the motor controller to the DC. It's called a Warp 9 electric motor. And if we ramp that current up to 400 or 500 amps, it will just obliterate that tire into a ball of smoke. So I try to pull back on the current, so we're not a disruption at the school or going through tires every semester. But needless to say, electric power is considerably well, pretty powerful, I should say. So the course really gives a student an all-around exposure to anything and everything that is EV. Now, obviously, from those pictures, this is not a car that is in production. You can't go to a showroom or a dealership and purchase this vehicle. However, even though it looks non-traditional, all of its components, its subsystems, its electrical systems, emulate what is in an actual EV, whether it's a Chevy Bolt or a Toyota Prius. So it's a really good experience. What else is nice about it is when we're working on the high voltage systems, they can be, for the most part, separated from the vehicle, so they're easy to access. They know where the safe points to service and where the hazard points are. They have to wear class 0 PPE, protection equipment, safety glasses, everything that you'd see a lineman working out on the street working on. So there is a level of intimidation for students that are reluctant to want to service this high voltage, knowing that it is dangerous. But we can assure them that following proper procedures and techniques, that it's as safe to work on as anything, as long as you don't become complacent. So it's a great program. Again, we want to be proactive as opposed to reactive. We were surprised at how many existing automotive, post-secondary automotive programs don't offer dedicated EV courses. And it just blows my mind. I mean, it's only getting more prevalent. And what better way to prepare technicians or future technicians in this field that's only growing than to have them enroll in a program such as ours. So we're excited to launch this in the fall, and we'll see how it goes from there. So I think the feedback we've gotten is that students haven't quite realized the importance and the demand for electric vehicle technicians. And forgive my candidness here, but I'll mention when I recruit at high schools and CTEs, I'll talk to students and, oh, we've got this EV program, and most are like, oh, electric vehicles, that's boring, or who wants to work, doesn't make any noise, I want to work on gasoline engines and such. But it's ironic because those same students, they love software, computers, gaming, programming, and what better place to put all of those skills into play than an electric vehicle. So I don't think that message has quite gotten through to them that, hey, this is really what you want, So time will tell, and we'll kind of see what comes of the program and enrollment. So,
having been a high school boy, I can state with some certainty that their brains are not fully wired, and they will come to realize the importance of things other than what their friends think is cool as time goes on. So
it's for sure. And even like I say, I was a GM technician for over 20 years, and in the later half of my career, even with the internal combustion engine and transmissions that we obviously have in these vehicles, I would have to say probably 70% of the repairs that I would do at the dealership were the stroke of a key on a laptop. It was programming or reflashing, if you will. And that's only become more in demand with electric vehicles, because as you may or may not know, with an electric vehicle, we don't have a transmission, right? We don't have a transfer case and the traditional things that an internal combustion power plant will have. They're much simpler. They're certainly more reliable. And the work that they typically need on the electronic side is typically programming. So that's just something that I guess students need to consider when they're looking into the automotive field. So you just don't know. It's new for us, and we'd be crazy to not acknowledge the importance of EVs and the popularity of hybrids. So we're trying to recognize that with the programs that we have to offer here. So
so just to ask a question that I think is like a little bit, I should have informed myself a little better before I opened my mouth on this question, but it's my understanding that there's an existing partnership with the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association where they try to get you all curriculum or get you plugged into what the OEMs are looking for in terms of training up technicians. Is that something that's pre-existing? And is that, or am I?
Well, so we do have close contact with the NHADA, the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, but they don't provide us curriculum or any type of instruction direction. That comes from a third-party accreditation known as the ASCEF, which is the Automotive Service Excellence Education Foundation. They used to be known as NATEF. They are a third-party, a governing body that accredits us. So we are accredited through ASCEF, which basically, says that we know what we're talking about when it comes to educating our youth. Their curriculum is what we follow to satisfy their accreditation. And I got to say, we just got the 2022 accreditation list of the jobs and task sheets and curriculum that we're required to teach our students out over the 2 years they're here, or 1 year if they're in the EV. And I was actually pretty disappointed with ASCEF in the amount of EV that is in their 2022 guidelines. So everything that we're doing for EV here at WMCC is above and beyond that ASCEF curriculum requirements. So it's a little bit of a burden on us. All those courses are above and beyond what we would typically teach here. So I was disappointed to see there wasn't more EV. I'm sure it will eventually come around, but for now we work around it. We still teach and satisfy the ASCEF guidelines for traditional automotive technology. We're just, again, taking a step forward to meet the needs and the obvious popularity of electric vehicles. So
yeah, fascinating. Yeah, and it is interesting. I mean, the car culture, I think, has been a little bit slow to come around on EVs compared to mainstream culture. I think, like, when I go out and talk to just like regular folks who are not car people, they're psyched about EVs. And like, I think in particular the work that Tesla has done in positioning them as like cool it's hard to underestimate how transformational that's been. But then when you talk to real car people, they're still kind of dismissive, which I just find really fascinating. And so I think I'm just, I'm pontificating here a little bit.
I get it. Yeah.
That's a little bit what you're experiencing up there.
And
so then go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and probably like anything, if you don't know much about it, you might be more naturally dismissive of it until you realize what it has to offer and you welcome it, right? I'm sure 100 years ago when Henry Ford had the Model T into mass production, there were farmers using horses and carriages, and they saw a Model T drive by and thought, oh, well, look at that thing. I'm not going to bother with that. Look, you got to put gas in it and it breaks down on the side of the road. So it's really no different than then. It's just, the evolution of technology. So, and right another thing I'd like to add before, where my time is up is
7 minutes.
Okay. EVs have been around since the 1890s, believe it or not. They were ideal back in the day. People hardly drove anywhere. So the range really wasn't a big deal. We didn't have to worry about starting old internal combustion engines with hand cranks, right? So, back then there were a lot of, different ways of thinking where women were weak and they couldn't drive a vehicle or start a vehicle. So an electric vehicle was something that was quite attractive to the public. You could just turn a switch and go, right? The winter wasn't the cold starts weren't really a deal. So really what killed off the EV was the electric starter, as you kind of, alluded to, and cheap gas were two really big ones. So what I'm trying to say is, had we stuck with EV technology from over 100 years ago, where we'd be today with it, right?
Yeah.
We really have only been fast tracking this technology for maybe 25 years. So can you imagine if we'd have stayed with EV since the late 19th century, how much more evolved in the infrastructure we'd have there. But you can't argue with cheap gas and the electric starter. And, just like any consumer product, it was cheap and easy access. And unfortunately, the EV went away for 75 years. But I like to kind of point that out to my students as well, that, we've made tremendous leaps in 25 years in EV technology, never mind if we'd been sticking with it for almost 125 years. So
absolutely,
totally
fascinating. Yeah, well, and I guess so we at Clean Energy New Hampshire. So again, to sort of bring back to why we're gathered here on this live stream, which is that I'm like, I'm selling Chevys in my own regard. I'm asking folks to donate to Clean Energy New Hampshire and support our work. And one of the things, we're focused on sort of the big picture, right? Which is how do we get to a clean energy economy in the state of New Hampshire overall? And one of the this is like a terrible question to ask with 5 minutes to go, but like one of the big bottlenecks that I'm starting to see more and more is workforce development, right? And that we just don't have, talk about HVAC installers that understand how to work on mini splits and other types of heat pumps or even just like other types of zero carbon fuels. Talk about EV technicians, obviously talking about like tradesmen who understand how to build high efficiency homes and the ways in which the ways in which to do that without it being cost prohibitive, just across the board, there's so much workforce development that needs to be done. And obviously you're focused on the automotive side. So I don't necessarily know that I want to put all of that on your plate, but do you have any thoughts about what's needed?
I do. So we have a dedicated workforce development employee here at WMCC that does just that. I just met with her, at the end of last week. Her name is Cindy Pike, and she is really looking to promote the program and educate existing technicians in the field. So, you could look at it from all points of view. You could have someone that's been in the field for 10, 15, 20 years, and they've really had no exposure to repairing electric vehicles. And maybe they work in an independent garage, or there's just no training offered to them, right? So our workforce development program here can find grants and make scheduling work for people that work in industry now and have a family to support and a mortgage to pay for, and get that training above and beyond their regular work schedule. So that is something that we do here at WMCC, not just for automotive, but for any of our professions here, whether it be diesel, heavy equipment, or commercial driver, nursing, you name it. We have a strong workforce development a platform here that helps to aid people in industry as of now, non-traditional students, to help further their training, ultimately, so that they're bettering themselves. They're potentially going to make more money, more certifications, whatever it is that's going to progress their career. So yeah, we certainly realize that, and again, we've got people dedicated here to try to make that happen. So, and again, as I said numerous times, time will tell this fall what type of enrollment we get. You never know, being a brand new program, there could be students beating on the door, and it could be, a ghost town for a year or two. So it's just getting into students, specifically traditional students, getting into their mind that it's what they should be doing. We need technicians. We lose approximately 50,000 per year that are not being replaced by those that retire or change professions. And it's a struggling workforce to fill. And these kids need to realize that, computers and EV technology is a viable and well-rewarding career to choose. So.
Very cool. Well, I hope you have success. And I hope, frankly, I hope that more of the community college, branches, that's probably the wrong term, but more of the community colleges around the state replicate what you all are doing, because it strikes me as something that we really need. And again, as I said, not just EVs, but we need HVAC technicians, we need efficiency builders. So reach out to us, because I think that sometime in the near future we need to start thinking about how we can support you all in training that next generation workforce.
So I will send you some information as the year progresses, and I can let you guys know what our enrollment is and how things are looking and any changes we make. So
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for coming on.
thanks for having me, Sam. I appreciate your time, and have a good day.
You too. Okay, folks. Here's the time of the live stream in which I invoke our goal. We have a $10,000 match coming from the Clean Energy New Hampshire Board of Directors. We have 3 hours left to meet that match, and we're short by about $1,500, which is pretty good. So I'm feeling confident, but you know, that $1,500 does not raise itself. We still need you all to pitch in. So if there's anybody listening who's excited about what you've been hearing on the live stream and want to support our mission, please do pitch in right now. You can head to our website, cleanenergynh.org, follow the link to the New Hampshire Gives landing page. You'll see all the other folks who have donated. You'll see the work that we're doing. And then we're gonna bring in another Clean Energy New Hampshire member right now. Coming on the line is Bob Hayden, who is of Standard Power and a longtime Clean Energy New Hampshire supporter and an ally, a well-known voice over at the State House, where his expertise is recognized by a lot of legislators, and who I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but that we're not talking about electricity, we're talking about carbon markets today.
We can go in a lot of directions, Sam.
We can talk about whatever we want. There's no rules, I guess.
Yeah. You know, if we start with a kind of a cleanup conversation about what's happening on the traditional group net metering front and things like that, we're trying to work with Eversource on more creative ways to do things that are closer to virtual net metering in complex situations where there's different scenarios where there's strings of generation that may or may not be eligible, and how to differentiate those strings and make the ones that are eligible and the data clear.
All right, so okay, let's take 2 steps back because I have literally no idea what type of audience we have on this live stream, but to define terms, group net metering, virtual net metering, you know, what are we talking about, and what is it that Standard Power, what's sort of your bread and butter of what you
So if we start with net metering for your house is when you make a little extra power and the utility behaves like a battery for you. Group net metering is when you make that extra amount of power with a generator and you want to cast away the benefit to somebody else. So you do a group and you assign the benefit to another off-taker and they receive a monetary benefit for that. And those are situations where there's one clear meter. Or if there's people who are off-takers, they have specific and clear meters. But as you get into bigger, more complex scenarios, there's less definition as to which generator and which beneficiary and which off-taker are exactly where on the bus. So this is a normal situation here with a beautiful child. Is this your house, Sam?
Myself, hang on. There, yeah. So this is, I'm just giving you this is the basics, right? So this that's my daughter, May.
Okay.
And we just expanded our solar array, and the one on the left is our solar array. And then we have this rather complex lease agreement that we signed with a friend whose house is surrounded by trees. And this is his solar array.
Nice.
So we just did this like 2 weeks ago.
So now you have group net metering.
And that's Jamie. Those are his solar panels. And so this is the basic group net metering. And I got to fill out the group host application and see how all that works and send it off to the Department of Energy and to my utility. And as soon as that's approved, Jamie will get the credit for his panels production on his electric bill. So that's the basics of group net metering. And you all do that, but with much bigger groups. And it sounds like slightly more complex arrangements. So maybe we could break down how those bigger groups and more complex arrangements work.
So in general, this program is available to both solar, hydro, wind, and to some extent biomass. So in the case of hydro, we've aggregated 30 hydro facilities in New Hampshire and made a pool of energy that's available primarily to schools and towns as the group net meter members who enjoy a benefit from that program. We've recently added a couple of solar projects into that aggregation. So we now have about 50 million kilowatt hours available to primarily schools and towns to provide them a financial benefit.
And thanks to HB 315 last year, the number of kilowatt hours is much greater than it used to be because more facilities are allowed to do that group net metering.
Well, it's brought on opportunities and complexities. And so there was one hydro facility that is 1.55 megawatts in Milton, New Hampshire, where 2 years ago, because it hadn't been eligible for group net metering, we downgraded it. We made it a 1 megawatt unit. And then on August 26th, the governor signed the law that said we could go to 5 megawatts for municipal applications. And we brought it back up to 1.55, and I believe it was the first hydro facility that was registered in the new program. And so the owner was very happy to be able to increase or maintain his old production levels.
Yeah.
But the complexity gets in when you have strings of these facilities. You know,
When you
like
say strings, what do you mean? Because you used that term before and I wasn't sure what you meant.
a common bus. So a common bus means you have one big wire. Now, hooked onto that wire might be 3, 5, 6 generators and 2, 3 loads. So that's a complex common bus.
And so these are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine these are legacy facilities that have been around for a long time and were wired that way because they wanted the power from their hydro facility to go right into their whatever, their manufacturing.
Their paper mill.
Yeah, their paper mill. Right.
Yeah.
And so they were wired not to take advantage of net metering, but because that's the way it made sense to do it.
Right.
And now we're trying to adapt those facilities to the modern policy environment.
Yes. And
Gotcha.
it's a little difficult.
Yeah. And so the utilities are amenable to this, and are you finding you're able to make progress?
I would say the utilities, particularly Eversource, were extremely amenable. We talked to them, when I use the term virtual, we talked to them about a paper concept where we would describe the generation of each generator and the load of each off-taker on the bus. And they were fine with that. They just said, yeah, do the calculations and we want to check them. We don't want to have to do the work. We just want to check the work. And if that's true, we're fine with it. But first, we have to have the DOE look at it. And I'm not sure exactly what happened at that point, but the DOE was not as amenable as the utility.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get it done next year.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to learning more about the challenges you're facing, and maybe that's something we can help you with. Unless you want to talk more about this right now, I'm happy to.
Oh no, let's go to carbon credits. I love.
Okay,
carbon
let's talk about carbon credits. So when I reached out, you gave me a call and you said, hey, you know, I have a clear line of sight in a way that I had not before into being able to monetize carbon credits. Or carbon offsets. I'm not sure which term you used. Now the background here is I've done a little bit of journalism back in the day on forest carbon offsets in particular, which has equipped me just enough to know that it's a little bit the Wild West out there. So say more about what you're up to and what's got you excited.
Well, first, let me just comment on the Wild West element. It was the Wild West. The Wild West crashed. And so because it was so lawless and ruleless, the market was taken advantage of. And so now folks, from having been shot at in the Wild West, are gun shy. And there's a much more succinct mechanism for tracking, qualifying, and monetizing carbon credits and or CORCs, carbon replacement credits. So there's a credit for just offsetting brown power, but there's another credit for sinking carbon into the ground or into concrete or into some permanent mechanism for putting it out of sight, out of the way, and off of Mother Nature's table.
Permanent geologic sequestration. That's sort of the holy grail of all this.
Or even topsoil. It doesn't have to be buried, a mile down. It doesn't have to go into former oil wells. Ooh, gee, that's a nice application, isn't it? Damming up an oil well that's porous and has structural deficiencies with some sort of carbon slurry that we've captured out of the atmosphere would be a very nice way to help slow down the carbon-based industry. Anyway, so with the advent of a financial score for how companies behave, which is based on environment, social, and governmental behaviors, there's a value statement that is becoming part of large financial institutions' lending policies. And by so doing, the score for somebody who actually offsets carbon or more dramatically sequesters carbon gets a better score and cheaper money. So they can borrow money at a lesser rate if they behave well in those areas. This is supported by NASDAQ through a variety of mechanisms. So that's the line of sight that says that we can monetize the behavior of carbon sequestering to the extent that it'll make a difference in our environment. And I'll tell you, to me, that's the first line of sight I've ever had on a true value statement for all the hard work we do. I've always known it's really important, Sam, to make renewable energy, to support the REC program so that renewables will proliferate. But that's just a tiny little push. And when we finally have a line of sight to a mechanism that can bring all of those things together in concert through the financial systems, because financial systems only grow and grow and grow. You and I have worked for years in the political system, but every year the political system changes. At the federal level, there's dramatic changes every 4 years, and things we thought we have done, we may lose. Things we thought were going to work, haven't. But if it's tied to people's wallet, financial systems, it changes everything.
So tell me, let's try to bring this to sort of a concrete.
You want to get down to ground zero?
Yeah. I want to see. I want to know from sort of like a project level application what we're talking about here, because I think I have an inclination and I've done enough reading that I think I'm following you, but again, having no idea who our audience is, how do we make sure that they're following us?
So I'm an electricity guy, and I like making renewable electricity. And I was approached by a company that has a process that's going to make a boatload of electricity. A boatload is like 50 million kilowatt hours a year in my terminology. But what they want to make is a product called biochar and activated carbon. These products do a variety of things. Biochar is a soil amendment. And so it's basically highly porous carbon granules that help the soil retain moisture and grow biota at quicker levels than it normally would. So it's
because I've nerded out on biochar, and because I can't help but try to give people the background here. biochar has this long history with the environmental movement, and it's because of these sort of seminal papers that were done about the Amazon rainforest, actually, which is just this fascinating backstory. But there's this idea that the Amazon came to be in part because of agricultural techniques used by indigenous people there thousands of years ago that created biochar as this amazing soil amendment, and that was and it's called Terra Preta, I think, is the Brazilian, the Portuguese.
For slash and burn.
Right. So it's yes, and but it had led to these soil deposits, these incredibly rich soil deposits that scientists and anthropologists sort of struggled to explain, and then they realized that it was this amendment that had been added by indigenous people, and that idea was nabbed by sort of like the permaculture community and brought in as like, hey, here's a carbon solution, and it has lived there in this sort of like this sort of backwater of environmental thinking for a long time, but is now starting to come into the mainstream. So biochar created by burning biomass, not burning, pyrolysis of biomass, and which
Good
is
word. Nice word. I'm impressed.
So pyrolysis is what exactly? Because I'm actually not 100. It's a high temperature, low oxygen process that is not combustion.
Well, if you take a stick of wood and you light a match to it, you can get it to burn. That's traditional burning of something. If you snuff it out halfway through the burn, you get charcoal, which a lot of people have misquoted and called it biochar, charcoal. But that's just charcoal. If you run a pyritic process with temperatures in the 1500 to 2000 degree range, and you never burn the wood, you bake it. You bake out all the gases. And then to maintain the temperature, you burn those flue gases. But you leave all of the carbon behind. That carbon you leave behind is molecularly porous to an extreme level that's hard to imagine. So a teaspoon, which is about a gram, has somewhere between 300 and 900 cubic meters of surface area in that teaspoon. Right, how can you even comprehend that? I still have a hard time with it. But I like talking about it because it's, fun to talk about. But then you think about it from a molecular level and you realize that if you have a carbon lattice, and we're using carbon lattices everywhere in science and technology, if you have a carbon lattice, it can do all kinds of things. Like grab PFAS, like grab PFOS, and hold it in place. Now that's a different application, but it is one nonetheless. If we stick with the agricultural application,
right,
we are in a scenario right now where traditional modern fertilizers have gone up by a factor of 6. They're barely available. But a couple of things we do have is cow manure and chicken manure. Mixing those two things with biochar creates a wonderful soil amendment that acts as a very good fertilizer.
And has this benefit of storing huge amounts of carbon.
Oh, that too! And then it keeps going, right, Sam? We used to have this biomass industry in New Hampshire. 6 years ago, we shut it down pretty much. And it has been shut down in large part. But we still have a timber industry. So the timber industry often leaves behind all kinds of wood on the forest floor. Now, they used to make it into chips and make electricity out of it. And that kept our forest floors clean. But now it's too expensive to haul it away and do nothing with it. So it just sits as tinder on the forest floor. Kind of like what happened in California 26 years ago. Now we know what happens in California in the summertime, but our summers aren't that hot. They really aren't. And we hardly ever have a drought. Like only once every 5 years do we have a drought. But we do have droughts occasionally. And if we did have a drought, oh, that's right, our forests were even burning already this year. Oh my goodness, is that because there's massive amounts of tinder on the forest floor? I don't know, but I think so. So reinvigorating the biomass industry in New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont would be a great way to keep our forest floors clean enough so that forest fires are less of a probability in our beautiful state. Now, our forests haven't burned since about 1880, like really burned. And that seems to correlate with the timber industries we've had that have kept the forest clean with fire breaks since 1880. But doing away with that puts us in a rather difficult situation in the future. And we're already seeing the results this year.
And so the idea here, see if I'm closing the circle, is that if you have a market for the carbon benefit from generating biochar, that's an additional revenue stream, and you're able to use pyrolysis instead of just and correct me if I'm wrong here, can you have a biomass electric plant that is running on pyrolysis, that or is generating steam by using pyrolysis? Is that what we're envisioning?
Well, you got to do something with all that heat.
Yeah.
So
you'd have two products, right? You'd have renewable electricity and biochar, and so those are your revenue streams.
And the corks,
right?
The carbon removal.
Right. Because the biochar itself is valuable as a soil amendment, and then the carbon removal credits are valuable. So there's
multiple streams. So it's a very exciting opportunity. We're hoping to get it taken off this year. We've imported some product from this process already, and it's been tested, and people are very interested. It looks like we'll be doing some significant late season farming with it, mixed with manure, cow manure. And, the possibility is that we would literally be moving thousands of tons of biomass into this process and making very large quantities of biomass, of biochar, and lesser quantities of activated carbon, which would be used in filters, water purification, and air purification.
Interesting. Okay, so that's a fourth product.
Yeah, but it's still, volumes of carbon, just finer particles and greater surface areas.
Right. Very cool. We're obviously live on YouTube right now, so don't say anything that'll get you in trouble, but can you give us any details? Like, are there projects that are hoping to come to New Hampshire that we can talk about, or is that still very, very early phases? Are we not talking about New Hampshire? Are we talking about other states?
No, I can say that I have about 8 locations under consideration now, and am looking at what makes each one the best under varying circumstances. As you know, we've had at different times, we've had a robust biomass industry. So there is some infrastructure left. There is some history that could be supportive in various locations for a process like this, where there'd be trucks coming in every 22 minutes. And they'd probably be sitting on a lever that would lift them up and dump the stuff into the process, the wood chips.
Right, and that's pre-existing at a lot of these older facilities. If I'm
older
not right.
Facilities and modern facilities. There are, Fowling Energy has done things here in New Hampshire and across New England that are quite modern with those same technologies. They're not exactly this, but they've used all of the modern handling things that we would use, and we work very closely with Fowling Energy on this sort of stuff.
Yeah, very cool. Are there any policy changes that we need at the New Hampshire level? And that, because it's interesting that we obviously had that big fight about the biomass, just one. But what I hear when I talk to folks is a general desire to support the forest products industry. They just don't want to increase electric rates. They don't want it to be in you know the story.
So we know, has anybody talked about electricity rates today so far?
It's not deeply.
Okay. So if we want to just take a quick deep dive, I'm in Eversource territory along with almost 70% of the state. And the primary driver for electricity prices are natural gas prices. And the last Eversource rate case, they came up with a rate of 10.669 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity, based on a buy price of natural gas of $4. If we look right now, I suspect that natural gas is $8.60 for the same decatherm. So more than double.
Yeah, where do we think we're headed?
Scary number.
Yeah, for real.
I'm a very positive person. I think the rate will only go up to 14 or 15 cents.
Which we saw in the Unitil service territory this past
Already.
week, 17 cents.
When natural gas was at a lower price, but they have their winter months stacked up on one side of their biennial buy.
So what's the policy tweak then that we need that would restart the biomass industry in a more carbon friendly way through
So one thing that would help is one word. In the eligibility for group net metering, it says wood pellets. I needed to say wood products. Like,
is this something that you've worked on already? Have you found support? Do we need?
I've spoke about it a little bit last year, but I didn't need it last year. I need it this next year.
Yeah.
So I had other things I was working on this year that have gone good or bad. SB 262, we only got a little bit out of that. SB 262 was the big one, raising traditional net metering to group net metering to 500 kW and doing a greater expansion of expanded net metering to more eligible facilities. We lost on both of those. We didn't do too good on the virtual net metering stuff. That language was shot down. So there's a lot of things we worked on this year that were priorities over that one word that we'll shoot for next year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look forward to working with you on it. I'm excited about biochar. As you can tell, it's one of my
Okay, so think about this. In one of our communities where we do community power, that community power thing, someday we're going to get that done in our legislature, or no, in the PUC, they'll really get it done, I think, someday.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, I know. You remember back when they passed the law on August 26th of last year and it said it was enacted in 60 days on the law? What happened?
Yeah.
I don't know. But think about this. One of these biochar factories on the edge of a city or town, large town, next to or near the emergency services, refrigeration, housing, and medical. That when the grid goes down, all of those things could keep working. It's called a resilience zone, and can be a cornerstone of a community power plan for a community. So visualize that, if you will, or 4 or 5 of them in the state. That's a future that is very real and is becoming possible as each day passes.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Bob, for taking the time to come on. We've got our next person is in the waiting room already, so I'm gonna let her in.
My pleasure, Sam.
Yeah, and thank you again, for your support of what we do over the years. Because as I mentioned at the top, not only have you been a member for a long time, but also you show up to the State House, which for anybody who's tuning in is a big deal.
It is a big deal. So anybody who's listening, I invite you to come and speak. And if you're scared to speak on a subject, come and visit Sam or I. We will script you. We will include you in a group of scripts that support a theme, so that if we need 10 people to each speak one of the threads in the fabric that we're presenting, you can be part of that.
And it makes a big difference. New Hampshire lawmakers don't get a ton of feedback on 90% of what they do.
Right.
So absolutely.
And that's a great way to do it. And I invite you to call me, call Sam. We'll help you anytime, sincerely.
Great. Thanks so much, Bob.
See ya.
So folks, New Hampshire Gives, as I have been plugging throughout the day, cleanenergynh.org is our website. The New Hampshire Gives website has we have our link there to our New Hampshire Gives landing page. We have just over $1,000 left towards our goal, coming in from almost 60 different donors, which really sort of like warms the heart. And as you just heard with Bob, we work very, very closely with all our members, and that is one of the main benefits of becoming a Clean Energy New Hampshire member, is being plugged in to everything that's happening on this local energy policy scene. And you know, we're your eyes and ears at the State House and at the Public Utilities Commission, and we can make sure that your voice is being heard. So Kerri, are you with us?
Yes. Let me.
Great.
Okay, let me just see if you hear me. Oh, okay. Now I can hear better. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know we had to move you from one slot to another, and then you popped on into the Zoom call earlier, so I was worried that we would not connect. So thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you guys for working with me on that. Sorry about the last minute
Not at all. Not at all. So I will confess, we have not met before. So this is actually the first time that you and I have spoken with it. Like, you know, I know a lot about what Siemens does. I don't know a lot about what you do in particular. So maybe just to start, can you introduce yourself, talk about the work you do here in New Hampshire, and also, you know, Siemens is obviously a big company. So how that fits into the big picture.
Yep. So I am Kerri Worms. I am the performance contracting lead for Maine and New Hampshire, and we're slowly getting our way into Vermont. We do energy and infrastructure improvement projects for the most part. I have been on this team for around 10 years. I was an engineer before taking over this role. And the work that we do is mostly, I do K-12 and municipal, and we really focus on taking how they get to the clean energy. So how do you pay for it? How do we help get federal money for it? What grants are available? And then also looking at the best route for them to work on their decarb plans, and kind of taking a tackle on customers' decarb plans, what their goals are and how they can best accomplish that.
So correct me if I'm wrong, are we talking about sort of like an energy service company model? So so you're looking at like the holistic picture of you know, an energy bill essentially, and trying to talk to folks about how to reduce it and reduce emissions.
Yes. Yep. And most K-12, even municipals, colleges, they all right now are getting more on board and more deeper into their decarbonization goals, what their future planning is, and how they can overall best operate their facilities closer to as net neutral as possible. So we take that holistic approach and look at it from you need a starting point. If you're going to tackle that big plan, it's where do you start and how do you phase that out? Right now with the federal funding, it's created an awesome opportunity to start and to get them introduced to renewables. One of my favorite schools that we tour has all 5 of the renewables, and we use it as a learning. They do biomass, they use it to fertilize their fields. We have a windmill there that just powers the sign at the high school. So they started as an educational program for the students, and now they've looked to grow it, and now they're looking to plan more in the future. So that's what we try to encourage, you know, our customers to take on, is not only looking at the long-term picture, but how do we educate the students and the new generation for them to rethink really making that shift of energy to a more carbon neutral environment.
Very cool. So it's really interesting. So earlier in the day, we had a bunch of students come on from White Mountain Regional High School who almost, you know, they have a sustainability club. They have a teacher who's really sort of a leader and who's making sure that there's this like student-led initiative to work on their energy consumption. But one of the things that is worth pointing out is that the savings are such for schools that a company can come in and be sort of like the one-stop shop to do all of the types of improvements and retrofits and you know, additions of renewable energy that the school might need to reduce its energy bills. And more or less, that's what we're talking about.
Right, exactly. We do a lot with students in that sense, and workforce development, just getting them introduced to this field and the environmental impact that they can make just from either small behavioral changes to educating themselves on what it is in the sustainability culture. I think we actually did the White Mountains High School biomass project there. So we've been in and out of the New Hampshire schools and biomass and looking to get more into it now that it's becoming more of a footprint. So it's a really good opportunity for the students to kind of include themselves in the projects and have that sustainability goal.
Right on. So then back to that big picture question. So Siemens, obviously giant company. And how often do the different parts of Siemens interact with each other? I mean, because I imagine that's one of the assets that you have is you can pull in different resources that the mothership has to offer whenever one of these projects needs it.
Oh, all the time. Yeah, we collaborate on most projects at any opportunity we can. If there's renewable, we do use our DES group a lot. We work with our federal group. I mean, I probably hound our federal group a little bit too much on the upcoming funding and how we can best capitalize that in the States and in our region particularly. So we work together pretty much every project that we can incorporate, which is nice to have the resources. And it's also nice to have the resources across the country of knowing what different areas are doing, what we can bring here and vice versa. They look to New England a lot when it comes to schools and school improvements. We have a very strong foothold in New England because schools lack the resources. So they look for energy savings and they look for creative ways to better their buildings, which has been a really good resource for other areas of the country to learn about.
So can you tell us a bit about schools that you're working? I don't know to what extent they're like privacy agreements and like what you can and can't share, but are there schools that you're working with now that you can tell us just like a case study and the types of savings that, you know, like what are the dollar amounts that we're talking about in terms of how much savings? Because again, this is like citizens, right? Like this is tax dollars ultimately.
Yeah, so we have a few that are good examples. Right now, particularly one of the most immediate ones we're working on is in rural Maine, and they had a boiler go down, a fuel oil boiler go down. They needed to immediately fix it over the summer for heating season, but it actually costs them less money out of their budget overall to convert all 4 of their schools to propane and get those propane savings because we're going to buy in bulk versus making one boiler replacement over at fuel oil. So the way the project is laid out is through a performance contract. So it's all budget neutral. It's within their budget. They're going to have less operational money to put towards the project by doing all schools going to propane versus fuel oil. So what could have been maybe like a $300,000, $400,000 boiler replacement is a $2 million project costing them less money out of their budget every year, because right now we have to use the futures of the oil market. And we have to, if you buy in bulk on propane, it's a little bit more independent than where fuel oil is going. So you get more of a drastic savings by making that conversion. So you have schools who do it based on immediate replacement need, and then also districts who are being proactive. I mean, we're on a phase 3 project right now with a customer who started out doing, let's get all the low hanging fruit of energy. Let's get as much energy savings as we can under phase 1. Then on phase 2, we need to focus on capital improvement needs. What is failing in the next 5 years? Where can we, add additional goals to become more carbon neutral? And now on this phase 3, we're looking more at building codes. We're doing kitchen renovations. We're doing optimization of all of their control systems. And then also looking now at additional fuel conversions over to propane because of the price of fuel oil. So districts take these projects and adapt them to their needs, while also knowing they have to, on some level, report back to their communities on what they're doing for the environment. How are we making that next step forward while still having so many issues from the past that we need to address? We're so behind because of funding, because of the lack of resources, but we also need to push forward. So that it's finding that balance of long-term planning with them And a lot of districts are interested in, let's see if we can tag on to a community solar, or where can we at least add solar for solar heating, anything that will give them that push into the future. They're looking to incorporate. That's where the problem of funding comes in, and how can we afford that? And that's federal funding. It's through the lease purchase. It's through community solar. It's through finding all of the different federal money that you can get as rebates, or the REX program that you can get back.
So I guess I should be more plugged into the answer to this question, but in terms of federal funds for these types of projects, were there substantial increases that were in the bipartisan infrastructure law that are new resources that schools have access to that they didn't have access to, say, 6 months ago?
Yes, definitely. The first most immediate one that just came out was the Clean School Bus Program. That just released a priority list for schools of who can apply, who can submit that grant. It's a one-step process right now. You submit it for August. Then unfortunately, it's one grant per state right now. I'm not to say that doesn't change. These federal grants do change all the time. Right now, it's one grant per state, but that's the most immediate one. The few that I'm keeping an eye out for our customers is the energy block granting that's coming out in the fourth quarter of this year. That is going to have a significant impact, I think, on schools, because that's associated directly with energy and infrastructure.
Very cool. So maybe could we talk a bit more about the Clean School Bus Program? Because I personally have heard so much interest from our members, and they've been waiting for the details to come out. But then I also personally have not had a chance to really dig in. So can you say more about that program, what it takes to be eligible? I know that there are schools that are really, really interested, but then they see the sticker price of what it's going to cost to particularly electric school buses, and they're immediately scared off. And then when you add on to that the fact that you're going to need to upgrade your bus barn with charging infrastructure, it scares them away. So tell me, educate me, please, about the school bus program and who's eligible and what it takes to apply.
So they just released the priority list. So if your district is on that priority list, then essentially you can submit an application. The application process is a two-part. So you submit in August what you have for your current inventory. Then in October is when you would get selected. What the parameters are for this is it's to support at least a 50% fleet of low emission buses. So the grant is going to be around $250,000 to $350,000 to pay for the buses themselves. And then you submit for the associated infrastructure to support those buses. So the idea for the grant is to not only pay for the buses, but help them get that infrastructure in planning to continuously work on those buses. And that would pay for, the grant itself would pay for that.
Very cool. And the priority list, I assume, but again, I haven't had a chance to dig in, but I would assume it has something to do with environmental justice communities, socioeconomic status. Is that what develops the priority list?
Yes, from what I've seen, most of it is the socioeconomic status. If you're rural, what you've received in the past, and then the free reduced lunch rate. So one of the questions is, does it qualify? Anything on the list is a yes. Is it considered a rural community? If you're a yes, you're a higher priority. So those are kind of the parameters that they're going after. I don't know what their cutoff is for rural or for socioeconomic. It didn't quite say that. And from my understanding of the districts in the area, it is a little bit complicated to see what they're going for, because there's some districts I would definitely consider rural that are not on the list. But I think with federal granting, sometimes you never know all of the answers to how it's selected.
Sorry, didn't unmute myself. I'm actually amazed at how few times that's happened throughout the course of the day here. But while you were talking, I just pulled up the list. And sure are a lot of New Hampshire communities that we have worked with that are on here. And I think probably what this is reflective of is the fact that we are a rural state, right? And so lots and lots of our school districts are on that priority list. Do we have a sense of how many districts, how many awards they're going to be making with the available funds? Because, we'd have to do the math here, right? So 200,000 to 300,000 per school, and it's a $5 billion pot of money overall. Suppose we could crunch those numbers, but
it is right now. I don't know how many rounds they're going to be putting for this. I believe it's going to be one round 6 might be what it is, but currently it's 1 grant per state is what they're awarding in October.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is not ideal because based on the list, am I breaking up my internet?
Someone's is. I'm not sure if it was mine or yours, but
okay.
It's usually better now.
Yeah, it's right now 1 per state, unfortunately, for the grants that it would get awarded in October. They don't have the October application out. I believe that application though is going to be more of the finalizing the finance, like the numbers to submit for it. But I haven't at least seen, once you submit your application, what the final criteria is going to land on other than being on this priority list.
Right. Gotcha. So apart from school buses, are there any other funds that have been created that you all are excited about trying to help schools to access, or is that really the main one?
I think for me, the biggest one that I'm keeping an eye out is energy block granting. The energy block grant program was last opened in 2009, and it was a 5-year program. So very similar to how this is being rolled out. Except this time that they're rolling it out, they amended a law from 2007 that said you cannot use federal funds to help pay for any federal or any loans, any performance contracts and tax exempt lease purchasing. Oops, I think, did I freeze or is it?
Your video is frozen, but I can still hear you.
Okay. So they amended the law from 2007 that you can now use federal money to help buy down either a performance contract or pay off the interest on it, as well as use the money for a straight grant. So I think for this, there's a lot of opportunities for schools, particularly the ones that we work with who have done performance contracts in the past. I say at a minimum, submit an application with your project. What they look for in these particular grants is the ongoing history of maintenance and upkeep of your buildings, and even with the lack of funding and the lack of resources school districts have to upgrade their buildings, they're looking to see, have you continuously tried? And those are going to be the best opportunities to get the money. So if you have a performance contract or a tax exempt lease purchase that you've done on the side, I would highly suggest you just submit the application for the money that you either have to pay off, or say, you know what, let's just buy off the interest and use the rest of that money for another project. I think it's going to have a lot of opportunity. What we're currently waiting on to see is the biggest unknown is how they're going to roll it out for priorities. If it's based on similar to the revolving renovation funds for an application process, or is it more of one of the federal grants like an ESSER where you submit it, they go through, do you qualify in their parameters? Here's X amount of what you've requested. So the energy block granting is one that I'm certainly keeping an eye on, as well as there's going to be another revolving fund grant coming out. The revolving funds are set up a little bit differently, where you're not given 100% grant. It's going to be, they're typically grants that are based off of your socioeconomic status and what your free reduced lunch is. So it's, you submit for $1 million, you could get 80% of it paid for, but the last 20% is at 0% financing. So it's still a really good opportunity.
And for someone who's not super involved in financing, I mean, how meaningful is that for the big picture in terms of the savings a project can realize?
Oh, I think it's massive. I mean, it could allow you to get either 2 additional boiler rooms done. It could allow you to get all of your lighting done at a school by reducing and taking off that interest rate, especially with rates, you know, going up and up right now everywhere, for the ability to have something paid back at 0%. It's free money over, you know, X amount of years, however the bank takes it. So that's a huge opportunity for schools to get some free money. And right now with the new lighting mandates that are coming out, and by next summer of 23, to capitalize on these grants and help get some of that LED lighting done to help reduce your usage there and then pay for everything else. It's a really good opportunity that can then kind of snowball into their bigger picture plan.
That's really interesting. I guess we, you know, just like perhaps this is an unrelated question, but what was the deal with the prohibition behind using those monies in the past for performance contracts?
I'm not sure why it was not necessarily allowed. Even CARES Act could not, the ESSER funding and the ARPA funding that came out, those were not allowed as well to use. I don't know if it was considered double dipping on the projects or giving the banks the money because of the interest rate. I think it probably had something to do with the interest rate and paying the banks, but I'm not sure exactly, you know, what sparked that law of saying federal money can't be used in these long-term projects, because these long-term projects are one of the more appealing routes for schools to get projects done. Because you ask a school, what's your biggest issue? They're going to say budget. And so how do they maintain their educational status as well as the buildings in the classroom environment?
Oh, Kerri, I think we're losing you here a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and blame the beautiful weather for the poor internet. Don't necessarily know how that makes sense, but perhaps it's a signal that we should all go outside. So maybe what we should do here with Kerri having frozen is we can see if our next guests are queued up, which I believe they are. So give me just a moment here and we'll see who we can move on to next. And so folks, remember today, oh, there's Kerri.
Hey.
Kerri, it seems like your internet's a little spotty because your video is frozen again. Well, I suppose it's actually a good sign that we made it until 2:52 before somebody experienced Zoom problems. But Kerri, I think we might just have to cut it short. Yep. Okay. Kerri's dropped off the call. So folks, today is New Hampshire Gives. Here's the moment where we make our plug. If you head to cleanenergynh.org, you'll be able to find the New Hampshire Gives landing page, and you'll see our progress towards our goal, which we are doing quite well. In fact, we are now under $1,000 left that we're trying to raise today. We have 57 folks who have made their contribution. So if you're listening now, if you've been finding these, if you've just dipped in and out, if you found any of these conversations useful or enlightening or interesting in any way, please take a moment to give a pledge of support to Clean Energy New Hampshire. We're doing, I think, about as well as one might expect. Again, on such a beautiful day, having people tuning in to a live stream on Zoom. The next folks that are going to be on are Laura and Gil Richardson, who were the founders of Clean Energy New Hampshire back over, almost 20 years ago at this point, I guess, and who have continued to be big supporters of the organization over the years. And who are joining us from, so I'm not still clear on geographically, like how to describe where you live. Do you live in Pike, New Hampshire, technically, or not?
No. No, do
Okay.
you want our GPS? No, so we pay our taxes to the town of Benton, which is a little teeny town. Benton proper, the populated side, does not have its own post office. We live on the unpopulated side of town called Benton Flats. And so our mail goes through the township of Pike, which is part of Haverhill, New Hampshire. So, and you know, back when there were telephone books, right? Some of your audience will know about telephone books. We were either in 3 of them or 0 of them, depending on how they decided to cut the territories up. We are on the edge of UPS and FedEx delivery territories. And so sometimes things get really confounded because people think it's Pike, therefore Haverhill. Long story short, that comes out of White River Junction as opposed to Littleton. It's very confusing. Yeah, we're in a little corner.
But needless to say, you all did in fact welcome me to your home. It's a beautiful spot, but it is quite a ways north. Not technically. Are you technically North Country?
Depends on where you draw the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
So true North Country people think that we are south of the notch, but we're actually north of the first notch, which is the Oliverian notch, Wachapaca notch.
But we're on the southern edge of the White Mountain National Forest.
Right.
So, yeah, in the mountains, though.
Well, so sorry for the extended discussion of your geographic location, but thank you very much for coming on the show, the Clean Energy New Hampshire live stream, and thanks of course for all the work that you've done over the years. And I have not come into any of these conversations with like a great agenda for what we're going to talk about, and I'd really love to just open the floor to you all for what you'd like to talk about, what you're excited about, what you're in your sort of like observations of the evolution of Clean Energy New Hampshire over the years, what you know, anything you'd like to share or stories you'd like to tell. I really am looking just to have a fun conversation. So thanks again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
So I guess to start out, we'll start out with like near time, right? We had a lot of things that we wanted to get done today, but we have been glued to this Zoomathon and we have gotten nothing productive done. Thank you very much, Sam. This has been really, really interesting. Wonderful to see people we had no idea about. And I mean, that's part of how this organization has grown over the years. To us, it's really cool. I mean, we knew everybody in the organization when things got started. We knew everyone. I mean, we knew everything about them, the floor plans of their homes or, you know, their goals and aspirations for businesses. And now, I mean, it's not our job anymore, but now we don't know any of these people. And they are very cool people that are part of the Clean Energy New Hampshire family. Very cool.
It's funny that you say that because for me, even I've been here for a year and I still have not managed to connect to absolutely every one of our supporters. And there have been a couple of folks who popped onto the call today. That's been my first time talking to them, and it's been really fun. Actually, it makes me think that maybe it's also a little bit exhausting. You're getting me at the tail end of the day, so energy might start to dip. But it makes me think like this might be the type of thing that we should do with some sort of with some sort of more frequency. So Laura, you came on. We made a video last week, I think, talking about the history of the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy Association, which for me, again, really fascinating and just edifying to hear the history of how it all started. And maybe that would be something that would be interesting for folks who are tuning in here to hear about today, is that when it started, what was it like? And of course it was all volunteer, there was no budget. And it was really, really grassroots at that point, which I like to think we are still a grassroots organization, but it was really, really grassroots at the beginning. So give us a bit of the early days.
So the early days, Gil and I designed and built our home to be off-grid with solar. Solar was very expensive at the time. And there were zero resources in the state. The internet was barely a thing. And so we had to figure it out for ourselves, how to build an off-grid, super efficient solar powered house. So the thinking was, the advice that we did glean was, if you want to have solar and if you want to be off grid, you've got to make your home really, really, really energy efficient. You've got to eliminate any extra electricity, on every level. Really a lot of attention to detail, coordinating things, making sure that everything worked in a synergistic way so that we could get the bang for the buck out of our, at the time, pretty large photovoltaic system, which was 2.4 kWs, right? Woo! And that was a big deal, really, to make that work.
Right, and so many, there were, people that had solar before us. Obviously, we were,
right.
1999, 2000 was the time frame, and there were people that had it for 20 years at that point, and so they thought we had a huge solar array comparatively.
Right.
And today, so we were 2.4. Yeah. Today, people are routinely putting in 8, 10, 15, kW, so
right.
on their residential homes.
Right. And so we were reaching out, we were reading a lot of books, we were subscribing to magazines with all sorts of, quirky other articles. And once we built the home, we were really pleased with the outcome and very impressed that we were able to integrate so many things into a comfortable house. We didn't want it to be quirky looking, right? We wanted this to be normal. And that by having it normal, we could then be role models for other people who didn't want to do this sort of edgy stuff. And there's nothing wrong with the edgy stuff. That's just not who we are. We're kind of middle of the road people. We actually think we're normal. Most people do not think we're normal, but we do consider ourselves fairly normal. But we wanted to do it right. This is our long-term, dream home, and we plan to live here the rest of our lives. So yeah, we did the research in 98, 99, 2000, broke ground for real 2001 in the spring, moved in autumn of 2001. And we've been again reaching out to people, including folks at the New Hampshire Office of Energy and Planning, which has evolved over the years and political generations, now called the Department of Energy, asking for advice, asking for network, who can we talk to about this sort of thing? And they had nothing. They had no funding for that. They didn't have anybody who specialized in it. And so they, basically we were on our own. Once we built the house, word started getting around to people who were interested in these kinds of things, or people wanting to build houses like this. And those people like us were reaching out to the New Hampshire Office of Energy and Planning. And then OEP started punting people to us. And so we opened our doors for tours. We felt that it was important to share what we learned, that we're not going to be greedy and hold all of that information inside. And I guess before we even designed the house, we went on a tour of solar homes that was organized by the American Solar Energy Society and more locally the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association. And so we had seen a couple of off-grid homes that were really quite lovely and very efficient and normal. And that tour really changed things for me. Gil had always been interested in solar. I kind of thought he was a little wacko because I didn't think solar was really ever going to work here. I mean, I bought into all the myths, right? I mean, we all have a place to start, and you pushed.
Yeah, and the property that we chose, we knew of it. A friend of ours was living on part of it and renting, and we ended up buying the property with them and subdivided it. But I mean, it's on a state highway. We can look out and see the state highway, but there's a very wet field between us and the highway. So to bring power lines to the house was, back in the year 2000, was going to be $12,000-$15,000. So right away, we could take that price right off the top of what we were going to pay for solar and generator and all that, but
And batteries.
and batteries and everything. So, but I had been just looking at it and keeping an eye on solar and things for years. And so we thought, well, if we go off grid, and how are we going to do that? And so we just solar, and that's when I started getting the "you have two heads" looks from Laura. And but it worked.
Yeah, it's worked great. And we work really well together, and we work really well with a framework. So if we're given some kind of framework, this is the problem that you have. You want to build a house, and you want to build a house, and you can't connect to the grid because you're going to destroy your neighbor's view shed, and so then that sort of cascades different decisions, right? And it was challenging at the time for us to sort of figure all of that out and think it through and pay for it, because none of this was cheap. But yeah, so one thing led to another. Built the home. We love the home. It's fantastic. We're going to be here for the rest of our lives, which we hope is wicked long. And so the tours, we started giving tours every week, every weekend, every other week. I mean, it was constant. The great thing about that was the house was always clean, right? There was no clutter anywhere because everything had a place and was always, it's not the case anymore, but and then it was getting to be too much. It was getting to be really overwhelming for us. We had other things that we needed to do. And so we started
gesticulating, but Beth is very graciously getting me a coffee because I'm like starting to like fall asleep in my chair here. But I just wanted to jump in really quickly because so my personal experience very much, it's funny, it's 15 years removed from yours, but we built our home in 2015. And it's on grid, but it's a similar type of arrangement where it's passive solar design, super insulated, and it did not break the bank. We follow this method that for folks, if you're interested, there's actually a book that's now being published in the very near future about this school of thought called The Pretty Good House, which is like, how do you build a very efficient home, but don't go chasing diminishing marginal returns, right? So this isn't a passive house. It's not LEED certified. It's just do what makes the most economic sense. So the house was maybe like 10% more expensive than it would have been otherwise. And our utility bills don't exist. We pay $16 a month as the minimum electric fee. And so, but very similarly, once we built this house, people just want to know about it. And there's like a real hunger for this information. And unfortunately, we still have a ways to go in terms of educating the trades and really everybody.
Right.
But
sorry to derail you.
Was,
yeah. No. Give and take.
So we had the house. We were showing it. We were involved with New Hampshire Sustainable Energies Tour of Solar Homes. Northeast Sustainable Energies Tour of Solar Homes. And but again, doing more. But there were only 3 or 4 people doing solar installations in the state as companies, and a few more over in Vermont. Vermont had and still has a more mature industry in that standpoint. But there were some festivals, some trade show things down in Boston and over in Vermont. we would go to those, and again, more and more people kept asking us questions and things. And so we got a couple of these folks from the industry, the installers and things, and the community college, and sort of decided to found this nonprofit. And you know, at the time, Laura and I have kind of traded off on who's been working, but at the time, Laura was not, you know, working full time.
I was not employed. To be clear, I was working very hard, but I was not employed.
several different things, but and so she kind of became the face and the spearhead of the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy, and pulled together a good board, and put a lot of time and effort into it.
Yep, and we ran workshops, and we workshops, a conference, a lot of education. We got involved with the legislature, a little bit of activity with the Public Utilities Commission on the regulatory side. You know, this was all uncharted territory for us, and frankly, for most of the people on the board of directors. None of us were professional lobbyists. We had zero budget. We inherited a little bit of money from the parent organization we were a chapter member of at the time, and those were old dues, our portion of the dues, and that was enough to pay for a color printed brochure, which was very cool, very cool. We felt very special handing those out at events, and so it grew from there. You know, it was one thing that led to the other. And I have to say, you know, listening earlier to Sherry Boschert, her story, you know, she definitely had taken the electric vehicle side of things in California to, you know, a much more mature level in a shorter period of time. But a lot of the stories that she was telling really resonated with us as far as the grassroots effort. And you don't know what how your career is going to evolve. I mean, that's one of the cool things about our species, is that we can learn new things and go into new territory. I mean, you worked as a journalist for many years, and a very fine journalist, and now you're leading this organization, and it's really exciting how people change and grow, and the things that we learn, if we're willing to share them, you know, it sort of builds on itself. And so, you know, at the time, there were probably 30, 40, maybe 50 small solar projects in the state, maybe scattered around. I was really trying to keep a list of how many people were on grid versus off grid. There were definitely more off grid people. Most of those probably were relying completely on their generators, fossil fuel generators, but that started to shift around, and you know, we'd hear about another person getting solar in the state, and we would be really excited. You know, that's one more, and so it's sort of, it snowballs, right? And so a snowball starts really small, but then as it starts to roll, it starts to get bigger, and it goes exponential. And now we drive, when we drive around, we rarely leave our little corner of the planet, but when we drive around, we see these neighborhoods where at least one house is going to have solar on it. Julia Griffin talked about, you know, a third of her neighborhood being solarized, and that's really cool. That's normalization to us. That's exactly what we wanted, what we dreamed about. We, you know, are bummed that New Hampshire has the legislative barriers that it does, but it is, you know, the framework that we're working with. And so, you know, the fact that people are able to take these projects on, figure out ways to navigate the system so that you can work within that framework to advance things. Nothing ever stays the same. We should never expect things to stay the same. And so, yeah, the future is solar and other renewable energy, sustainability issues, you know, normalizing all of that. changing the way we cook to induction, changing the way we drive to electric. Battery technology is just getting really wonderfully efficient and much more, it has a deeper capacity at this point. And so it's been a pretty wild ride. It's 20 years almost it's been 20 years since we really got things started with all of this, since the tours were going full robust 20 years ago. And
and earlier today, I forget who it was, maybe the board members, we're talking about how Clean Energy New Hampshire is an advocate and has kind of taken on a role that in New Hampshire had been a vacuum, because there really is nothing at the state level that is focused. You know, they've got some departments that know some things and will look at it and stuff, but no
it's not
really,
NYSERDA,
right?
You know, it's not.
Right, like
NYSERDA,
New York
for those who
State.
don't know, is the New York State what does NYSERDA stand for? New York State Energy
Resource Research Development Authority.
Right, which is a agency with a ton of capacity, does a lot of deep thinking about the energy transition, has a lot of money, as Laura just alluded to. But you know, if you want to answer basic questions about energy usage in the state of New Hampshire, the state isn't even necessarily collating the data, right? Like it's often up to third parties to do that for them. And so we have a lack of capacity in a lot of different respects. And it's not just the state government level. I'd also say, you know, in civil society, unfortunately, there's a bit of a vacuum that we are hoping to step in to fill. You know, so just a quick anecdote, and I hopefully have not said this already in this Zoom call, but I may have. Chris Skoglund, who is on our staff, was sharing with us that he had a brainstorming session with the original founding members of the Local Energy Solutions Work Group, which is now an initiative that we have taken under our wing as of, I think, 2016 or 2017. And that this was 10 years ago or more, and they sat down, and he still has the notes from that meeting in which they laid out the challenges that local energy committees face when they try to advance sustainability projects and before their select boards or their, you know, whatever their town government is. And it's the same barriers today, right? Where it's like education, lack of capacity, lack of resources to try to answer the questions. But the difference today is that there are increasingly companies that provide these services that as the cost of the technologies have dropped, they can answer many of those questions on the individual project level. And so I'm really excited to try to sort of fill the gap where our staff will be able to connect local decision makers to the service providers and serve as the sort of like honest broker that gets projects done.
Yeah, there's also this thing now called the internet, and there's some resources available on that too. And so that's kind of cool, because things that are thwarted in New Hampshire, shall we say, may have matured elsewhere, and those ideas may not be copywritten or trademarked, and so then they can be embraced here, and slowly but surely we can sort of bring them on board. And so you know, that's the other part of the whole growth trajectory and the snowballing, is that the information is much easier to find now. It's still stymied, you know, there's no question that it's still a challenge, but I think there are more tools available for people. There's a lot more sophistication than there was. I mean, tremendously more sophistication these days.
Yeah. So one of my takeaways from having gotten to know the two of you better, and also having gotten to know the history of clean energy in New Hampshire better, is that there are certain elements that have been sort of a through line throughout our entire history. One is the connection to the grassroots. Two, focus on local policy. But then three, which I you know, sometimes it's a struggle to maintain, but is sort of a dedication to a nonpartisan stance. And these are the policy positions that we support, but we don't support a party, and in fact work very actively with folks from both parties. And I guess you all were engaged at a time in which the technologies were much less mature, but the politics perhaps had not become quite so balkanized. But I wonder if you have any thoughts. No.
Yeah.
Well, but we can think back. John McCain had a climate platform, right? And can we imagine a Republican presidential candidate today who was supporting cap and trade legislation? So,
Well, so, that it's a really interesting point, because cap and trade was originally a market tool that would be that would transform everything. And it was created by the Republican Party, right? The GOP got that started because they saw that it was a market force. And as soon as, in my opinion, the fossil fuel industry and the other big lobbying organizations got wind of how that was going to ultimately impact them, they sort of turned around on their theories. But to be clear, politics has always been something that's been very difficult for this organization to navigate. The Tea Party came into power in 2010. There were people involved with New Hampshire's legislature long before that who were very, very conservative about, let's keep things the way they are. There's nothing wrong with the way things are right now. And so you had to sort of pick and choose how to weave through that process. And again, we were novices. I mean, very naive, and you can get a lot done when you're naive, because you don't know that you're not supposed to do that. But we fought really hard to have class 2 in the renewable portfolio standard, and that is the specific carve out for solar, that photovoltaic energy, a certain portion of New Hampshire's energy portfolio had to come from solar. And fought, I mean, that was not easy. There are people who are now embracing solar, no question, who fought that tooth and nail on both sides of the aisle. And I'm glad that we were able to do that, because that triggered the ability to then have a mechanism to create rebate programs at the Public Utilities Commission, ultimately now Department of Energy, now not much of a rebate program, but for solar. And that's what sort of got that program idea going within the state government. And I firmly believe if we did not have class 2 in the renewable portfolio standard, we never would have had rebates for modern wood heating, the pellet systems that have become really important. We would never have had solar hot water, solar electric, even some small scale wind rebates available for people. And that rebates are crucial to get a market moving. It sends a signal that the government understands that this is something valuable, that there's extra value to that. And so, I mean, that was really important. And the goal with the RPS, the Renewable Portfolio Standard in general, was that it was going to be revisited and it was going to be bolstered year after year, for not just till 2025, but that it would ultimately get us to, we were hoping 50% renewables by 2030 or 2035 and 100% by 2050. That was sort of the behind the scenes trajectory that we expected. And of course, it's just all sort of.
But and to your point, trying to stay middle of the road, New Hampshire's politics swings like a pendulum a lot of times, and you never know who's going to be on one side or the other, and some people have changed their view on it. Now they're supporters. They used to be naysayers, or vice versa. So it's it is important to try to be the bridge, the factual voice of reason, and and go with that. You know, some of the barriers go way back. When we first got our system, there was only one electric inverter to invert the DC power from the solar panel into the home. You know, we have normal home appliances and things here, all 110 AC, but there was only one that was allowed in the state of New Hampshire to be used. And there were two that were technically allowed, but one of them had gone out of business.
Right.
And the barrier was just some testing that none of the other manufacturers wanted to bother with for the 5 or 10 sales they might possibly get in New Hampshire a year. And so that was a barrier to entry, and that just limited your options even more. You know, now can't tell you how many inverters there are available out there and everything. And now 99% of people that have solar are grid tied and
well, right. And I mean, that was because frankly, there were people at the certain utilities who were rabidly against including renewable energy in the grid. They thought it was going to, you know, blow the grid up.
But the state didn't push the utility to allow more, you know, to open up their very narrow criterias and things. So, you know, that was just an example that it was difficult in the, you know, there were barriers even way back then.
Right, which was frankly why it was easier to be off grid than on grid.
Right.
We did look into going on grid about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it was going to cost us about $40,000. And then we were going to, unlike your situation, Sam, where you're paying $16 a month or $11 a month, we were going to have, I think, meter bills for 5 different meters. And and it made no sense. Like, we're going to put all this money in and then we're going to have a higher electricity bill instead of, and we'd be burying all this plastic for underground wires. And so it made no sense to us. Therefore, we said, you know, we're going to add more solar because solar is so cheap these days. I mean, it's beautifully cheap. And now we have enough for us to run, you know, all sorts of things electrically that we never dreamed of before. Very modern now, very exciting.
And it is interesting because this actually thing, you know, the utility industry themselves spotlighted this back in, it must have been 2015, where the Edison Electric Institute put out this report talking about disruptive threats to their business model. And I feel like, you know, it's sort of gotten lost in the shuffle that there is at some point going to be a real concern that I think is something we should actually think about as perhaps not an ideal future, in which it's going to make more sense for people to just cut the cord to their utility company, even people who are connected already. Like, if batteries get cheap enough and you've got a good site for solar, then like, why would you bother paying that $16 a month? And I think, like, if the utilities, if their strategy is just to try to go hard against distributed generation, they might be setting themselves up for a future that they're not excited about if there is that incentive. And so, you know, and like, I personally, when I think about that future, I worry, because I do think the grid has provided tremendous benefit, right? Hospitals are great. Having electricity at schools is wonderful. And
absolutely,
affordable energy is a huge deal. So I try to tell folks, just remember, like, let's try to maximize the good these resources can do, as opposed to just trying to stop them in their tracks.
Right. But again, to be clear, you know, each situation may be a little bit different. And we're in a very rural area. We talked about that at the top, right? We're very remote, and to bring power to us would be a real cost to a utility. And to maintain that would be a real cost to a utility. And that would not be just taken on by us, it would be shared with other ratepayers. And, you know, when we went off grid initially, it was because our neighbor was losing power every week. And, you know, the New Hampshire Electric Co-op does a fine job now maintaining these poles and wires. But our neighbor lost, I mean, she had a business. And we recognize that we did not want to be in that situation. And so being off grid made sense to us. We also look at the grid. Hydro-Quebec's big, massive power lines are right across the valley. And, you know, we hear the helicopters going over all the time while they're checking to make sure that they're in good shape. And so it's, you know, the grid is right there, and we do rely on the grid for other things, absolutely. But for us to be independent made sense at the time, still makes sense for us, maybe not for others.
Right.
But the bottom line is we're really excited about the direction that this organization continues to evolve in. The work that you're doing, the different areas, we're excited about Drive Electric because we've got a Subaru Solterra on order. Can't wait for that to show up. You know, there's just a lot of really cool stuff that is still very relevant to our lives that you guys are now taking on. And we're delighted about that.
And, you know, being New Hampshire Gives and things, you know,
we do give.
Yeah, I think the dollars that anybody does donate to Clean Energy New Hampshire are utilized in a very frugal, but also leveraged way. You know, you take that money, use it wisely, and bolster it with other sources and things. So.
And one other thing, you know, whatever the clean energy technology is that people in their homes or businesses, schools, municipalities embrace and invest in and install, they're going to be around for a long, long time. It means that there's less fossil fuel that needs to be drilled for and processed and distributed, you know, shipped around the world, and, you know, wars that are fought over all of that. I mean, really, you're making a personal choice, a personal impact, but the ripple effect is significant. And so go team.
Right on.
And,
well, thank
and
you.
I always.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say thank you again for all your support over the years. And I'm gonna let in our last guest of the day. So thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
And
hello to Tony for us.
Yeah, looking forward to the next thing we can work together on.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam. Go team.
Yay.
Go team.
Bye-bye.
So folks, we are in the waning hours of New Hampshire Gives, an hour and a half left. We are on the New Hampshire Gives website as the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy Association. You can find us either by going to our website, cleanenergynh.org, and finding the link there to the landing page, or by just Googling New Hampshire Gives and Clean Energy NH. We are very close to our goal. I will say it's a little unclear to us how much has actually come in, because the New Hampshire Give site is a little confusing at the moment. But a shout out to some of the folks who have put in larger donations today. Frank Grossman, Paul, I believe Geyer is Paul's how you pronounce Paul's last name. Bill Hopwood, and Maine Energy Systems all have made substantial contributions. So we are very close to our goal, which is 20 grand for over the course of the day. That's 10 grand in addition to the match pool that we assembled prior to today. So please, if you have a moment, head over to cleanenergynh.org and make a contribution. Help us round out the day. So our last and certainly not least guest is coming in today, Tony Guinta with the NOBIS Group. Tony, I have to say, I've gotten, once again, like it's been a real pleasure over the course of the past year to get to know all the folks who are the supporters of Clean Energy New Hampshire, because I first became aware of you when you were the mayor of Franklin, and were championing solar power in that town. And so in this new role, it's just been a real pleasure to hear everything that you're working on. And so I'm really glad that you made the time to show up today.
Thank you, Sam. My pleasure to be here with you.
So just brief, maybe, introduce yourself and sort of the pocket history. I already sort of spoiled it, right, that you were the mayor of Franklin and now work for the NOBIS Group, but what do you do over there, and sort of where are all your various intersections with Energy World?
Well, Sam, I'm sort of a strange square peg in a round hole my whole career. I have been, but So science by nature with my bachelor's and master's degree being in the sciences, geology and geophysics, and then moving over into state government and being a regulator for a major part of my career, kind of unusual, and then transitioning out of the regulatory realm, starting my own business, starting my own company, being a president and CEO, seeing what it was like to run a renewable fuels business when we were dealing with liquid renewable fuels, and then coming over to work for NOBIS in the engineering side of it. And then during all of this, while it's happening, to run for office and to be in politics and to become a politician, holy cow, what a mix, of all kinds of different careers. And it has really served me well when it comes into my final role here, which in the tail end of my career is promoting renewable energy and renewable resources. And so all of those things have really come together to be able to allow me to, first of all, go out there and talk about renewable energy, and then to actually get it done using and getting all help from the engineers that surround me every day in the great company that I call NOBIS, the NOBIS Group. And so it's exciting, it's fun, it's frustrating, Sam, as you can attest to, but it's worth the fight.
So for those who don't know NOBIS, who is NOBIS? What do y'all do? And I don't even fully know the answer to this question, because my inclination is that you do a lot of different things.
Yeah, we do. A very diverse group, about 75 of us here at NOBIS. We have 2 offices. We have one in Concord. We have another one in Lowell, Massachusetts. And hopefully by the beginning of next year, we'll have another office in Portland, Maine. We're working on that one now. Yeah, and our real strengths are in the civil, and environmental areas. So civil, geotechnical, and environmental are our real specialties. But those come together very nicely. Who would have known when you're talking about renewable energy? There's no easy way to get these projects approved. They still take all of these scientific arenas to be able to get them approved. They have to go through the same process as approving, a multi-million-dollar development, whether it be a land development. Regardless, you still have to go through the permitting, you still have to go through the local approvals. And so you need all of these professionals. All 75 of us work together to get these projects approved. So that's a little history of NOBIS, 30 plus years here with them. By the way, the company just achieving full employee ownership through our ESOP program beginning of the year. Very exciting.
Very cool. I had no idea. And I perhaps unsurprising, I think employee ownership is pretty cool as someone who's in the nonprofit sector. But also, I think increasingly we're seeing more and more businesses consider it, because it really is it's a powerful way to retain employees, obviously, which is huge in today's labor market.
Sam, I think the most difficult thing about becoming a full ESOP is letting the younger generation here at NOBIS recognize they are now owners of the company. For so long, you've either worked for someone and it just doesn't make sense what that means. So it's daunting in one way, but tremendously rewarding, knowing that your efforts come back to benefit all of us here. And so I think that's the toughest thing about an ESOP is it's just getting people to realize, guess what? You're an owner now. You start thinking like an owner. It's a new mindset, but it's a next exciting phase for us here at NOBIS.
Right on. So one of the other venues that we interact in a fair amount is at the Business and Industry Association. Clean Energy New Hampshire is a member organization, and you chair the end users committee or subcommittee. I'm not sure which category.
Yeah, it's a committee. Yes,
yep.
I'm the vice chair of that committee. Yes.
And I think what I find really interesting about attending those meetings is there's a real diversity of thought, and I think for me particularly, what's exciting about being in this role is trying to communicate the good news that renewable energy technologies really have started to mature in such a way that they're competitive. And increasingly in those meetings at the BIA, I hear people acknowledging that. And I guess I wonder from your perspective, how has that evolution, how has that played out? Because I'm a new attendee, right? Like I wasn't attending BIA meetings with any regularity until this year. And so where are we at in sort of the evolution of the business community's understanding of the cost of renewable energy?
Sam, I envision our committee as, you always hear like once a year of this gag that goes wrong where this group of kids throw one of the kids into a dryer and start the dryer up and they get tumbled around. That's our committee, right? An idea comes out and it gets rough and tumble in there because there are a lot of different perspectives and a lot of different businesses and industries that are at the table. The good thing about the committee is, as you've seen, more often than not, when these ideas get vetted, we come out with some really, really good decisions and final stances on these things. So recognize, Sam, that we're talking about an electrical grid and an electrical producing industry that's been around for 100 years. And it's the same thing. And so when people start coming to the table with different concepts of how to start changing that 100-year-old industry, at first, there's a lot of skepticism. And it's like, hey, don't bother me right now, right? I'm running my business. I've done all of my planning over the next 5-10 years. I don't want you to throw a curveball at me here. Well, those 5-10 years of planning have gone by now. And we've been talking about this for 5 or 10 years. So now people are starting to come back saying, wait a minute, I really want to take a closer look at this. And we know this is coming. It's an evolution. And as I always tell people, renewable energy is this simple. We have a resource that's finite in nature. What that finite nature is in years, I don't know. I can't tell you. But I can tell you it's finite. We're not making fossil fuels as fast as we're using them. So we're going to consume them and they're going to run out. In that scenario, would you not want to move to something that's infinite? Would you not want to move to something, right, that will have that resource forever? And the answer is obviously yes. So everybody agrees there. Now it's how do we get there? And then we start getting into the nitty gritty and what people start arguing about. Is it more expensive? Should we invest here? Is it going to cost me more money? So I think we all agree on the concept that we need to move here. And now we just need to fine tune it a little bit. The great news is that renewable energy, the infinite decision, is getting cheaper and cheaper every day. So the main argument at the table is it going to cost me more? And if it is, I can't afford it. So I want to stay where I am. Okay, well, how about if we tell you it's the same price? Now I'm listening. How about if we tell you it's going to be cheaper? Now it's like, okay, let's grab some coffee and start talking here. And Sam, I think you'll attest to the fact that I think that's where we're at in our committee right now.
Yeah, and it really, I've heard folks say things as straightforward as, it's an energy transition. It's gonna happen. So it's really, the question is sort of, from a policy standpoint, do we need to hit the gas, right? And I think that's really the big disagreement is do we hit the gas and how hard do we hit the gas? And
Exactly.
So that's the interesting thing to hear in that forum.
And
right.
Sam, the beauty of it is that we live in this experiment called the United States still with 50 different states, and everybody's trying something different. So New Hampshire, as typical, very conservative approach to this. Got to make sure, our steps, we don't want to make a misstep. Right beside us on our border is Massachusetts, and they are like #1 in the country for foot on the gas. We've got to come up with a different expression. We can't say that.
Yeah.
Foot on the renewable fuel pedal. Or something.
The accelerator. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And figure this out. And so maybe it's not Massachusetts and maybe it's not New Hampshire. Maybe it's something in the middle, but we'll get there. Yeah. And we're certainly moving in the right direction, as we can attest here at NOBIS. Prior to coming on this call, we had a good half hour, 45-minute call with a potential client to do 20, 25 megawatts of solar in the state of New Hampshire, which is really, really good. So the attention is on our state, and people are still coming here for a myriad of reasons. Whatever those reasons are, the good news is they're coming.
Yeah. So I'm curious, from your years in politics, what do you think is sort of the sweet spot? I mean, we've touched on it a little bit, right? But like the technologies, the price has to come down, and that sort of unlocks the potential for people to come to agreement. But it's more than just the price of the technologies, right? Because there's a whole suite of policies that renewable energy interacts with, and sort of the question is, so there's siting, there's the interaction with regional markets, right? So we have these regulated monopoly utilities that are interacting with regional capacity markets, energy markets, ancillary services. And so I'm just curious if you have a perspective on if we were to set our sight on the types of policies that you think would thread the needle of New Hampshire politics, what do you think is the sweet spot? I'm asking you to do my job for me. That's what I'm asking you to do.
No, that's perfectly all right, Sam, because there was a thought in my head at one point, and then, so let's sort of weave our way through this. I feel that the very complex question that you asked me is multifaceted in answers. I think when it comes to looking at policy, political policy in getting us there is complex enough. But if we break that down into saying that the call that we just had were from developers and investors who have made the decision to come to New Hampshire and develop. So whatever those intricate policy decisions are, it's enough to attract attention. What I see as what becomes a major obstacle is what I've noticed on a political level, which is where you started the question from a political perspective, is we've done a very good job of educating the populace on how we get there, the technologies of getting there. Solar, wind, hydro, they get it. They understand that. What they don't understand, and what I think we've done a very poor job of doing, is giving them a vision of what this is going to look like when the developers start to come in our communities and build our renewable energy community. For instance, they come to the city of Franklin, or they come to a small town, and all of a sudden Farmer Jones has made the decision. He hasn't farmed his land in 20 years. And he's made the decision that he wants to put a solar field, a solar garden there. And so makes an agreement with a developer to go ahead and do that. Now they start through this process of getting local permitting, and they go to their first public meeting, and people come to hear about this. And all of a sudden they start talking about there are going to be 5,682 panels on Farmer Jones's field. And everybody sits back and says, what did they just say? Yeah, I've been going by that farm for 20 years. I don't want to see 5,682 panels on that field. My kids toboggan there, and I hike it and bring my dog for walks there. I don't want that there. So there's a tremendous amount of local opposition, Sam, that we see when we finally come to town and say we're going to do this. There was a saying during my day, when I was your age, they used to say, you want to think globally, but act locally. And so what we've done is we've gotten the think globally picture in their minds, but the act globally, act locally, not so much. And so we just have to make sure that we make people understand this is what it's going to look like. Because Sam, in the past, what we've done is we've really done a very good job of taking these massive energy producing plants and putting them in places where people don't see them. Or when they do go up, you don't have to build 5 or 6 of them because one is big enough to supply a huge area. Now, when we're talking about distributed energy, we're talking about much smaller units in a lot more places. And So there has to be that acceptance of where we're headed here. And that will come. That will come.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I shared this earlier in the call that the Secretary of the Department of Energy, Ernie Moniz, at one point famously called New England the land of no, and that New England would be the hardest place to decarbonize. And I think that there's some truth to that. And it's funny, I having spoke to solar developers, one of the insights that they gave me over the course of the past year is that when they look for good sites, they avoid lakes and they avoid mountains. And it's not necessarily because you couldn't build a solar panel on a solar farm on a mountain, because you could, if you manage the drainage appropriately and all that sort of civil engineering work that you all do at NOBIS Engineering. But it's because if you're anywhere near a mountain, that means that there's elevation and there's folks who are going to be able to see down and they're going to be able to see it. And it comes down to what does it do to the viewscape, and which I think is a it's a telling story, and it's one that I think we haven't necessarily fully started to grapple with yet. Is what does that mean that people are not willing to look at renewable energy installations?
Yes.
I look forward to working on that for the next 10 years of my life.
So, Sam, I think this speaks to why Clean Energy New Hampshire is so important, because there needs to be this organization or organizations that are out there doing what you do, pulling people together, having seminars, and telling people this is what's coming, this is what you can expect. How can you go out there and educate others? So there needs to be a group that does it. And as far as I'm concerned, no one does it better than Clean Energy New Hampshire.
So I guess, you have been a supporter of Clean Energy New Hampshire for years. We gave you an award a couple of years back. Right
here, baby. Right here.
For championing renewable energy technologies. And we're here in the waning hours of New Hampshire Gives, and we're still ever so slightly shy of our $20,000 goal that we're shooting for in order to sort of meet our match pool from our board of directors and our sort of most committed supporters. If there's anybody still listening to the live stream after this very long day, what's your pitch? I mean, what do you think is the best explanation for why we're a valuable organization and why folks should support us?
I just gave you a great example, and I'm able to say that, Sam, not because we rehearsed it or talked about it. I've been to your seminars, and I've been there during these whole day events when just like this, you've been running this all day, when you expect people on the way out to say, oh, I'm exhausted, I can't take anymore, I've been at a Clean Energy New Hampshire event all day. It's just the opposite. When we're walking out, we're energized, supercharged to go out there and start doing things. Everybody's talking to each other about the things that we've learned and what we want to follow up on based on what we learned during that day. You offer that at Clean Energy New Hampshire, and we have to have that keep going. The other thing is, as we're starting to make some momentum, we're starting to get some rubber to the road here and making some progress. One thing I will warn people about that we're seeing is in these communities where I've told you where people come out and they oppose these projects, eventually they come around, we can let them know you're not going to see it and there's going to be land set aside. And everybody at the end of the day comes to an agreement on these things. What I'm starting to see is something that's even more dangerous, is that the communities, after they'll allow one or two projects, will automatically take a vote, have a town meeting, and put in an ordinance that just bans it forever. And the other thing that we're seeing too on these projects is they're asking for decommissioning plans, which say that after 20 years, you're going to come back and you're going to remove every single tiny little bolt that you put in, and you can never develop that land again. So my question to all of you listening is, where does that put us in 20 years? We make all of this progress to reduce carbon emissions, and then after 20 years, you're going to see the line start to go like this again, where we're going to start falling off as we disassemble everything that we just assembled. So we need Clean Energy New Hampshire to be out there advocating, wait a minute, that's not the correct mindset. let's get more efficient with these facilities that we've already developed and get more renewable energy from them as they upgrade those panels to be more efficient and have more output. So again, I don't know of any other group better than Clean Energy New Hampshire to get those important messages out there, Sam.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence. Sometimes coming into the office, the challenges seem insurmountable, and so it actually has been really fun and inspiring to touch base with all the folks today that we've touched base with, because it reminds you, right, that there are a lot of people working on these challenges from a lot of different angles, and you know, that's the only way we're going to get there, is with a lot of different people working from a lot of different angles. So I'm curious, you know, what's coming up on, you mentioned that you've got developers coming to you with projects that are sort of utility scale, which would be a new thing for the state of New Hampshire. You know, we had one utility scale solar project make it through the site evaluation committee, and then they pulled the plug on it because of sort of uncertain reasons exactly what happened to that solar project. There's another that was paused. It's at the SEC right now, but was paused because of the tariff issue and the trade investigation that was initiated by Oxen Solar, but which has apparently resolved itself this week. But apart from those types of projects coming in, is there anything new and exciting in your world that we should all have on our sort of in our windshield in the front view?
Well, yeah, actually there is. Obviously, we've been talking a lot, Sam, about solar, but as you know, offshore wind, I mean, it is a major deal. When I'm talking to you about solar projects, we're talking about 1 to 5 megawatt projects right now, which is good. But when we're talking about offshore wind, we're talking about gigawatts of power, thousands of megawatts of power. That's coming, that has its own headwinds, pun intended, right? So we need clean energy around to talk about not only the benefits of that renewable energy in substantial amounts, 30 gigawatts of power is a game changer. That's the entire New England grid on renewable energy, essentially, more. But we still need somebody to be an advocate, because obviously there are a lot of things we don't know about offshore wind, and we're going to have to resolve those. And we need Clean Energy New Hampshire at the table at BIA talking about the opportunities for businesses, not only in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, but all of New England, to be able to take advantage of this worldwide industry that's coming. Like it or not, it's coming, because we are known as the Saudi Arabia of wind energy in the world. So it's going to be here, and it's an exciting new phase we're moving into, Sam. We need you.
Yeah, well, and the, you know, it's funny when you look at how long it took the federal government to draw up and lease off the first federal offshore wind lease area. It was what, 10 years? It was a really long process. And with the Gulf of Maine, they're looking to have those auctions in 2024, which is right around the corner. Yes. So this is going to become real, I think, much faster than people realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, great. So thank you so much, Tony, for taking the time, and again for all you've done over the years, and looking forward to working with you on the next project as they all come up.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you for the honor, and good luck during this whole campaign. I hope you're tremendously successful.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. We're almost there.
You're doing a great job. Doing a fantastic job as executive director. Keep it up.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. So 3 minutes left until the 4 o'clock hour elapses. So I'm sure that folks are tuning out as we speak. But before you go, remember, New Hampshire Gives is the reason why we're here and why we've been having these conversations with Clean Energy New Hampshire members throughout the course of the day. You can find the landing page to donate to Clean Energy New Hampshire by going to our website, cleanenergynh.org. We are very close to meeting our goal, but there's only an hour left before New Hampshire Gives as an event, comes to a close. So please head over there right now, cleanenergynh.org. Make a gift through the New Hampshire Gives landing page. And honestly, if there's anybody still listening, thank you so much. for tuning in to what has just been a wild experiment in nonprofit fundraising.